encourage them to see a doctor, or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 57 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh Regional Transit Police continue their investigation after a person was shot while riding a PRT bus Saturday afternoon. The incident happened, PRT says, just before 5 o'clock on a P1 bus. That's the East Busway all stops near the Homewood station on the East Busway. Police say 2 juveniles who may have been responsible for the shooting got off the bus at the Homewood station stop, then fled the scene. The person who was shot was taken to a hospital in critical condition. No other injuries were reported. The East Busway was temporarily closed on Saturday evening. It has since reopened. Municipal Water Authority of Aliquippa has issued a boil water advisory for customers in Raccoon and Potter Townships in Beaver County. The authority says there was a power outage at the Raccoon Township booster station, and so residents should boil water for 1 minute, let it cool before using. No word on when the boil water advisory will be lifted. The Pentagon has released the identities of all 6 victims of the U.S. refueling aircraft that crashed in Iraq, and CBS News correspondent Shauna Mazzella has more on one of the families that are speaking out.
The incident still under investigation, and the pain still fresh for family members of 28-year-old Sergeant Tyler Simmons in Columbus, Ohio.
It hurts more than anything.
Simmons was a boom operator, responsible for refueling fighter jets mid-flight.
Tyler was, Mom, I'm doing this. I understand the risk, and I know this is what it's going to take. I know I could lose my life. He said, but this is what I want to do.
The other 5 victims were identified on Saturday by the Pentagon as Major John Klinner of Alabama, Captain Ariana Savino of Washington, Tech Sergeant Ashley Pruitt of Kentucky, Captain Seth Koval of Indiana, and Captain Curtis J. Angst of Wilmington, Ohio. Well, Duquesne Light says that crews are coming in from places like Florida and even Canada to help with the restoration of power in the Pittsburgh region after Friday's high winds knocked out power to hundreds of thousands of customers. And Duquesne Light says on their outage map as of this hour that there are 25,000 customers in Allegheny County still without power. Beaver County has 2,800 customers still without power. Now, operations manager for Duquesne Light, Matt Nystein, said over 500 mutual aid trucks have come or are coming into town to help with the power restoration.
I think that's one of the things that we took away from last year's storm was if we need help, we're going to call help. We're going to call them in as quickly as we can, and we're going to call in as many of them as we can.
KDK Radio News Time, 11:03. AccuWeather forecast next.
Friends, this is Rob Pratt, joined again by John Diagardi of Rome Monuments. John, we've talked a lot about how families should take some time to mourn before selecting a monument. So why do so many people still rush into it?
Well, we're hearing that some folks are under the false impression that they have to buy a monument right away, and even that they have to buy it directly from the cemetery if they want to make sure it will be protected.
And that's just not the case, right?
Not at all, Rob. Rome can design and install a memorial in any cemetery, and no matter which cemetery you choose, our total protection warranty will always remain in effect.
So basically, people should never be pressured into choosing a memorial right away and are never required to buy it from the cemetery.
That's right, Rob.
Thanks so much, John. And folks, you can learn more at romemonuments.com or visit one of their 9 area showrooms.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit allegiantfcu.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Details at KDKA-radio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will be a windy and warmer one with clouds, a high near 70. Showers late tonight, low 55. Showers and storms tomorrow morning, giving way to snow showers in the afternoon, 60s to 40s. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Dager, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's sports down and dirty, Pittsburgh style. It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition. And brought to you by Leon's Billiards and more.
What an honor in the center square. Metropolitan Window Video Screen, KDKRadio.com. KDK Watch will be joining us when his schedule permits. And hopefully, fingers crossed, that'll be throughout most of the Pirate season because he is that kind of asset to this show. He's Joe Giordano, former Pitt Panther baseball coach, now at IMG Academy. The counselor is here. Greg Diolis will be with us for just 1 hour because he's taking his lovely bride courtside for the Atlantic 10 title game, and we'll get to that and a whole lot more in just a couple of moments. But let's begin, Joe, with skiing. Team USA, Dominican Republic, and yes, Japan, the defending champ, is no more after they were taken care of yesterday. Let's talk Pittsburgh Pirate Paul Skeens World Baseball Classic coming up tonight. Go ahead.
The one thing I can report is I'm going to be there.
Nice.
Yeah, so we're heading down in a little bit here, and I'm really looking forward to it. It's been one of those things I've always wanted to do, and to be able to be in that position, and obviously with the demographics of Miami, I'm sure there's going to be a large presence for the Dominican. So it's going to be an exciting atmosphere. And, obviously with Skeens and the rest of the guys, it's going to be an electric atmosphere. And I'm looking forward to being a part of it.
That is pretty cool, Joe, to be able to witness that. And we saw a little bit of that earlier when the United States team was playing Mexico in Houston, and the influence of the fans of Mexico. So that was kind of a split crowd too. But it should be a whole heck of a lot of fun for you. It'd be nice to watch a little matchup between Paul Skeens and a guy named O'Neal Cruz this afternoon or evening.
Yeah, the teammates going at each other, right? That's going to be. It's going to be fun, and obviously, anytime you have an opportunity to see Skeens pitch, it's like a work of art. It really is, from a pitching perspective, a pitching coach perspective. When you analyze it, I mean, he's got all the tools. He has such mound presence, the movement on his ball, the competitiveness, and that mentality of "I'm coming at you." Is so refreshing and so fun to watch.
We got a little bit of an interesting situation that had happened earlier in the week when the United States didn't really realize that they needed to win that game against Italy, and kind of played a not second string, because there's nothing bad about any of the players here, but they didn't appear to feel like they needed that victory as much as they almost needed it. Could have been a little bit of egg on your face type of day.
That is something that is a head scratcher, that's for sure. I mean, if you're in that situation, you obviously, from not only the administrative aspect of Team USA, but also the inside, knowing what you have to do and what the brackets look like, et cetera. That would have been a colossal mistake if it prevented the United States from advancing for sure. However, being a Paisan, I was there's half of me that was kind of smiling when the Italians won that game.
Yeah,
not that I was rooting against the United States.
Yeah, you got to be careful what we say, right?
That's right. That's right.
It's all in the espresso. I love the espresso machine. Hey, I want to get to the Pirates before we get you out of here, and you're going to be with us on a regular basis whenever your schedule permits. Offensive power surge. The team is among the league leaders in home runs. Let's talk about why and how this home run power has come around. And yesterday we saw Garcia, and that player that we're all waiting to see what he can do, taking the next step into his future, which can be very bright for such a young player, and Ozuna too. So let's talk about their Pirate surge. Joe Giordano. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I believe last year they were at the bottom in terms of slugging percentage, and so that was an area of concern, I'm sure, and an area of focus in the offseason. And when you see the bats that they've added to the lineup, and we've seen the production in spring training, that's an area that if that continues, obviously, that's going to be a huge bonus for the Pirates because I think we talked about it last week. You just don't want to see your pitching staff go out and you lose a game 1-0. So that's a big piece of it. And as I said, just the lineup and protecting the guy behind you and preparing for the guy that is in a position to knock some runs in, that it's there. It's not a hope. It's there. We can see it, and hopefully that continues in the regular season.
Joe, and yesterday we got to see finally Henry Davis hit a no-doubter home run, which was a good thing to see happening because we know that because he's worked so hard and become really a good defensive catcher, to see if he can, at least get himself into a situation where he's respectable as a hitter, and maybe because he's had such a struggle, a little bit of the pressure is off because nobody's expecting him to be that, 40 home run guy right now. Everybody's just hoping, hey, just, put the ball in play a little bit more and make some things happen. Maybe he's had such a long time and such a career trail that maybe the pressure's off and anything that comes good off of his bat is a bonus for us.
No doubt. Yeah. Obviously, I think he's probably going to be in the lower third of the lineup. And, so if he catches fire a little bit and can have an increased, position at the plate and have some productivity at the plate, that's going to be a positive. You just don't want to. You think about it in terms of the anatomy of a game. If you have 5-6 deep offensively, that's taking 3 innings. Off of the game where you have to produce. So it's a shortened game. So it's so important to have productivity in each third of that lineup in order to take advantage of the great pitching performances and have some run production at the bottom end and even put some guys on base when you turn the lineup over.
Joe, that brings me to what I think would be an interesting question. At least I hope it will be. When you're constructing
They're
your
always
lineup,
interesting.
when you're constructing your lineup, if you've got a situation where you've got five, say six guys that you can really count on as being productive hitters, and you've got 3 guys that are really something that you can't expect much of. Are you a guy that would string your productive guys all together and then just leave your 3 at the bottom, or do you kind of intersperse them and see if maybe you mix them in so that maybe you can have those guys in there as a sacrifice or something like that because you don't want to have that dead 3 spots in a row in your order?
Yeah, I think the one thing that is important to note here is that your leadoff hitter is only a leadoff hitter to start the game. So once you look at that lineup, but that's why skippers are always thinking 2-3 innings ahead. I like that 8-9 position. Obviously in the National League, the pitcher is going to hit, right? But when you have the DH, you kind of possibly move that lineup around. So maybe that 8 or 9 position, somebody that might be able to steal a couple of bags, good situational hitter, hitting behind runners, doing things like that are prepping or a high on base percentage to be able to prep for when you do turn that lineup over. So you don't want to have 3 dead spots in a row. I think that's counterproductive. And then, like I said, you think about that, then a pitcher really has to take care of 6 innings of baseball rather than 9.
Yeah.
Joe, let me get one more and then we'll let you go. And have fun at the World Baseball Classic today. It should be a good one for sure. We talked a lot about on the field. I mentioned Azuna's name earlier, but O'Hearn comes to mind. But let's talk about the culture in the clubhouse. And you have to believe they're going to be a big boost for the clubhouse. How important, especially in baseball, is the clubhouse, the locker room? Go ahead.
It's huge. I mean, we've talked about it before. We've seen teams, and this transcends any sport. When you have a cohesive clubhouse and they're playing together and they trust each other and there is a hard focus every day when you go out onto the field, that team where they may lack a little bit of talent on paper, those are the teams that ultimately can surprise some people.
All right,
and
Joe. No, go ahead.
I think it's no question, Rob, I think it's a huge piece to the puzzle.
All right, when we get you back here next week, it'll be the final spring training edition. Then we'll start playing for keeps when they head to the Big Apple. Always a pleasure. Enjoy today. You deserve it, okay?
I appreciate it, Rob. Good seeing you, Greg.
All right, Joe. See you.
Nothing like blue skies over his shoulder down there in Florida, looking through that window where he was, wherever he was in his office. Man, I got to tell you, nothing like Florida weather, especially in this month, to kind of put a smile on your face. All right, let's get a break in here. We'll come back. Greg and I got some baseball. We got some basketball. He's headed to the Atlantic 10 Championship, VCU in Dayton. How about that Rick Pitino St. John's team? You just have to love it. We've got that and much more, including the Pens get a win against Utah without Crosby and Malcolm in the lineup. Players' Championship is winding down. And also some, NFL to talk about as well. Ray Fittipaldi will be here to begin the noon hour, so stay with us, KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, we can talk more about the Pirates, or we could talk some basketball. You're lucky enough to be courtside, Atlantic 10. Too bad our Dukes didn't get it done. But we'll play another day. But you know what I kept thinking yesterday when I was watching Pitino and Hurley go at it at the Garden? I wonder why I stick around working at 69 years of age, but Rick Pitino gives me hope. I might as well hang around, get some good suits and look good and hang in there as long as I can. You know, some people like me and him and others, we just like to work. We don't need to work, but we love to work. But I love the Duquesne regime and where they're going. But, you know, years ago when he kind of got into a little bit of hot water, I was praying literally the Novena, the Rosary, everything. I wanted him to come to Duquesne. I was looking at Tom Crean, the old Marquette coach, on ESPN last night. I was thinking, boy, he would have been one of those nice coaches in a transition for Duquesne. But what's really cool, and I like Coach Hurley, legendary family, love UConn. Ariema, of course, the women's coach. But to see Rick Pitino do what he's done with St. John's, if you're a basketball fan, Big East, we, of course, remember it back in the days with Pitt at the Garden. That was exhilarating to watch that game yesterday.
Is it amazing how he kind of resurrected his career, right? Got, basically bounced out of basketball, then went to Siena. Brought them to the NCAA tournament, and then parlayed that into coming back to St. John's, who was really down for a number of years once the Big East kind of broke up, and now to bring them back to somewhat of a prominent role in the NCAA again. It's really cool. I hope that he can make a little bit of run into the tournament and get a little bit more exposure, because it's fun to watch him coach basketball.
All right, let's talk about our Dukes. Obviously, Robert Morris, neither, and Pitt for sure. Capel coming back. So we'll get to all of that right now, and then we'll definitely backtrack. We got an open segment at the bottom of the hour. We'll go back to our beloved Pirates. But just what do you make of Duquesne? I mean, as BB said last week, they could either get knocked out early or they could win it all. And, hey, we'll come back next year, another year.
Yeah, and we got a chance to see at least 2 Duquesne games in the tournament, which was good. The first one knocking off Archie Miller's Rhode Island team, who had a gentleman who should be one of the all-tournament team, a kid named Cochran, scored 34, and he was throwing them in from everywhere and really holding Rhode Island in the game. But he was a force to be reckoned with. Duquesne was able to weather that storm. The Dukes ran into a little bit of a buzzsaw with VCU, but really battled down into the last couple of minutes of the game, and we're in it with a minute and a half to go. Had a turnover late that really was very costly. If they'd parlayed that turnover into points, they would have definitely had a run down to that final magic shot type of a shot. But VCU is a good basketball team and has a legitimate chance to win the tournament and get themselves into the tournament. It's going to be interesting to see if the Atlantic 10 is a 2-bid league, with St. Louis getting knocked off. St. Louis having only 5 losses should easily qualify for the NCAA tournament, and then obviously the winner of today's game gets the automatic bid. So the Atlantic 10 should get 2 teams in the league, which brings us to Miami of Ohio.
Yeah, they finally got beat.
They got beat, so they've got only 1 loss, but they didn't win their conference championship. Akron won their championship.
But how do you not put them in after that run?
I agree with you 100%.
But it'll probably happen. They won't get in.
Right, but the folks at Auburn have been really barking about the fact that they didn't play anybody. I don't think that their schedule, they played anyone who was in the top 300 all year. So if you go undefeated against basically tomato cans, do you deserve to have a chance to get into the NCAA tournament? I say yes.
I think basketball should be looked at differently. Football, we see teams Notre Dame do it all the time. But basketball, it's much easier to get upset. And so I think what they did is pretty special.
Right, and I think they deserve a run. But now that they got beat by Akron, almost got beat by Akron in the regular season too, now that they've gotten beat, you can see that they're, that emperor had no clothes, and they're not going to go very far in the tournament if they do qualify. So I hope they get in and win a game or 2 to at least justify their existence.
What about, so Alex Smith led the way in that loss against, Alex Williams, rather, against VCU. What about the future of the Pitt Panthers?
Pitt Panthers or Duquesne Dukes?
Duquesne Dukes, rather.
Yeah, it's one of those things with the transfer portal
Anything's possible.
NIL. We don't know who's going to come back, what's going to come back, how they're going to look. We know David Dixon, who played in more basketball games in a Duquesne uniform than any player in the history of the game. And a little salute or shout out to him. Thank you as a Duquesne fan to watch what he did there in all of those 4 years, and to hear the crowd chanting David Dixon at the end of the game. It was really nice, rather emotional, but really cool to see him kind of correspond with the crowd as he was leaving the court for the last time. So we know for sure he's gone. The rest of the guys, there's a chance that Terrence Ginyard gets a 5th year of eligibility, which he's applying for to be their point guard, because he did some really good things at the point this year. The rest of the guys, it's a who knows for sure. Jakob Netjes, 6'10", kid from Eastern Europe. Hopefully he does come back, because he's done some good things for them and is still developing. The rest of the guys, whether they jump into the portal, which is probably likely, and that's similar to what we're going to see with Andy Toole's gentleman at Robert Morris, that he's had the player of the year 2 years in a row, and in both of those years, the player's probably going to transfer. So it's going to be an interesting little run-up here right at the end of the basketball tournament to see what happens with the with the transfer portal.
So ninth season going to come back, Jeff Capel, and I really wanted them to think about making a change, although I have some loyalty to Coach K, where he was an assistant. Then I met a gentleman in the dentist waiting room who was probably the biggest Pitt Panther fan I've ever met. I mean, he had all the gear on. And he said, look, he only played with 6 guys. Big guy was injured, this, that, whatever. $14 million to buy him out. And by the time I got in my car, because of this one fan of Pitt Panthers and my dentist waiting room, I completely changed my mind. I'm okay with Capel maybe coming back one more year.
Yeah, as am I. I mean, this was the ACC Coach of the Year just 3 seasons ago, so it's not like the guy can't coach basketball.
No.
You need the horses, and unfortunately, they didn't have the horses this year. I think the investment was more toward the 3 4-star incoming freshmen that they have for next year. Hopefully they'll hold on to those. Those guys all show up on campus, and hopefully 1 or 2 of them is a one and done, in the sense of one and done going to the NBA, not a one and done and leaving in the transfer portal.
Duke over Virginia, 74-70. What do you make of that one?
That's a real dog bites man story there, right? Duke wins the SEC every year, and whether transfer portal, NIL money, it doesn't matter. Duke just wins. They are really just a machine there, and really something special.
Big 12, quickly before the break, they beat Houston 79-74.
They being Kansas?
Yes.
Yeah, they are. Kansas is the winningest team in college basketball history, and they're going to continue to do so. They've got some money there that is necessary to keep you going on. So, not a real surprise there.
So, as Arizona secures the tournament crown, many people think they'll be crowned number 1 overall when it's all said and done.
Yeah, and they probably should be. They've been the best team in the country all year long, and have been very tough to beat. So we'll see what the old Wildcats do. Bear down.
Should we care about Toledo winning the MAC?
I don't, but
somebody does.
Yeah, somebody does for sure. I thought Akron won the MAC.
Wait, Akron won the MAC, rather. Yeah, that's right. A 3-pointer against Toledo. That's right.
Sorry about that.
No,
I didn't mean
okay.
to correct you.
No. You're absolutely right. I just scrolled too far. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, Akron having knocked off Miami earlier in the week and then winning the MAC. So, I mean, it's nice to see it. The school that's going to move on and get into the NCAA tournament as the kind of the upset winner of their conference.
All right, let's get out of here. Take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll pick up on the Pirates still to come. Ray Fittipaldo and I begin talking some football after the noon news. We'll get some Penguins in here in the next half hour. Tournament Players Championship underway in Florida. Ludwig Ogberg, your leader at 13 under. He's got a 3-shot lead. Stay with us.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. One of our guiding principles is to provide great beds at a great value. Our goal is to prove this to our customers every single day. We believe in producing quality mattresses in our factory and selling them directly to you, eliminating the middleman markup. You can rest easy knowing that you're getting a hand-built mattress at a real value. Stop by a location near you. We're confident that you'll be able to see and feel the OMF difference for yourself. Learn more at originalmattress.com.
When you're at a restaurant, do you let someone who doesn't know you order your food? Why should it be any different when buying a mattress? At the Original Mattress Factory, we believe that choosing a mattress should be a personal experience. That's why our knowledgeable sales associates take the time to understand your needs and preferences to help you find the mattress that's right for you. With our wide range of different feels, you're sure to find one that fits your needs. So don't let someone else tell you what you want. Decide for yourself at the Original Mattress Factory.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
In the darkest moments, survivors search for even the smallest light. On Thursday, April 9th, be part of something powerful. Join Center for Victims for an evening of hope, courage, and resilience, lighting candles in the darkness. Reserve your seat today, centerforvictims.org.
It's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank on KDKA Radio. On March 24th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you in part by Aetna and by Isley's and Beano's. Details at kdkaradio.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 57 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Duquesne Light continues to bring in crews from outside the state in order to help with the efforts to restore power to those who are still remaining without power this Sunday morning. And crews have been coming as far as Florida and even Canada to help with the power restoration. Duquesne Light's Operations Director Matt Nystein said over 500 mutual aid trucks have come in or are coming in to help with the efforts.
I think that's one of the things that we took away from last year's storm was if we need help, we're going to call help. We're going to call them in as quickly as we can, and we're going to call in as many of them as we can.
And taking a look at the Duquesne Light outage map at this hour, Allegheny County down to 24,000 without power at this hour. Beaver County at 2,800 without power. KDK Radio News Time, 11:31. Our next update's at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. You've heard this saying, nothing changes if nothing changes. If you want to change your health, your movement, your belly fat, your overall well-being, you've got to change what you've been doing. That's where I come in. I'll motivate you, tell you what to do. We'll leave no room for failure. I have another saying from Napoleon. He said, if you set out to take Vienna, take Vienna. If you set out to lose the weight, then let's get the weight off. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN. Let's make your wishes of weight loss a reality.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet. Rely on 2 lines of Essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/appliance delivery for more details.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, windy and warmer, a high near 70. Shower late tonight, low 55. Showers and storms to start tomorrow, giving way to afternoon snow showers, so we fall from the 60s into the 40s. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Daker, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, here we go. Let's push through the weekend, and we'll be back Monday. Colin Dunlap, can't wait to talk to you on Monday, 2 to 6, right here, KDK.
All right, listen, just to kind of finish up on some NCAA basketball. Dayton, VCU today. You're going to be there at 1 o'clock. So who do you like in that game, Greg?
Yeah, having watched the two teams and Dayton having knocked off St. Louis, who was the #1 seed, but VCU just looks like they've really got something special. They're really quick. They every one of the guys can handle the ball pretty well. I think that I look to see VCU win that one and get the automatic bid for the Atlantic 10.
Penn Yale, Ivy League title on the line. That thing will be underway in about 25 minutes.
That could be the smartest game in the history of the NCAA tournament, but I've not seen either one of them, don't know anything about them.
All right, how about SEC, Vanderbilt, Arkansas?
Yeah, Arkansas is a real powerhouse. They've got tons of NIL money that they've got some of that Jerry Jones money down there, some John Daly money. So that's where they've generated their roster, and they've been quietly good for a number of years.
All right, I'm going to take a look at one more because obviously big ticket item, Big Ten Conference, Purdue and Michigan.
Yeah, I was surprised that UCLA got knocked off. They had gotten really hot late in the year, and I thought that UCLA was going to make a run. Now with 10 losses, whether they even make the tournament is going to be somewhat questionable. But Purdue, they've really been a force, even after having lost the big kid. They had that 7'4" kid a couple of years back that was so much fun to watch. But and with Morton from Butler no longer there, I don't know as much about them as previous years.
So what is it going to take? And I was just saying to you, with all the other things I have to do, I love basketball, more of an NBA fan than a collegiate fan, and it's just hard to kind of keep track, but especially when you don't have Duquesne, Robert Morris, or Pitt involved, take some of the icing off the cake. Who do you think is going to get back there first?
Ooh. Well, it's so weird of a question because you don't know with the transfer portal and the changes that go on from year to year. As far as getting back first, it seems like Andy Toole's the guy that's best able to retool each year and get runs. So if I had to pick one, that's not my heart saying it; it's my head saying it. I think it's most likely to be Robert Morris.
What do you think about the basketball talent at the high school level in the WPIAL? Do you think that it'll ever be what it once was as far as the talent that came out of here?
No. In fact, it's funny. I was talking to B.B. Flannery, and he was talking about just what's come out of Valley. And you look at him, Tommy Pipkins, Billy Varner, Benji Pryor.
Benji Pryor,
who ended up being a football player, but Benji Pryor was a great player, and Chipper Harris, who is a Robert Morris legend. So out of there alone, you got a starting five of really a team that could contend with any other five you could name from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I know. It's just kind of depressing, but hopefully better days ahead. All right, let's take a call here. Here he is, JD in the North Hills. Hey, JD.
Hey, guys, I agree with you, Greg. Robert Morris and Andy O'Toole could be back on the map power in no time. I think Duquesne Pitt still have a long ways to go. I'm surprised Pitt kept capable. Duquesne, they're still up and down at times, however. So I would agree with you guys. And just talking about high school, I'm going to show this for you guys right now. I mentioned to you the other night, Rob, July 27th, Wildwood Golf Club, the North Hills Indians football team will have their first ever golf outing because of Eric Kasparowicz and his return. The first game, August 28th at North Allegheny. The North Hills-North Allegheny rivalry is back, at least this year.
Geez, that's almost as good as the Pitt-Penn State rivalry coming back.
Well, it's been a long time, Greg. We haven't had it in a long time. Everyone's been clamoring. If the two ADs can just sit down and talk now and make this a yearly thing again. I mean, I grew up in grade school through high school and even after high school with the North Hills NA Showdown. It's time to bring the North Bowl back. It's one of the better rivalries around in high school ball. No one gives it the credit it deserves. It's been around since the mid-'60s. But, yeah, July 27th, Wildwood Golf Club, however, is going to be the place to be to see the North Hills Indians football golf first ever outing. Definitely
JD, how did they put that game together? So North Hills is a 5A school, right?
Right. They realigned all the conferences. I mean, they dropped out, shielded out of 4A, and Armstrong and Moon have moved up to 5A with Pine Ridge and North Hills, Armstrong, and Penn Hills, however, as well as Pine Ridge. And they realigned every conference this past week, believe it or not.
Yeah, and there aren't enough teams in 6A to fill that up, so there are some non-conference games, right?
There's some teams that dropped down, out of classification, like I said with the enrollment. I mean, Cheryl's playing in with McKeesport, Hampton, Mars, however, in 4A. I mean, the enrollment has shrank in some schools, however, and like I said, some of them have been realigned and retooled, however, shall we say.
Well, Shaler hasn't won a game in 11 years, have they?
They did win a couple playoff games last year. They beat North Hills last year for the first time.
Smack me down and make me look silly because I thought they had struggled for a while.
No, they had a pretty half-decent year last year, but obviously now Thomas Jefferson's moving up to 5A and playing in the South Hills, I think, with like Upper St. Clair, Peters Township, Bethel Park, and those guys. You definitely want to check it out, Greg. It's very interesting.
Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, JD. Have a good day. Yeah, the big ticket item is when Kasparowicz goes up against his old team at Pine Richland, so that's going to be kind of a cool thing, too. But, you know, the pros here at KDK and Odyssey, of course, 93.7 The Fan, Ben Tenuta, all those guys, and what we do during the season. It's excellent stuff, so you're going to want to stay in touch with them. Let's get back to our Pittsburgh Pirates, getting close to the opening day, and this Griffin guy, they keep talking about him. And I don't care what anyone says. I think it's more fan appeal than really caring about what this guy can do or is he ready or not. They just want to see him in that opening day lineup. I don't know, man. I think just send him to AAA Indianapolis for at least a couple of months. See, I mean, I don't want to see it, man. I'm afraid that it may jinx him, and I just don't want to see that.
Yeah, well, if they were just worried about fan appeal, they would have re-signed McCutcheon, right? Because, you know, the uproar that was there. Yep. So I think that this is baseball moves that they're making now, and for every day that Griffin stays up, which he's still up on the Major League roster, then hopefully he's going to stay.
Listen, I try to do as much as I can. Does he have more than 3, and is he batting still like the Mendoza line?
I haven't followed it this week, so I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
But I followed the highlights, and I haven't heard his name. So
right.
I don't know, man. I just think, you know, hey, he's 19. He can wait a little bit. All right, a couple of other things as far as the Pirates are concerned. This bullpen strength, it really is taking shape. And of all the things that I'm really plugged into, I'm as excited about that as I am anything else. Bednar's name was mentioned in the World Baseball Classic the other night, and I thought, boy, it'd be nice to have the kid from Mars back. But you know what, man? We may have the best bullpen that we've had as far as start to finish, setup, closer, we've had in a long, long time.
And you have a little bit of a righty-lefty combination with the guy they acquired in trade. I think it's Montgomery. So you can play a little bit of that old school righty-lefty, even though you still have to go through the 3 batters type thing. But you can set that up so that you don't have to necessarily have guys facing their opposite strengths. They can face opposite weaknesses.
So, is it fair to say with what we see, and we mentioned guys like O'Hearn and others, and we know what Cruz can do, he could be a 30-30 guy if he gets his act together. Reynolds is good at it, but I think they're going to be better at base running, and I think that could really prove and pay dividends for the Pirates.
Yeah, but you can't steal first base, so hopefully they can get enough guys to get on. Once they get on, then they can go, and that's where you need, O'Neal Cruz, I think, led the league in stolen bases last year at 37, but we need him to be a little bit more consistent at getting on base. Batting an even 200 is not going to cut it.
Do you think this starting rotation will have a chance to go past 5 or 6, or with this bullpen, do you think they're going to use them as much as they can?
I think it's going to be the same thing that we've always seen, that 100-pitch limit, whatever that time is. If a guy can get through 7 with 100 pitches, they're going to let him go. But they're going to also, workload, be careful with the workload early because they're not going to want guys to get much more over that 170, 180 total innings pitched for the course of the season. So we're going to see some load maintenance, see some guys get taken out of games when you really don't think it's take out of game worthy. But it's all of that new algorithms and technology that guys try to figure out using mathematics instead of, watching a game and saying this guy's not tired yet.
You think Skeen's at it all right now, a little intimidated about facing this lineup tonight?
I don't think there's anything in the world that intimidates him. He's like a stone man. He just goes out and does his job, and he thinks he's better than any hitter on the face of the planet, and so far he's been right.
Notice every time he strikes someone out, he basically turns to his left, lets some of that body fluid shoot through his lips, and he kind of looks up over the first base line, does a 90-degree pivot, then he goes back to the rubber.
Yeah.
He's just like, that's it, next, move up, who's coming up? I've never seen anybody who is as fluent, and I really think because of his legs and his physical prowess and how he works out, throwing a football, the rubber bands, all the other stuff, I think he's going to be injury-free for a long time and doing what he's doing. I think he's got like a 10 to 12-year shelf life.
In the American baseball class, when he was pitching the other night, they said that I'm almost sure they said 6'6", 260 pounds.
Wow.
He doesn't look that thick to me, but
that's Gronk, man.
But
that's
maybe,
big.
yeah. That's so. If he's that, maybe all of that torque and everything else that has to go on the shoulder is maintained through that lower body, because his lower half he looks like Sam Clancy, for goodness sake.
I know, he's stacked. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. One more segment with Greg. He's going to skip out a little bit early. He's heading to the Atlantic 10 Championship, and then of course it'll be Ray Fittipaldo for a segment talking football. You and I for a little dabble, do ya? And then we'll get Teddy in here and finish the show with nothing but the NFL, and the draft is coming, folks. It'll be here before you know it, April 23rd through the 25th in the heart of Pittsburgh. Stay with us. Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, KDKA Pittsburgh.
We're only 39 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM. and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. My first job out of college was as an assistant golf pro at Butler Country Club, earning $2.10 an hour. There was no work for me in golf in the winter, so to survive, I took a job at Armco Steel, working on a labor gang. Some nights I did janitorial work. Others, I labored in the rolling pits. I'd come home covered in soot to the tiny apartment my wife Barb and I shared with our newborn daughter Sarah. Now, 40 years later, Sarah and I are business partners at Botkin Family Wealth Management, along with my son Lester. I like to remember my beginnings and to share those stories with my children and grandchildren. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story, because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg, with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit allegiantfcu.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir.
Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, let's talk a little hockey. I got to get Crosby back. Malcolm will be back. And I argued with you a little bit in a friendly way after he got hurt at the Olympics. Penn's going to win against Utah, but they need those guys both back in the lineup. But you can't argue with the fact what this coach has done this year. I mean, it's almost unfathomable to think where we were last year at this time and where we are now.
It's crazy, and he was not one of those guys that you know a household name when they brought him in. So it was like, who's this guy? What's he going to do? Is this going to be a long building process? And should we get rid of the big three in exchange for looking down the road and building from there? But they certainly done one heck of a job to get it going on. They were trailing last night, came back with a 4-3 regulation victory, which is really good. The only negative you have about this team is when they go to shootouts, man, they're just terrible.
They're shooting ducks out of the water.
Yeah, fortunately the playoffs don't have shootouts, so they'll be okay once they get there.
Players Championship. All I know is I wish they put the PGA back in August. I really do, because you realize once the end of July rolls around, there's really nothing to look forward to in golf anymore.
So when is the PGA? Is it
coming up? It'll be here before August.
It's before. Yeah. No, it's before the Masters, right?
Right.
Yeah. So, and I was so goofed up, and I was just looking at this tournament thinking this was the PGA initially.
No.
This is almost like a major for these guys.
They call it the fifth major.
Yeah, so they really get keyed up for it. It's a fun golf course to watch. A lot of water. And the other day I was watching, and I think there were 4 groups in a row, all of whom were over par for the day. It was like 16 guys. So
listen, Ludwig Åberg, I wish him the best of luck, but I was hoping Schauffele or maybe Scotty would do something. But I had this this very frightening dream that kind of I was in reality, but it felt as though I was dreaming. Scotty Scheffler's, struggled to make the cut a couple of times here in recent weeks. As quickly as he came onto the scene,
he could disappear.
and I'm thinking, and then I was watching this interview of Tiger because they're asking him when is he going to come back. He'll never be back the way he was. He's the $6 million man or $6 billion man has been put together again with so many surgeries, and it's a shame. But I'm thinking, well, Scotty Scheffler could do 15 majors or whatever. It ain't going to happen, Greg. What Tiger did, it's not going to happen. And the Golden Bear, who I love, not that he would ever wish any ill will on anyone, but if Tiger doesn't get injured or have some marital issues and gets hit with a 9-iron and all those horrible things that he went through, and look, I love him. I will never cast stones. We've all had our moments, including me, believe me. But what he did will never be duplicated.
It's really something, especially those guys who kind of flash on the scene. Like Scotty Scheffler sort of came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, he's winning majors and he's the best player in the world. Remember David Duval a few years ago was, he was competing and almost giving Tiger a run for his money as far as being the number one in the world. And then all of a sudden, he lost 30 pounds because he thought that was going to make his swing improve, and it just completely blasted him out of the water.
And I think, the great Johnny Miller got the yips, and everybody thought he was, when he won here at Oakmont back in the early 70s, was going to be the next Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus. It's all between the ears, and all of a sudden, Scotty Scheffler looks like a mere mortal to me. And I was kind of thinking, if we could get him and get somebody to pair against him and have that rivalry thing, because I want the game of golf not just to survive, but thrive. But, the Champions Tour, LPGA, I just absolutely love it. But in Shipley, I'm hoping that this kid, becomes the next Rocco Mediate and maybe gets a couple more under his belt than Rocco did. But the game of golf, it makes me realize how great Tiger Woods was. And when I was seeing him like 7 tournaments in a row one time, that's just not going to happen in my lifetime again. It's just not. And it's okay, but I really got ahead of myself with Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, there's just too many good guys that you're not going to have runs like Sam Snead had, 11 in a row at one point, and Tiger had
that was Byron Nelson.
Was it Byron?
Yeah, that's okay. But all I know is that it just makes me realize what talent it takes and what great of a game it is. And I would love to see Shipley just start to make some noise. That would really do a lot for golf, but especially here in Western Pennsylvania.
He made the TV group in the tournament. Was it last week or the week before? And not the final group, but at least he was in the group that was on television for the last round. So he's working his way up.
The greatest story, though, is John Daly II, his son, who was really in the hunt, the Puerto Rico Open. And, his dad was saying, I'd probably smoke 5 packs, get a couple quarts of tequila and go relax somewhere. And the son said, I'm just going to go get a good meal, sit on the beach, and go to bed early. You know what I mean? So I would love to see that happen. And Tiger's son, maybe those two someday will be head-to-head. You never know. But it's just every week it makes me realize more and more how great Tiger Woods was. And
back to the TPC course where at Sawgrass where these guys are playing. Hey, no, I was going to ask about that hole. Did you see the one hole where they've got a live oak tree that kind of bends over the tee, and you have to hit your tee shot low enough that you don't hit this oak tree on the way out on your tee shot? I was thinking to myself, I'd kill myself with that. I'd hit one of my great shots, and it would be too high, and it would hit the tree and come back and knock me out.
All right, let me ask you before you go. The Steelers, Michael Pittman, some things they did this week, the NFL in general. Go ahead.
Well, Pittman's a number 2 receiver, so we'll see what happens. He's really a stand-up individual, a good guy. We'll see how he fits in with the rest of the group. It is that number 2 that they've been looking for, and I'll tell you what, Omar's not afraid to make things happen.
But here's what people have to realize. This is the nature of the National Football League now. You can't do. You can, but you're not going to win. You can't do it the way the Steelers did it. Free agency is a part of the game now, and these players flip teams like we do flapjacks on a Sunday morning. So it's a different game, and I think Omar is the right man for the job. And I'll be honest with you, with these 2 receivers and some of the other things people have been talking about, and obviously you get Dean in there now, a quarterback who's a lockdown cornerback, anything is possible. And I still think they're leaning more towards Will Howard. I think, and especially with Kyler Murray going to the Vikings, Rodgers has nowhere to go but here, and I'm not so sure he wants to come back here. Hey, enjoy the game.
Thank you.
All right, listen, stay with us. Ray Fittipaldo on the other side. We'll chit-chat a little bit about some other things, and we'll get Teddy in here to wrap up the show today, talking more about the NFL and continue to count down to that draft, which will be here in Pittsburgh before you know it. It's your Pratt Pack Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. New news with Rob Taylor next.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Stephanie Johnson is a licensed clinical psychologist. I could see people being very cynical and skeptical in the last few elections, the state of the economy, and all these things.
And what I see a lot is this all or nothing thinking. And it's either all my belief or nothing. That's not true.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZzzQuil Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZzzQuil Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
I'm Bob Burke,
founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 61 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. The communities of Raccoon Township and Potter Township in Beaver County still under a boil water advisory this afternoon that was issued by the Municipal Water Authority of Aliquippa. The authority said there was a power outage on Saturday or Friday at the Raccoon Township booster station, and residents should boil water for 1 minute and let it cool before using. No word on when that boil water advisory for Raccoon Township and Potter Township in Beaver County will be lifted. Duquesne Light saying that crews have come in from places like Florida and even Canada, helping to restore power to thousands of residents in the Pittsburgh area after those high winds on Friday knocked out the power. Duquesne Light's operations director Matt Nystein said over 500 mutual aid trucks have come in or are coming into town to help with the power restoration.
I think that's one of the things that we took away from last year's storm was if we need help, we're going to call help. We're going to call them in as quickly as we can, and we're going to call in as many of them as we can.
At its peak on Friday, Duquesne Light reported they had over 160,000 customers without power. Now that number is down to 23,000 customers in Allegheny County without power, 2,600 customers without power for Duquesne Light in Beaver County. Taking a look at West Penn Power, and their number is down to 1,600 customers in Allegheny County without power at this hour. In Beaver County, there's about 1,000 customers without power for West Penn Power, 2,500 in Butler without power. In Washington County, that number is down to 2,600 and 3,300 without power in Westmoreland County. Well, CBS's Stacey Lynn reports your favorite guilty pleasure fried chicken joint may soon be closing.
Load up on the spicy fried chicken, biscuits, and beans and rice now. A bunch of Popeyes are shutting down after a major franchisee filed for bankruptcy. Miami-based Sailorman Incorporated, which once ran more than 130 locations in Florida and Georgia, has closed down about 20 restaurants so far, while restructuring under Chapter 11. The company says it's about $130 million in debt.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
KDK Radio News Time. It's almost 12:03. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will be a windy and warmer one with clouds, a high near 70. Showers late tonight, low 55. Showers and storms tomorrow morning, giving way to snow showers in the afternoon, 60s to 40s. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Degger, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Something extraordinary happened Thursday in Pittsburgh. A news conference was called to announce the O'Connor administration is reopening the 2026 budget, and with the City Council will make budget cuts to reduce red ink. Mayor Corey O'Connor told reporters the deficit could be as high as $30 to $40 million, and that's after a 20% property tax hike. What happened? The mayor said his predecessor's budget relied on inaccurate forecasts and false assumptions. City Controller Rachel Heisler previously warned of revenue shortfalls and predicted a deficit and was ignored. The mayor's bold budget decision is the latest of several that demonstrate he is engaged and proactive. His nominees to head up the police and public safety departments were made before O'Connor was sworn in. The mayor addressed criticism of the city's snow removal efforts, promised improvement, and later announced more than millions of dollars in donations to add new plow trucks to the city's fleet. A plan to streamline the permitting process was recently announced as well. Mayor O'Connor is addressing the most urgent issues the city is facing and has done it in just over 60 days. Getting back to reopening the budget to make needed cuts, when was the last time you heard a politician say, let's spend less?
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
It's sports down and dirty, Pittsburgh style. It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, your Pat
brought to you by Leon's Billiards and more.
Flying solo today. We have a lot to get to on this edition, the second hour of the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. So let's get it going right now. Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Ray, not football on my mind, at least for now, but it is Selection Sunday. Big 12 champ Arizona, who knocked off Houston 79-74. I think they're going to hoist it all and cut the nets down when it's all said and done in about a month. Who do you like as we head into Selection Sunday to win it all in college basketball? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Rob. Yeah, always a great time of year. Kind of bridges that gap between the end of football season and baseball season. So I kind of like Duke. I think Duke is going to get it done this year, but they're going to have to get on a little bit of a run here in March to do it.
All right. What are we going to do to get Robert Moore's Pitt and Duquesne back in the conversation? I was telling Greg before he left to head to the Atlantic 10 Championship in Pittsburgh, Dayton and VCU. It just doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't feel the same. The blood doesn't boil as much when we don't have a local team in it. Who do you think is going to be the first to return to the big dance of those three?
So Andy Toole and Robert Morris had a team to do it this year. He did a great job of rebuilding that team. If you remember last year, Rob, he lost all those guys to the portal after they went on that great run. So Andy's a really good coach. I think Robert Morris probably has the best shot to get back, sooner rather than later. Obviously, Pitt has a great recruiting class coming in. That's why they kept Jeff Capel, but he's got to win some games. If he doesn't win some games next year, I think we'll be starting that process all over again.
All right, so here we go. Let's dive into some news and notes. It's been a busy week in the National Football League. We'll begin with our Steelers, Omar Khan and company. Michael Pittman Jr., I just don't like it. I love it. He is a solid number 2 to DK Metcalf. Your thoughts about Michael Pittman Jr. coming to the Steelers, Ray Fittipaldo?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. Something they were missing last season. DK Metcalf faced a lot of double coverage, a lot of bracketed coverage, and you finally get somebody on the other side of the field who's going to take some of that pressure off DK. Rob, I think they're still going to draft a receiver in the first couple of rounds of the draft, but adding Michael Pittman right now solves one of your biggest problems. And the other thing is, and I think this goes a little bit unnoticed, it really opens them up at pick number 21 about a month from now when the draft gets here. It opens them up to take the best player at a position of need, and I think that's either receiver, safety, or guard. Right now, they can go any direction at number 21 because they filled all those holes during free agency.
So I believe it's like 12 in all this year, lots of picks. Do you think they'll do any wheeling and dealing to maybe actually trade up at that 21, and now that they've got Pittman Jr., they're going to stand pat? What do you think?
I don't know if this is the draft to trade up. It's a good draft, Rob. It's not a great draft. All the talk is that 2027 is going to be a much better draft. I think, more so than drafting up this year or trading up this year, I think you could see him try to trade back, get a few more picks in the 2027 draft. That's when they need to get a quarterback. This is not a good quarterback draft. So I think you might see some wheeling and dealing, but I think it might be back rather than up.
All right, before we move on to the secondary of the Steelers and the acquisition of Jamal Dean. So I'm all in on this draft for a number of reasons, and I do more than sports, and it really is economic, and it's all the things to see and do. But as far as a sports journalist is concerned, is this the biggest sports story you've ever covered, connecting this city to the world of sports and the pages of the Post-Gazette?
Well, I guess when you put it that way, I've been to Super Bowls. Obviously, the Super Bowl we're in other cities, but the World Series has a great economic impact. I think the Stanley Cup does as well. The Stanley Cup could play out over a couple of weeks if that goes to 7 games. So probably a similar economic impact, but they're talking about between 500 and 700,000 fans passing through Pittsburgh.
Amazing.
Eating, drinking, staying in hotels. It's going to be a big boon for the economy.
So why the NFL? I mean, I grew up in an era in the 70s, those bookend World Series, when it was America's pastime, and the Pirates were everything. Steelers were obviously winning a bunch of Super Bowls in the 70s, but for the most part, it was still a baseball town, and it has since become nothing but football at every level. I mean, high school, collegiate, obviously, and the Steelers for sure in the NFL. But what has made the NFL such a worldwide brand? Is it Roger Goodell? Why is it such a big deal, the NFL?
Well, I think you're right. I think it started in the 70s. If you want to go back to that Joe Namath game where they upset, the upstart AFL upset the Baltimore Colts, I think that kind of got it started. And then you had all these great rivalries and all these great Super Bowls in the 70s with, the Steelers and the Raiders battling in the AFC, and then the Steelers and the Cowboys, Super Bowls 10 and 13. That really, boosted the NFL's profile. And then I think they kept it going from that point. So they've done a great job of marketing their game year round now. The combine is a huge event for them. The draft now, like for the past 10 years, they go city to city with the draft. They make that's their second biggest event other than the Super Bowl, with the number of resources they put into that. So it's a huge sport right now. You see what they do overseas as well. So it's certainly on America's conscience right now, and I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Let me give you a bit of a scoop here, and it's totally up to you because you're the brain trust. But, whenever the PG would roll into town when I was growing up, or KDK television or radio, that was a big deal. And it's still a big deal when the Post-Gazette comes to Beaver County. But the NFL is already leaning in, and you mentioned Joe Namath, who I happen to know, and Matt Snell recently passed away, and many people believe he should have been the MVP in Super Bowl III, but obviously Joe's prominence. He ended up getting the MVP. But I don't know if you realize, but you probably do. They've got this thing, the Larry Bruno Museum, which is in the heart of Beaver Falls, Joe's hometown. It's a little museum, all sorts of great memorabilia. I mean, it's incredible what they've done. I've done a lot of, videos to help promote them and to get the word out, brought them on the radio. I think the NFL, they're going to do a pre-draft party there the night before in the city, which is going to be a big deal, and they're going to be coming down and doing some stories and, as we say in the business, getting some B-roll to use during the draft. So if the PG really wants a nice story to kind of tie into the National Football League and when it was really born in Super Bowl III, you may want to get pen and paper and head to 7th Avenue, because knowing you, Ray, you would absolutely love the Larry Bruno Museum.
Oh, I love history like that, Rob. I didn't even know there was such a museum. So, thanks for including me in that. That would be terrific to get down there before the draft.
We'd love to have you. So if you're interested, please reach out, because anything you guys do at the PG definitely helps things go in the right direction. Okay, one more, then a short break. I'm going to keep you another segment. Greg's not here, but I want to kind of get an overall feel as far as some of the other things, Daniel Jones and more in the National Football League. But listen, I knew a little bit about this guy, but not as much as most. And whenever I mentioned Jamal Deal, they kept saying, that's the deal, that's the deal, that's the deal, 36.75. He comes to us, a new 3-year deal. They say he's a lockdown cornerback. Is that a fact?
Well, he is coming off one of his best seasons, Rob. He renegotiated his contract in September, actually took a pay cut so he can get to free agency. So he wanted out of Tampa, and he kind of bet on himself. So, and when he did that, he went out and improved it. He had his second lowest opposing quarterback rating and his second lowest opposing completion percentage last season, a career high, 3 interceptions. And Joey Porter is playing great on the other side. Now you got a really good corner opposite him. I think that really solidifies your secondary. The only thing you have to watch is, can Jamel Dean stay healthy? He's been nicked up a lot in his career, so if he stays healthy, I think that's a really good move.
All right, Ray, thank you so much for doing this. Real quick break, then just a couple of more minutes with Ray Fittipaldo. And for everything that is the draft and always the world of sports, you got to get the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. We obviously carry it at Coons Market. I've got the app on my phone. If you don't have it, get it. So wherever you're at, you're always plugged in what's happening in our community that is Pittsburgh and the region with the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Back with more in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Larry Richard for Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. Refresh your home with beautiful custom window treatments made in Lachina's Pittsburgh factory. No middlemen, just unbeatable factory direct prices. Save on blinds, shades, shutters, and more. Professionally measured and installed by Lachina. Call 412-665-4900 or go to lachinadrapery.com to schedule a free shop at home appointment or visit one of Lachina's 2 showrooms. Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. The quality you deserve, prices you'll appreciate.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, starting next week and every Sunday right through the draft, joining Greg and I and Ted will be Don Barclay, former Green Bay Packer, roots in this area, Seneca Valley's high school football coach. So we're really excited about that. And whenever I can get this guy on, you know I'm going to reach out moving forward. Busy guy, but nice to have him anytime. One more segment, an extra round, if you will. He is Ray Fittipaldo. So, Ray, as you look around the National Football League, the whole Max Crosby thing blew me away when it went down, and then it kind of imploded in front of our very eyes. And Hendrickson, that free agent out of Cincinnati, now ends up in Baltimore. So let's begin within our conference. So what do you make of the whole Max Crosby situation? Was it the banged up knee on the road to recovery, or do you think they may have simply got cold feet losing 2 first-round picks over the next 2 years, Baltimore?
Well, you never know, but their GM, Eric DaCosta, did do an interview, and he swears that, it was the MRI, and, I guess he didn't go into detail because there are some privacy issues there, but the bottom line is he wasn't able to pass a physical. Now, there's a lot of the NFL, a lot of opposing GMs who think that's, a bunch of BS, but that's the story there. And when you look at it, Rob, they get Trey Hendrickson, who's not Max Crosby, but he's a little bit older, but he's still a very good pass rusher. And you don't have to give up those 2 draft picks. I think in the end, the Ravens did pretty well in regard to that. But if you look at their entire offseason to this point, they lost like 7 free agents. They lost Linderbaum to the Raiders. They lost a bunch of other guys. So it hasn't been a great start to free agency for the Ravens.
Listen, Barclay, I'm going to ask him next week, an old offensive lineman. Who would have ever thought an offensive lineman, a center, Tyler Linderbaum, who's now with the Raiders, is going to get $27 million, not life of the contract, but per year. That's staggering. That's a lot of money for an old lineman and a center, $27 million per year.
Yeah, and usually centers are the last to get paid. As you know, the right tackles and the left tackles especially get paid first if you're a lineman. But, you saw the salary cap go up by 25 to 30 million. So you're going to see these salaries going up. Even for interior offensive linemen, they're going to go up as well. Look at the guard market this year. There are guards out there who are making $15-20 million a year. So everyone's going to be, taking advantage of the salary cap going up.
All right, just a couple of things. Let's get back to the Steelers. Obviously, the quarterback situation. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's my gut feeling. But, when Will Howard had success at Ohio State, he had 2 NFL ready-made wide receivers. And I look at DK and I look at Pittman Jr. And now that Kyler Murray's in Minnesota, Rodgers has pretty much run out of options. And whether or not he comes here, we'll have to wait and see. But I still think in the back of the mind of Mike McCarthy, he wants to roll the dice with Will Howard and see what this guy can do. Make any sense at all or not?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, there was no interest from the Steelers in signing Kyler Murray or Malik Willis. Those were probably the 2 biggest names in the free agent quarterback market here the last couple of weeks. So there was zero interest on the part of the Steelers. So I think, their plan A is for Aaron Rodgers to come back. That's the way they would want this to unfold. Will Howard learning behind him, and then Mason Rudolph rounding out the quarterback room. But it's also obvious that if Aaron Rodgers pulls a little bit of a surprise, and if he retires this offseason, then I think they're very comfortable with Will Howard and Mason Rudolph. Would they bring in another veteran? Yeah, probably. But I think what we're seeing here is the confidence inside that building in Will Howard. It's real. They think he has a lot of potential, and they would just get started with that process a year early.
So how do you think he fell so far in the draft? I mean, especially after winning the national championship. And recently somebody was running numbers between Fernando Mendoza, who won it this year, obviously, right after a year removed. Physical, same characteristics, numbers pretty much the same. Howard actually had better numbers in certain situations. Why do you think he fell so far in the draft?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting debate. Maybe the arm, his accuracy, being able to make all the NFL throws. I think people will point to Ohio State and the weapons he had there. They'll say, oh, all you had to do was just get it close to his receiver, and, they would go out there and make plays for him. And listen, Will Howard looks the part of an NFL quarterback, big strapping guy, 6'4". He's that AFC North type of quarterback that the Steelers are looking for. But the other thing about it is he's mobile enough, but he's not going to be a guy who's going to run for 50 or 60 yards a game. He's basically good enough to escape pressure, maybe run a read option every once in a while. But he's not one of these great athletes who's going to be going out there and running the ball. I would say he's more like an early Ben Roethlisberger than a Josh Allen. So he's going to be able to escape once in a while, but he's not going to be one of these guys where you're running read option all the time. So, some physical limitations, but like I said, Mike McCarthy is really high on him, and whether Aaron Rodgers comes back or not, that's going to be a big part of McCarthy's plan in 2026, getting him ready to play whenever that opportunity comes.
What I love about Omar Khan, for years he was the numbers guy, and that's what he was kind of focused on, and that's what people praised him about. But not only is he willing to count and really make sure the numbers are there when it comes to financial news and notes, but he's willing to spend it. But the thing about Omar Khan, and Greg and I alluded to this just minutes ago, he's not afraid to wheel and deal, is he?
No, he's not. And look, 2 years in a row, they go ahead and make a trade for a receiver. I mean, Rob, who would have thought that, 10, 15 years ago, the way the Steelers were able to draft and develop receivers all those years? There was never, ever a time they had to go out and make trades to get a receiver. But they've had some questionable drafts at the end of Kevin Colbert's tenure. And now Omar, in year 4 is still trying to fix that. Didn't really get it done his first couple of years. But I think now, with Metcalf coming last year, Pittman coming this year, like I said earlier, you go out and get yourself a receiver either in the first or second, maybe third round, and then that receiving core is back to maybe what we've been used to over the years with the Steelers. And don't forget, Mike McCarthy, coming from the Packers and Cowboys, always had really good receiving cores. They'll go back to Jordy Nelson and Donald Driver and Greg Jennings and all those great teams, that team that beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl. And then you go to the Cowboys. They had CeeDee Lamb and, some others who were really good there. So that's going to be a big part of his arsenal, and I think that's what this offseason is all about. The trade with Pittman was first. Now they're going to address it in the draft as well.
Last thing for Ray Fittipaldo. Are they that desperate, or is he worth it? How in the world? And this was probably the biggest shock of the week for me. Daniel Jones, who's run out of New York, at times, and I repeat, at times, showed some glimmer of not stardom, but a quarterback that could be considered a franchise quarterback. And I'm thinking, okay, he's going to get franchise tagged. Okay, then he can now negotiate something else. So maybe $50 million, but $80 million that could be $100 million, not over 3 or 4, and half of it guaranteed. But we're talking 2 years. Look, I've always had respect for the Irsay family, and I think the Dodgers are going to do a great job. But I mean, Daniel Jones gets a contract for 2 years that could be as much as $100 million. Did anybody see that coming?
I just think it's the price of doing business in the NFL. You look a couple of years ago, Baker Mayfield signs for, I think, 3 years, $100 million. It's basically $33 million a year. And, he's done pretty well. I think, Tampa Bay got to the playoffs 1 year. And, I think if you would ask people down there, they're pretty happy with that signing. Now, if Daniel Jones gets the Colts to the playoffs, I think they will feel the same way. But like I said, salary cap keeps going up from 33 to 40 million. That's the price if you want to do business with an established NFL quarterback. Now, he might not be the greatest. He might only be a top 15 guy, but that's the going rate. The Baker Mayfields, the Daniel Joneses, that's the type of money those guys are going to make.
You think people are settling in now with Mike McCarthy as the coach?
I think so, and I think people are warming up to it too. Obviously, Rob, he has to win. The Steelers didn't bring him here to rebuild. He has a lot of confidence in some of the players that Omar already has in place, and they've spent the last couple of months, trying to get to free agency in the draft where Mike can get some more players who will fill out his roster and, his style of play. So I think we saw that with Rico Dowdle coming in for Kenneth Gainwell. That's his guy from Dallas, and I think you're going to see more of those move. More of Mike's types of players will be brought in, so he feels a little bit more comfortable as he gets ready for his first season.
We'll continue to read all about it in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Ray, always a pleasure. Thank you for your time, okay?
Thank you, Rob. Talk to you again.
All right, there he goes. You got to get that Post-Gazette app. I'm telling you, I start my day, spend my day, end my day, all day. I'm not doing the thing that I do during the week in the way of talking about the war in Iran, and I'm not talking sports definitely without the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette and, of course, Odyssey right here, that other hometown team. Short break. Ted Arnaud coming up. A couple of more segments on the National Football League, and then we'll call it a day on this Selection Sunday and Oscar Sunday, too. So it's a big evening for folks who love the world of entertainment. And let's face it, there is no bigger entertainment than the NCAA tournament. We'll be back.
This is Greg Truzinski of the Original Mattress Factory. OMF is kind of a unicorn in the mattress business. We build every mattress ourselves, right here in town, with quality materials that last. Then, we sell them directly to you, no middleman marking up the price. The result? Better quality mattresses for less money. That combination shouldn't exist, but it does. And you can see it for yourself by stopping by any of our locations around town. Or check us out at originalmattress.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It is 63 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh Regional Transit Police continuing their investigation after a person was shot while on a PRT bus Saturday afternoon. The incident happened just before 5 o'clock Saturday afternoon on a P1 bus near the Homewood Station on the East Busway. Police say 2 juveniles who may have been responsible for the shooting got off the bus at the Homewood Station stop and then fled. The person who was shot was taken to a hospital in critical condition. No other injuries were reported. The East Busway was temporarily closed on Saturday evening. It has since reopened. Well, the Municipal Water Authority of Aliquippa continues their boil water advisory for customers in Raccoon and Potter Townships in Beaver County. The authority says there was a power outage at the Raccoon Township booster station, and residents should boil water for 1 minute and let it cool before using. No word on when that boil water advisory will be lifted. KDK Radio News Time is 12:31. Next update's at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country.
with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, windy and warmer, a high near 70. Shower late tonight, low 55. Showers and storms to start tomorrow, giving way to afternoon snow showers, so we fall from the 60s into the 40s. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Daker, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, here we go. Let's push through the weekend, and we'll be back Monday. Colin Dunlap, can't wait to talk to you on Monday, 2 to 6 right here, KDK.
It is Selection Sunday, so before we get to the X and O's of the National Football League, let's talk dollars and cents, the gaming industry, from FanDuel to Rivers to Mountaineer to Prescal to the Meadows and more. It is a big splash for this evening and beyond for the next month, and Teddy is here. He is the gaming expert, made his living in building brands that have been felt for generations and still building great relationships across this great country. So, Teddy, why does it work so much in college basketball, more so than we've seen with the extension of the football playoffs in college football when it comes to this industry? As we always say, just a few shekels to keep you on the edge of your seat. Good afternoon.
Well, obviously the college basketball playoffs have been so big for so long. I mean, how many people get into different pools, et cetera, because of the basketball playoffs. But football playoffs really have changed. You've gone to the different way they select the playoff candidates. So it's a bit different for football. It's not as standardized, and there's not as many participants as there are in basketball. I mean, you got the whole rosters, you got different bets you can try and make with respect to so many different players and teams that it just basketball lends itself. It has always really lent itself to more pools, more everything for the bettors.
All right, so let me ask you, I'm not saying they're doing this purposely, but extending more teams in the football playoffs will make it more interesting, and with name, image, and likeness, you have to do a little more homework.
Exactly right. Well, that's what they have in basketball. You got some of these, dream teams that come in, and you got some far out teams that come in, and you got the different players. But now in football, by extending or expanding the playoff roster, you're going to have a lot more action in the gaming arena for the football playoffs.
Last thing about gaming with Ted Arnaud, I'm a fan of prop bets. It always makes it interesting, but the more and more people that I talk to, even the professionals, are saying that they don't believe that'll be around forever, especially in the pro game, these prop bets. Your thoughts about that?
Well, it's a harder bet to control for the different regulatory agencies. And I think that's going to play into it, just like these prediction bets. I mean, you're betting on everything all over the place right at the moment. And I think I think the players will probably get wary of it, the bettors, I mean, so that they'll change the way they're looking at it. I mean, the prop bets, I mean, you've got to be on top of the program, and it takes really, in my opinion, a lot of attention away from the game.
It does. Okay, let's run through a couple of paragraphs with the Steelers' misses and hits, and then we'll let you jump in here. So Michael Pittman Jr. Traded with the Colts for a veteran wideout to bolster the passing game. Cornerback Jamal Dean added as the top cornerback, 3 years, $36.75. Running back Rico Dowdle replacing Gainwell, added running back depth to the backfield. Cornerback Asante Samuel Jr. retained the cornerback to strengthen the secondary. Isaac Seumalo lost that starting guard to the Arizona Cardinals. Also, they get awarded 4 compensatory picks, received extra 2026 NFL draft picks. They signed linebacker Cole Holcomb, added depth to the linebacker core on a 2-year deal. Released tight end Jonas Smith, released the tight end, freeing up roster space, and missed on free agents' experiences as far as in the running back position like Najee Harris, along with James Daniels, and quarterback Justin Fields, who I knew he was not coming back. Also targeting offensive line upgrades reportedly has been on the Steelers' mind as they move towards the draft. Now that they've got Pittman Jr., they may not be going after a wideout at pick 21 if they don't trade up. All right, Teddy, your thoughts on that and some of the moves that the Steelers made, some hits and misses this past week.
I think they've had a lot of hits. I think one of the misses, which I think would have added to the depth, is Calvin Austin, who I thought was a good player, and he signed for $1.5 million, which in the terms that we're talking about is really a pittance. But I thought that was a little bit of a miss. But overall, I think they've done very, very well in free agency. I think they've filled some needs. I think they got to do a little bit more homework on the line. Obviously, they need that left side of the line to really become more solid. And I don't know if they're going to look at free agency or look at the draft. My guess is a combination of both. And I think they got to start, even though they extended his contract by a year, they got to start looking at, okay, who's going to replace Cam Hayward down the road? I mean, he's not going to be here forever, although it kind of seems that way. And the way that he plays indicates that he just might be here forever. But they need to fill that position. They need to fill that offensive line position. But to me, what they did trade for, I really like Gainwell, but he was absolutely worth giving up for Donald. So I think they've strengthened overall everything that they've wanted to, and now it's just kind of fill in the blanks.
Well, and Donald, too, he's a McCarthy guy. And listen, when you're the coach, you have that right to bring in some of your guys, people you feel comfortable with, because you can not only, know what you're getting as far as on the field, but you can help build relationships off the field and make that locker room even stronger. So that does make all the sense in the world.
Absolutely, it does. And I've watched his plays, like you and I watch the NFL channel probably way more than we ever should. But he's a running back. He's a strong running back. So it's going to be very interesting having him in the backfield and to add some depth with Jaylen Warren filling in the other spot. Going to be a pretty strong backfield.
All right, so a couple of other things about the Steelers, then we're going to move on. It's been a busy week in the National Football League. Ted Arnaud, of course, always talking the NFL throughout the years we count down to the draft. So I asked Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette, of all the stories that he has covered connected to Pittsburgh, is this the biggest, the draft? And, he talked about World Series, Super Bowls, what have you. But when you look at the global footprint and how many people, some say as many as 700,000 will be trickling through the city of Pittsburgh, obviously our friend, the Honorable Mayor Corey O'Connor, doing a whole lot to make it look absolutely spectacular. I don't think I've ever been around a story bigger in my lifetime that affects people from the world of sports around the world, but also fans of not just sports, but spectacles. This may be the biggest thing I've ever been involved in my broadcast career, Teddy.
Oh, I agree with you, especially, Pittsburgh's a mid-sized NFL city. And to have the draft as big as it's become over the last couple of years coming in to Pittsburgh, I think it's huge. And I think just, you look at everything involved with Pittsburgh. You got that new TV show called The Pit that's about a Pittsburgh hospital.
Right.
You've got the draft coming in. You got Corey O'Connor, new young mayor who's the legacy of his father and obviously his mother also, and his brother and his sister. I mean, this is storybook stuff.
Well, I texted him today. I was in the studio, and, my attention span can be fleeting, but I was kind of zooming around, taking a look at the room. I always try to look up on the TVs in case I'm missing something when the news is on a Sunday morning. And they had him and his bride at the St. Patrick's Day parade. And I mentioned it on the air as I was sending him a text. Boy, what a beautiful, lovely thing to see, and how proud his mom and dad would be. Here he is, Corey O'Connor of that great family, like his father, being at the St. Patrick's Day parade as the mayor of the city, as his father was in Pittsburgh. It doesn't get any better. That's a storybook type of story, Ted.
Absolutely it is. And, we know the family very well. You know how close we were with Bob O'Connor and just missed him so much when he passed. But you knew that the family was going to stay strong, and they have Heidi and Terry, and that just a great family. And to see Corey filling those shoes right now, and I think he's going to make that mayor's position something special.
Well, I don't mean for you to editorialize, but one of the things you've taught me a lot of things about commodities, about life, about business, and I've never forgotten any of them. You would always say, follow the money. And when he decided to open the budget up again and say, look, we got a problem here, and I said to myself, he might have heard Ted telling Bob something about something else many years ago, but follow the money. This young man is doing some really bold things, and he's only been in there a couple of months. And I am a little biased, and I loved his dad, and I loved his mom, and we loved the family, but as a sheer politician, a public servant, he's hitting it out of the park. It's been 5 stars. I mean, it's early, but the guy has not disappointed at all, Ted.
No, I agree with you. And like we said, he just comes from a great heritage, and he's a great young man, a great young mayor, great young politician, great young family. He's really a jolt of life for Pittsburgh, I think, and he's got all these events that are coming in around him, and I know Corey is going to take and maximize everything he can out of all of them.
So I got to ask you this, and I've been around you for 20 plus years, and I know you've lost friends, family, and you've been through ups and downs as we all have, but I have to ask you, I mean, I know it affected me. I had a relationship, obviously, with his administration and him, even before he became mayor, but you took his death really hard. What was it about Bob O'Connor that touched your soul that deep?
We were just very close. We were more like, almost like a brother. I would go to his events. He'd come to our events. And I just got to know him so really well, and his family. And I went in when he became sick. I went in to see him as much as I could, and then you were there at his funeral. It was a combination of political and religious and everything event that just really showed how important he was to the city. And we were just very close, not just business-wise or anything. We were talking about family all the time, we were just very close.
It's kind of amazing, and we're going to go to break, but when he used to say Red Up Pittsburgh, these are the kind of events that he wanted to have in Pittsburgh, and it's ironic, his son, now the mayor, they're bringing the biggest event the city has ever seen, the NFL draft. No one would be more happy than Bob O'Connor.
Oh, he'd be excited. He would really be excited because when we had the box at the stadium, he would come in and he would very quickly become the center of attention. And we had, Jerome Bettis' family on one side, 84 Lumber and all of their people on the other side. Right. And it was Bob who was really attracting a lot of attention. And he would come in and it was very low key, nothing special, dressed up. He would be wearing sweatpants part of the time. But, I mean, he was just that kind of guy, shake everybody's hand, had that smile, that gleaming smile that Corey has.
He was.
And just made everybody feel very comfortable.
Such a great guy. All right, we'll come back. A little more football with Teddy before we let him go and enjoy the rest of the weekend. Stay with us. This is the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, KDKA Pittsburgh.
We're only 39 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Having trouble keeping up with your electric bill? Duquesne Light Company can help customers manage costs through their Customer Assistance Program. Flexible payment plans, budget billing, rebates, and more. Duquesne Light realizes these are difficult times, and they are all committed to supporting our communities. Discover how you can save money and stay comfortable in your home year-round by visiting DuquesneLight.com/assistance. That's DuquesneLight.com/assistance.
You shouldn't go anywhere without Sniper. Larry Richard with Andy Amrine from EV True Value Hardware.
Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant, kills all those germs, bacteria, viruses, mold, everything, Larry. Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant. You need it for your home, your office, your car, everywhere. Let's get those germs killed now.
Simply spray and walk away. Available at participating True Value Hardware stores or online at disinfectwithsniper.com.
I have questions for you. Do you think any of us grow up wanting to be fat and unhealthy? Do you think any of us want to be put on more meds? Do you think any of us want to keep buying bigger clothes year after year? How about feeling tired all the time and not feeling good? I think not. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Many of these issues are positively changed with our diet. You don't know what to put in your mouth? You don't have the willpower? That's why you deal with me. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN. We can make great things happen in a short period of time.
Larry Older here. You know, one of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like that of Sandra. She tells us, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on the radio for a couple of years, and I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping my back pain. I know the feeling. With a 3-week quick start, she said, I went for it. Now I feel like a new person. That's Sandra's own words, and it's so gratifying to hear. I've told you about my brother Kirk, having difficulty going up and down the stairs in the morning. He wouldn't listen to me. I told him to take Relief Factor. He finally did. Began moving better, feeling stronger. Too bad he didn't listen earlier. Try it for yourself. The 3-week quick start. And see how Relief Factor could be your game changer, too. It is only $19.95. Think about it. Do the math. Less than $1 a day. So, call 800-4RELIEF. That's 800, the number 4RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com, all one word, relieffactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4RELIEF, relieffactor.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, 10 on 0, one more segment talking the National Football League. And don't forget, Don Barclay, former NFL lineman, now the head football coach at Seneca Valley, begins his draft run with us starting next Sunday in the noon hour. Ray Fittipaldo will drop by from time to time when his schedule permits. Of course, Craig and Ted, we're going to be all over this NFL draft, and of course, Odyssey Radio Row, 93.7 The Fan as well. So let's talk about some other things in the National Football League. And I hit on a few things with Ray, and I want to make sure I get to these notes with you so we've covered everything. I want to talk about Mike Evans leaving Tampa Bay, going to the 49ers, $60.4 million. Does he make them a game changer as far as the postseason is concerned? Mike Evans, future Hall of Famer, but may his best years be behind him. Many think that these games will be looked upon the years in Tampa Bay as opposed to what he can do in the other city by the bay. Go ahead, Teddy.
I think they'll be able to design a lot of offense around him. I don't think his days are over at all. He's a good player. He obviously had his prime, and he's really made the most of it when he was in Tampa Bay. But San Francisco is going to be a good team because of him. Well, they are a good team, but he's going to certainly be accretive as to their chances of getting in the playoffs and going deeper in the playoffs. So I like him. He's a good player.
All right. One of the other teams being mentioned as a Super Bowl contender, Matthew Stafford is back, Puka Nacua, but there is talk that A.J. Brown, it may happen after the draft, but it looks as though the L.A. Rams have reached out to Philadelphia as opposed to New England, where many people thought A.J. Brown would have already been gone as of last week. But right now he's an Eagle. But could he fly high and head to the other side of the country and be a member of the Rams? And what would that do for the Rams if he ends up in that offense?
Well, they're pretty strong as it is, with maybe one of the best quarterbacks, if not the best quarterbacks in the game. Puka is he's out of control. I don't even know how he makes the plays that he does. But, wow, what an addition that would be to that organization. And they would immediately be looked at as a Super Bowl contender. I mean, obviously they got to win some games to get into the playoff, but what an addition.
Listen, you always seem to be ahead of the curve, even when it comes to sports book betting. You talked about it years ago when we used to say for entertainment purposes only. Now it's the real deal. And Selection Sunday today, all of these casinos are going to be jumping in places like FanDuel, which is good for business and it's good for the economy. But you've always talked about the offensive line and the interior line and how important special teams, how crucial they are. But did you ever think that a center would be getting a contract for 3 years that would pay him an average yearly salary of $27 million? Tyler Lindenbaum, now a member of the Las Vegas Raiders. What do you think?
No, you wouldn't think that, but if there's a center that's gonna get it, you'd have to be looking at him as the prime candidate. But there's going to be that position is so pivotal, as you and I have talked about over the years. That's the quarterback of the line. I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but that's the position that the rest of the line generally keys off, and they become very important players. And an offensive line has to be able to work. I've analogized it to an orchestra where all of the different pieces have to be in sync. And so I think offensive linemen are very, very important. And I think having a consistent offensive line and a great centers is the key. I mean, look at the Steelers, how many of the great centers have really caused the Steelers to go and win the kind of Super Bowls that they have.
You think Adam Frazier, heading into his third year out of West Virginia, you think someday they'll look upon him in that category?
I absolutely do. Former wrestling champ. The wrestling champs always seem to be able to do pretty well at center.
Like Lindenbaum.
He's got the leverage. He's a player. He's been a good player. I watched him when he was in high school, watched him when he went to WVU, and I think he's certainly the anchor and going to become an even more important anchor of the offensive line for the Steelers.
All right, so Hendrickson now going to be a member of the Ravens. Bengals let him go, and this guy in 23-24 was the league's top sack leader on the defensive side of the football, gave names like T.J. Watt a run for their money. He is now healthy, and he's ready to go. They get him $112 million over 4 years. I mean, that's not on the cheap, but it's not, a whole lot of money. Plus, they're going to hang on to their first-round pick this year and next year. But he's also going to be playing with a chip on his shoulder against the team who basically showed him the door in the same conference. What does he do for the Ravens defense, which has been struggling of late?
Well, their defensive line has not played up to their standards. Usually you think of the Ravens as a really strong defensive team. The battles that they've had with Pittsburgh over the years, generally the games are decided by 3 points because they become a defensive struggle. And they didn't have that. And I think adding him is going to certainly make them stronger along those lines. And, hate to see it, but he's going to shore up pretty weak defensive line, make them that much better.
Make sense of this one if you can. So Daniel Jones gets close to $100 million over 2 years, between 88 and 100, but he's going to get a whole lot of money, much more than I would have ever paid him, but so be it. But then you hear names like Justin Fields kind of fall to the wayside. Geno Smith now picked up by the Jets. Many people believe it's the end of the road for him. Boy, an opportunity to get to the dance is one thing, but in most cases as an NFL quarterback, you don't remain there very long. Even hearing Russell Wilson may be signed to be a backup now in Kansas City and also to get them over that bridge until Patrick Mahomes gets healthy again. What is it about this position that's so difficult? It's either feast or famine, and sometimes you're feasting, but then next thing you know, they take your plate away from you. Why is it so tough being a consistent NFL quarterback?
Because the game has really centered on the pass. And the passing teams, the great passing teams, are the one that move on and do great things. And for that, you need the quarterback. Obviously, you need the receivers, but you need the quarterback. And they're the stars of the league. You can't, if we look over the last few Super Bowls and beyond, it's been quarterback play that's really gotten them there. I mean, there's a lot of other parts to the puzzle, but having a great quarterback is really important.
Teddy, so when you look at this Steelers team, and I love the fact that Omar Khan's willing to roll the dice in 30 seconds, do you like our chances, even though we haven't really figured out who's at quarterback? Can we be more than just competitive in this conference?
I think we got to figure out two things: the left side of the offensive line and that quarterback position. And until we do that, and really solidify it. And I'm not sure. I think Aaron Rodgers had a good year. I think considering everything, but until we solidify it around a steady franchise quarterback, I think they're going to always be in the mix.
Right.
The Steelers will always be in the mix.
I think
so.
But
I think there's a couple of parts that are missing.
I couldn't agree more. Teddy, have a great week. We always appreciate your effort. You're the man. We'll take a short break. News at 1, then more fun and merriment throughout the day here at KDK. Back all week, 6 to 10. Till then, have a great week, everybody.
My car smells fresh, so fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. Got that Febreze car on the vents, living life with that just clean freshness. Febreze car, if you know, up to 40 days a cent on low. My car smells fresh, so fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. That's right, breathe happy Febreze, la 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 la.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. Many retailers use a computer program to tell you which mattress to buy after answering a few questions. That's not how finding the right mattress works. At OMF, our associates take the time to understand your specific needs. They'll guide you through our showroom, explain the differences between models, and help you select the right mattress. No computers, no gimmicks, just personal attention and quality mattresses built locally. Visit any showroom and experience the OMF difference for yourself.
On Thursday, April 9th, join Center for Victims for our 50-year gala, Lighting Candles in the Darkness. It's an evening honoring hope, healing, and resilience. Reserve your ticket today. centerforvictims.org.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 65 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Duquesne Light says they have brought in outside crews from places as far away as Florida and even Canada to help with the restoration of power to Pittsburgh area after Friday's high winds knocked out the power to hundreds of thousands of customers. Here's Duquesne Light Operations Director Matt Nystien. He said over 500 mutual aid trucks have come in or are coming into town to help.
I think that's one of the things that we took away from last year's storm was if we need help, we're going to call help. We're going to call them in as quickly as we can, and we're going to call in as many of them as we can.
Duquesne Light with a press release just moments ago saying they have restored power to 130,000 customers. Right now, 25,000 customers in Allegheny County still without power. 2,600 customers still without power in Beaver County. As far as West Penn Power is concerned, they have about 1,700 customers in Allegheny County. They're still without power at this hour. 2,400 still without power in Butler County. And when it comes to Washington and Westmoreland counties, about 2,500 without power still in Washington and 3,000 without power still in Westmoreland County. Pittsburgh Regional Transit investigating after a person was shot while on a PRT bus Saturday afternoon. PRT police say the incident happened just before 5 o'clock on a P1 bus near the Homewood station on the East Busway. Police say 2 juveniles who may have been responsible for the shooting got off the bus at the Homewood station and fled. The person who was shot then was taken to a hospital in critical condition. No other injuries reported. The East Busway was temporarily closed Saturday evening. It has since reopened. Municipal Water Authority of Aliquippa has issued a boil water advisory for customers in Raccoon Township and Potter Township. The authority says there was a power outage at the Raccoon Township booster station. Residents should boil water for 1 minute and let it cool before using. No word on when that boil water advisory will be lifted. KDK Radio News time is 1:02. We have the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
I'm John Morgan at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Magical March savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, fresh boneless, skinless chicken breasts or breast tenders are $2.89 a pound. In the produce department, large heads of green cabbage are 39 cents a pound. In the deli, available every Friday, Coons batter dip fish sandwiches are $11.99 each. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper 12-pack, 12-ounce cans are $6.99 each.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will be a windy and warmer one with clouds, a high near 70. Showers late tonight, low 55. Showers and storms tomorrow morning, giving way to snow showers in the afternoon, 60s to 40s. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Degger, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded. The following is paid for by Schultz Ford. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA. This is Cars, Stars, and everything in between. He's the star, Richard Bazzi from Schultz Ford. SchultzFord.com. I'm Bubba from 100.7 Star, and boy, do we have a real star joining us today. Jamie DeRoy, a 10-time Tony Award winner, American producer of Broadway plays, cabaret, stage, film, and TV. It's just unbelievable, and a fellow Taylor Autodice High School graduate that we were just talking about earlier, and we were talking about the foundation. Which is a Pittsburgh-based foundation called the Irving and Aaron DeRoy Gruber Foundation that you established in 2000. Could you tell everybody listening what that's all about?
Well, my mother, Erin L. DeRoy Gruber, was an artist. If you've ever driven by Frick Park and you're like coming up Penn Avenue and go on Fifth Avenue or vice versa, you will see this huge, gorgeous steel sculpture. It's called Cityscape.
Yes, I've seen it.
Is owned by the city of Pittsburgh. And for years, it was in the city-county building. And then it was repaired and moved to that spot. it's a much better spot than it ever had, and it's just so beautiful. But she died a while ago, and then few years after, followed by my father, and they left behind this foundation that it gives money away to artists that are starting their careers, and it also houses her art, which is pretty vast. So that the art goes sometimes to various museums or galleries or whatever to be displayed or whatnot. And it's nice to, that it carries on her memory. I think it's great.
And I know exactly the sculpture you're referring to because I'm born and raised in Greenfield, Squirrel Hill. So I've driven past it many, many times.
I grew up in Squirrel Hill too.
That's awesome. Richard grew up in Munhall, which is right across the Homestead Grays Bridge. So we're all from the same basic area.
How funny.
No, Munhall was better. Jamie, how would somebody become involved? How would somebody be an investor in one of your plays? How would that happen?
If they wanted to invest, they could probably just email me at jamiederoy@aol.com and say, I'm interested. My investors vary. They come from all walks of life. You have to be able to afford to lose whatever you put in, because when you write the check, hopefully you're going to, get it all back and you're going to make some money, but you can't do this like this is going to put your child through college, because it's not a dependable investment. I mean, I don't know exactly what is anymore, but it's a fun investment. I will say that. I've never had fun losing money in the stock market, but I've had fun with the money I've made in the stock market. So it's a fun way to, if you have some extra money to play with it. When my dad started, I'm sure that $1,000 in his day in 1954 and 1955, was relatively, we look at it, it's like nothing. But in those days, it was something.
It sure was.
Of course, today, it's more money to enter into a production. But I mean, I got into it totally by accident. I just was sent to see a play that was brought over for one night at Alice Tully Hall called The Complete Works of William Shakespeare Abridged, done by these three guys that comprised of the Reduced Shakespeare Company. And they took all the Shakespeare plays and they just squished them all up and covered every play, but in a really funny way. And Jeffrey Richards, who was a press agent then, called me the next day. How did I like it? I said, I loved it. It was hysterical and clever and smart. And he said, how would you like to produce it? I was like, huh? I never done that. I never had done anything like that. And I said, well, what does that take? He said, raising money. I said, Jeffrey, I have never raised money in my life. And I was married at the time, and my husband said, well, why don't you try? So I tried, and I was, I pulled it off. And then I didn't do it for a while because I was pretty busy. That was like 95. I mean, we opened early 95. And I didn't do it again for a while because I was really busy with my variety show, Jamie DeRoy and Friends. And so it took me a while to get back on the boards. And I came back on the boards with, it was Frank Gorshin in Say Goodnight, Gracie, and then Cheetah Rivera in The Dancer's Life. And then it just started snowballing.
And I know this is so hard for you, and I know you have so many children, and there's got to be one, though, that is so near and dear to your heart that you embraced and just watched it grow and flourish, and you really love, just stands out a little bit more.
Wow. Well, I don't know. Gentleman's Guide to Love and Murder might have been one, only because I knew one of the creators from Cabaret. Stephen Luttvack. I used to produce the Mac ABSCAP Songwriter Showcase, and before that, it was just, the Mac Showcase, and I would get songwriters to present their songs. And Stephen was always really talented. He wrote a really funny song called "Bagel Makers to the Stars." It was really clever.
That's brilliant.
And, it started with bagels, and it went into Bialys.
That's awesome.
But I guess, I sort of, kept hearing about that and watching it from, its early roots. So that might have been one. And I tell you, I fell in love with the cast. Jefferson Mays is incredible, and Bryce Pinkham were the two big stars of it. And I'm still friendly, with them to this day. So, but again, so many of these productions are just, there's always something about them that's really, really, really special. Even if they don't make it, there's always something special. And I don't think I've regretted one production I've ever done.
Wow.
That is really an amazing thing to say. Now, were you concerned about the future of theater through this COVID closure?
Well, I wish it would go away, because it is making it harder, and still we have to be extremely careful. Last night I was at a benefit where they honored Samuel L. Jackson and LaTanya Richardson Jackson, his wife. Now, LaTanya directed the piano lesson. She also was in To Kill a Mockingbird on Broadway, and which I was involved with. But Samuel came in, had pictures taken. He saw all the people. He has to go do a movie for a few days to come back to the show. He was scared. He said, "I got to go home. I can't afford to get sick."
Unbelievable.
Isn't that something?
So in other words, it has really changed things forever in one way or another.
Absolutely.
Jamie, Richard, we always say this. Whenever we have amazing guests, we always say that we run out of time before we get through. Jamie, can we bring you back at a future date to be on Car Stars and everything in between? Because I feel like we just scratched the surface with you.
I would absolutely love it.
I am not even close to done.
I know. Let's do it again. Jamie DeRoy, welcome, and thank you for being on Car Stars and everything in between on 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA.
Thank you.
The preceding program was pre-recorded. The preceding was paid for by Schultz Ford. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit allegiantfcu.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
I'm with Joe Potocnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a Platinum Preferred Contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the Platinum Preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Serving Allegheny County for 50 years and supporting survivors of crime, Center for Victims invites you to its Lighting Candles in the Darkness Gala, Thursday, April 9th. It's an evening honoring hope, healing, and resilience. Visit centerforvictims.org.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by D'Onofrio Law Office PC. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
Welcome to estate planning during these uncertain times. I'm attorney John D'Onofrio. I'm located in Pittsburgh, and I have been practicing law for 40 years. The last 37 years right here in Pennsylvania. My practice is limited to estate planning and asset protection. My goal for every client is to make certain that they have the proper estate planning documents. The way that I achieve the goal is to take the following steps. I offer everyone who contacts my office an initial complimentary consultation. At the meeting, I discuss the various aspects of estate planning. I find out the needs, goals, and objectives of the person. I find out what type of assets the person has and what the value of the estate is. Of course, I answer all of the person's questions. After that, I give my professional opinion as to which documents would best serve the person and protect their assets. Then and only then do I quote them a fair and reasonable fee. Person may retain me or not. I do not sell services, rather I give options. You may need a simple will, or you may need a more advanced estate planning, such as revocable trust. Again, I explain the different types of estate planning documents, answer your questions, give my professional opinion as to which documents I feel will best suit your needs, but then you decide on how you would like to proceed. If you don't already have a living trust to protect your house and other hard-earned assets from the probate process, it's not entirely your fault. There is a lot of information out there, and it can be confusing. Many times, that information overload keeps you from taking action. That's okay. I'm here to help. If you've been concerned about the past and that it's too complicated to create a living trust, I want to put those fears to rest. I will properly and efficiently create the legal documents of your choice for you. Planning ahead can be gratifying and empowering. If you don't already have a living trust to protect your house and other hard-earned assets from the probate process, it's not entirely your fault. There is a lot of information out there, and it can be confusing. Many times, that information overload keeps you from taking action. That's okay. I'm here to help you. If you've been concerned in the past that it's too complicated to create a living trust, I want to put those fears to rest. I will properly and efficiently create the legal documents of your choice specifically for you. Planning ahead can be gratifying and empowering. You just need the right attorney to guide you. The government wants you to think that doing nothing is easier and cheaper than creating a good, solid estate plan. I'm here to tell you that they are wrong. They have their own reasons to make you think that, but it's not quite true. If you ever thought the government wants you to go through the legal process when settling your estate, you are correct. Families in Pennsylvania spend millions of dollars each year going through the probate process in Pennsylvania. If you avoid probate, the government doesn't benefit from you. They want a share of your children's inheritance, just like the IRS wants a share of your income. There are approximately 7,000 probate cases in Allegheny County annually, at a very conservative average of only $600 in costs and fees such as filing fees, recording fees, and inventory fees, collected per case. That is $4,200,000 per year. This does not count ancillary fees for will contests and secondary petitions and other ancillary filings. And that's just one county in Pennsylvania. There are 67 counties in Pennsylvania. What is 67 times $4.2 million, you ask? Well, I just so happen to have done the math for you. It is a staggering $281,400 in probate costs going to the county rather than to your loved ones. That's one crazy number. My goal is to help you keep your assets away from the government. Estate planning is part legal planning and part financial planning if you truly want to protect your assets the proper way. Because of this, I associate with professionals in the financial services field who will review your investments at no charge and make any suggestions on how to properly protect your life savings from the ups and downs of the marketplace, as well as assist you with protecting your assets from Pennsylvania inheritance tax and capital gains taxes where possible. Of course, there is nothing wrong with paying taxes. However, there is something wrong with paying too much tax when the amount could have been reduced or avoided with proper planning. Are you beginning to see a pattern? It costs money to die, money that you worked a lifetime to make and to save, money that should go to your loved ones and not to the county or the PA Department of Revenue or to the Internal Revenue Service. When you file your income tax every year, you don't just say, "Here's what I made, take what you want." Of course you don't. So at the time of death, why should you say, "Here is what I saved after a lifetime of hard work, take what you want, and give the scraps to my children"? No, that would be absurd. So, just like when you file your taxes and you take every deduction and credit that the Internal Revenue Code allows you to take, and you pay the least amount of income tax that you may legally pay, you have the same option when it comes to paying the government when you die. All that you're doing is properly planning, properly legally planning. The probate process in Pennsylvania is very simple. It's just that it can also be expensive. Not the process itself, but the result of going through the process. If you have a last will and testament, you go through the probate process. If you have a living trust, you do not go through the probate process. That is correct. A living trust avoids the probate process. Here is an example of how I can help you. A lady owns a house that she bought in 1995 for $300,000. She is now an elderly lady, so she puts her son's name on the deed with her. Why? Because her friends did the same thing. By placing her son's name on the deed, she made a gift to her son. He didn't pay her 1 penny. When she died, the house was valued at $650,000. The son sold the house for $650,000, and moved to Las Vegas. Sounds pretty good for the son. Wrong. Because the house was titled jointly in both the mother's and the son's names, and the son didn't pay fair market value for his portion of the house, the son had to pay capital gains tax on the $350,000 increase from the original purchase price of $300,000 and the sales price of $650,000. Just because of the way that the house was titled, the son ended up owing $52,500 in capital gains tax to the IRS. Could this have been avoided? Of course. How? By use of a trust. Keep listening and find out exactly how this works. The right type of trust may lower and in some cases eliminate inheritance tax. The amount of money that various government entities collect due to people failing to properly plan their estates is staggering. Don't be a statistic. If you fail to plan, then plan on failing. It is legal to use trusts in Pennsylvania to lower or eliminate capital gains tax and inheritance tax. Just make certain that you are using the proper type of trust. As I already stated, when you file your income tax every April 15th, you take as many deductions and claim as many credits as you legally are allowed within the four corners of the Internal Revenue Code. Why? Because you want to lower your taxes. The same concept holds true for estate planning. By using proper legal estate planning documents and strategies, you are simply protecting your hard-earned assets and lowering the taxes, court costs, and legal fees that your loved ones will have to pay when you pass away. Okay, it's time for the legal disclaimer. In this radio program, you will learn general information about estate planning, trusts, probate in Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania inheritance tax, and capital gains tax, among other estate planning concepts and strategies. Of course, I won't cover every aspect of these topics, as that would be impossible to do in this short format. The information contained herein is not legal advice and doesn't create an attorney-client relationship between you and myself, Attorney John A. D'Onofrio, or my law office, D'Onofrio Law Office, PC. The stories and examples in this radio program are for informational purposes only and do not mean that they will apply to your specific personal situation. Okay, lawyer stuff is out of the way. Now back to the show and let's see what's in it for you. But before we do, 1, 2, 3. My main goal for this program is to hold you by the hand and walk you through some simple concepts that will save your family tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, in unnecessary attorney's fees, inheritance taxes, and capital gains taxes. When you retain my services, my goal isn't to provide you with a stack of legal documents. No, it's to provide you with peace of mind. You will gain peace of mind by having an estate plan drafted specifically for you based on your particular needs, goals, and objectives, as well as based on the type of assets you have and the value of those assets. If you're not sure what type of trust can help you and your family, I'll help you make that decision. Also, please understand this. I am a firm believer that some clients just need a simple last will and testament, a general durable power of attorney, and a healthcare directive. As I stated earlier, this is not cookie cutter. As such, I want to make certain that you have the legal documents that you need, not legal documents that the internet tells you that you must have. In fact, I have thousands of clients who just have a simple will. Of course, I have thousands of clients who have various types of trusts. Preparing for incapacitation or death is all about planning. I will show you how to plan the proper way, painlessly and efficiently at a fair and reasonable cost. Before I go any further, who am I? Again, I'm attorney John D'Onofrio, and I'm a well-established and recognized attorney located in Pittsburgh. My law office is located in Foster Plaza in the Green Tree area of Pittsburgh, and I serve Pittsburgh and the surrounding areas, including Allegheny County, Beaver County, Butler County, and Washington County, as well as most of Western Pennsylvania. If my office is not convenient to you, don't stop listening, because, like an old-fashioned country doctor, I make house calls. If you'd like to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation, call me at 412-928-2068. My phones are answered 24 hours per day, every day of the year. If I'm not in, my answering service will send me a text and an email with your message. So no worries. I will call you back as soon as practical and schedule your complimentary appointment, which is the first step on the road to peace of mind. I can't wait to talk with you. I truly love what I do, and I enjoy meeting new people and assisting them with fulfilling their dreams of a better life for their family by properly planning their estates. My practice focuses on estate planning and the settlement of estates, including, but not necessarily limited to, wills, powers of attorney, healthcare directives, living trusts, residence trusts, special needs trusts, guardianships, probate matters, estate settlement, and of course, trust settlement. Okay, let's really get started. First off, how do you own your house? A simple but very important question. You probably own your house right now in one of these 4 ways. 1. Under your own name. 2. As tenants in the entirety with your spouse. 3. As tenants in common with a third party. And 4. As joint tenants with right of survivorship with your children. If you own your own house under your own name, you probably thought your family would automatically become the owners of your house when something happens to you. The truth is, they won't. They would be forced to go through the probate process and might waste dollars that would have otherwise been inherited by them if your estate was properly planned. If you own your house with your spouse, yes, probate will be avoided, but only for the time being. When the second spouse dies, that is when the house will go through the probate process. If you own your house as tenants in common with a third party, you guessed it, take it to probate. If you own your house as joint tenants with right of survivorship with your children, or with anyone else for that matter, the first ones to die avoid probate. The last to die gets the golden ticket. One of the best ways to avoid the probate process and keep 100% control of your assets is by using a living trust. Also, the way your house is titled will influence whether or not your loved ones will have to pay capital gains tax when they sell the house at the time of your death. This is very crucial. A lot of families don't know how expensive the probate process can be and think, What's so bad about probate? Isn't probate easy in Pennsylvania? Well, as a matter of fact, it is easy. Indeed, it's very easy, but there are still expenses involved. So the question becomes, how much would it cost if you don't have a living trust to avoid the probate process? Legal fees to probate an estate must be fair and reasonable, but they are still expensive. How much you end up paying during the probate process depends in most cases on the value and nature of your assets. Based on the value of your home at a modest $275,000, a $125,000 bank account, $300,000 brokerage account, a $235,000 IRA for one spouse, and a $135,000 IRA for the other spouse, the legal fees may be in the $25,000 to $35,000 range, plus the Register of Wills fees and costs as outlined above. Those fees and costs equal a year's worth of child care or a good portion of college tuition for one of your kids. You're probably thinking, I'm still young and healthy. I plan on living well into my 80s and 90s. I can do this later. Well, unfortunately, death and dying is not just for the elderly. Sadly, we have all heard the stories of infants dying from crib death. A 3-year-old plays in the driveway and the unimaginable happens. A 12-year-old drives her bike in the street and gets hit by an automobile and dies. A 20-year-old drinks and drives and tragedy occurs. A lady in her 30s dies from breast cancer. A man in his 50s has an unexpected heart attack and dies. And so on and so on and so on. Death and dying is not just for the elderly. When you have a living trust, you are able to set parameters as to how and when your children get their inheritance. As an example, I have 3 sons. My living trust specifically states that they will divide everything equally, but they will receive their shares in stages. A third at age 25, 35, and 45. This stops younger adults from receiving an inheritance and being broke in 18 months. If they have certain needs prior to attaining those ages, my trustee has instructions to pay for their health, education, maintenance, and support from their share and then make the proper deduction from their share. Though they are still taken care of, the money is just not given to them all at once to blow on a whim, such as alcohol, drugs, ladies, and their so-called friends. Some people think, I'll just give my house to my children right now to avoid probate and taxes. That'll take care of me. Let us share a quick story about our client, Jenny. Again, we won't use her real name to protect her identity and to avoid breaking the attorney-client privilege. Jenny is a sweet 76-year-old retired nurse who lives in Ambridge. Someone told Jenny that if she wanted to avoid probate and save a lot of money, she should gift her home to her son right now while she's healthy. Jenny thought it was a great idea because she had a great relationship with her son and knew he wouldn't kick her out of her house. So she signed a new deed and transferred her home to her son. Now, her son is the owner of the house that Jenny and her son are living in. Unfortunately, her son recently hit someone with his car while driving drunk and is now being sued for $2 million. His car insurance policy will cover only $300,000, so he'll be responsible to pay $1.7 million if he loses the case. Jenny came to my office to see how she could protect her house from the lawsuit. I explained that since her son is now the owner of the house, the car accident victim can force her son to sell the house to pay for any judgment. Jenny asked me if it was too late for her son to transfer the house back to her. Unfortunately, it was too late. That would be called fraudulent conveyance since the son is already involved in the lawsuit. You're probably thinking, what could Jenny have done? Well, if Jenny would have created a living trust instead of gifting the house to her son, then she would have full control of her house. But now, Jenny could lose everything and get kicked out of her house. Where does she go at the age of 76? Where will she live? Jenny's story is an example of what happens when you give up control of your house. It's also another example of what happens when you take bad legal advice from people who aren't lawyers. Let's say Jenny didn't gift the house just to her son. Rather, Jenny and her son are now joint owners of the house. The son dies first. Guess what? Jenny has to pay inheritance tax on half the value of the house. That's right, Jenny has to pay inheritance tax on her own house. So the point is, use a living trust to take care of both yourself and your children. Plan ahead so you can keep 100% control of your home today and even in the future while you're relaxing in heaven. We covered a lot of ground today, and it comes down to this. If you could avoid probate and save the cost of attorney's fees, court costs, a portion of the Pennsylvania inheritance tax, and capital gains tax, do you think your family will be in a better position financially when you pass away? Well, I certainly think so. If you answered yes to the question above, it's now time to decide between your two choices. Choice number 1, do nothing. You could lose your home and potentially waste tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, if you don't properly plan your estate. Choice number 2, create a trust. Consider this a lifelong investment for generations to come. Again, everyone has different needs, goals, and objectives. Everyone has different types of assets, and everyone has a different asset value. This is not cookie cutter. I will not advise you to have a living trust or any other type of trust unless you absolutely need one and can benefit from one. Now, my gift to you, when you call my law office to schedule an estate planning appointment, I will see you at no cost. That is correct. The appointment will be free. You will tell me what your needs, goals, and objectives are. You will tell me what types of assets you have. You will tell me the approximate current value of your estate. I will listen to your questions and I will answer them all. At the end of the process, I will give you my professional opinion as to which documents I think you need to properly protect your hard-earned assets as well as properly protect your family when you are gone. I will then quote you a fair and reasonable fee based on the work that I will be doing for you. You may say yes or you may say no. There's no obligation. If you say no, we simply shake hands and I wish you a pleasant afternoon. If you say yes, I will begin the process of giving you and your family peace of mind. Is that a fair way of handling the consultation? I thought so. So what will you receive? If you only need a simple last will and testament, power of attorney, and healthcare directive, that is all that I will tell you that you need. Again, this is not cookie cutter. Everyone doesn't need a trust of any kind. If it is appropriate for you to have a living trust, I will include not only the living trust, but also your power of attorney and healthcare directive, as well as other necessary ancillary documents. If you need more advanced planning, including the use of an irrevocable trust, I will tell you what is the best option for you based on your specific situation. You are spending a fair and reasonable fee today to save your loved ones tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, at the time you pass away. What a special gift for a parent to give to his or her family. During your free consultation, I will show you how to save a lot of money by properly and legally planning your estate. I will show you how to properly and legally reduce or completely eliminate Pennsylvania inheritance taxes due and owing to the Pennsylvania Department of Revenue on certain assets upon your death. And I will show you how to properly and legally eliminate the capital gains taxes that would otherwise be due and owing to the IRS when your real estate is sold following your death. Number one reason why people don't take action. You might be thinking you don't need to plan your estate today because you don't have time and it's too complicated to do it. You're healthy, and so you're just going to wait until you get older or perhaps when you get sick. What if you get COVID or have a bad accident or become incapacitated or develop dementia or Alzheimer's? You guessed it, it will be too late to sign your estate planning documents because you may not be of sound mind. Yes, it may be too late in all of those situations for you to then plan your estate. The law says you can only create a will or a trust when you are 18 years of age or older and of sound mind. And you never know what will happen to you or when it will happen. So I created an easy process to make it pain-free and fast to create the proper estate planning documents for you. Ready to get started? Then call me, Attorney John D'Onofrio, at 412-928-2068 and schedule your free estate planning consultation. Allow me to meet with you in my law office or in the comfort and privacy of your home and provide you with your free consultation. Telephones are answered 24/7. If I am not at the office or if I am with a client, my staff or answering service will send me a text and I will return your call in a timely manner. Thank you for taking your valuable time to listen to me today. I appreciate every listener and I look forward to meeting you at your earliest convenience. For estate planning in uncertain times, I'm Attorney John D'Onofrio. Call me today, 412-928-2068. Schedule your complimentary consultation. Call today. Get peace of mind today. That's 412-928-2068. Thank you, and have a great day.
The preceding program was pre-recorded.
The proceeding was paid for by D'Onofrio Law Office, PC. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the best of the Colin Dunlap Show.
Before I get into the nuts and bolts and particulars of this, I will say this lady wasn't cool growing up, and she's trying to live vicariously through her kids and wants to be cool now, and thus wants to be friends with kids in high school as opposed to be a real bona fide grown-up. She's making up for all those times she wasn't popular in high school. I said it. And if somebody has a problem with that, too bad. That's my opinion. That's how I feel. So this bozo-rific couple from Plum, they are facing charges after police said they hosted a large party at their home and supplied alcohol to over 70 underage people in Plum. According to this criminal complaint, Ian Dryberg and Corrine Dryberg are facing felony charges of endangering the welfare of children and misdemeanor counts of corruption of minors, recklessly endangering another person, and furnishing alcohol to minors. Authorities showed up at their house Saturday night. Dozens of minors, along with empty beer, seltzer, vodka bottles, and cans were all found. So the complaint said officers approached the home. Individuals attempted to close the door. Another person yelled for everyone to run downstairs. And it's the third time they had been there. They visited the home for a situation such as this. Not the first, not the second, the third. Now, the mom told police the party had gotten out of hand.
and that although she had kicked some kids out, she said more arrived. Police said the homeowners had not called police at all to intercede. So obviously neighbors who were tired of 70 kids who were getting hammered called the police. Now, officials said the couple were the only two adults home, which had been occupied by roughly 30 17-year-olds, 21 16-year-olds, 6 15-year-olds, and 7 18-year-olds, and 1 19-year-old. Now, it's unclear if any of the teens inside the home were cited by police. Now, I found out a little bit more by talking to some people in Plum. Police only would release the kids to adults. All these adults had to go and pick up all these kids. At least one other parent, and this is according to somebody in Plum, was there, but took off when the police showed up. And they ran down the back street, and their kid ended up, another kid, picking them up. How about that? There was another adult there, and they took off. Now, this is all crazy. Even crazier, though, is these people now are charged with felonies. Felonies. And they're in a big, big, big trouble. Felony charges of endangering the welfare of children, all because of having parties. Now, what should the penalty be for these parents? They get their day in court. They get to go through the justice system. It's fine. Okay? But you don't have 70 kids at your house by mistake. 5, 7, not maybe. You're having a full-fledged party. I know that people at 866-391-1020 will give me the whole, back in our day, our parents said it was safer because we were going to get our hands on alcohol to just kind of drink here, and that way they could supervise us. Well, that's a ridiculous thought, I think. First of all, it's 70 kids. Second of all, it's illegal. It's underage. So let's say, and I like to play this game every once in a while. Let's say you're the magistrate. Let's say you're in charge of this case. Let's say you're handing down the punishment. What's the proper punishment? Again, this is a textbook case, seems like to me, of a mom who wasn't cool in high school that's trying to make up for it by having her daughter be super cool because she's the house where you can drink. And I don't care who gets mad at me. Call me if you want. It seems real simple there. Somebody making up for their lack of popularity when they were this age. So if a kid comes to you and they're in high school, this is the part I can't wrap my head around. If my 17-year-old kid, and my kids will be 17 in 2 years, if they come to me and say, hey, I want to have 65 kids over to the house, and we're going to drink, and we're 17 years old, can you get me some alcohol? This isn't even a conversation. Because here's the thing. The amount of liability that you have, if one of these kids takes off, one of these kids hits somebody, one of these kids wrecked their own car. Heck, even if one of these kids goes and gets sick and ends up having to be hospitalized, you're in the biggest jackpot you've ever been in your life. Why would you put yourself in that situation? American drinking culture has gotten crazy. Now, I'm not naive. When I was that age, we try to get our hands on beer. 17, junior and senior year of high school. It was like the first time. Really, the kind of the summer between junior and senior year was honestly like the first time. But if we got our hands on beer, okay, and we never really messed with hard stuff because it was like you could end up in a hospital, and so we knew better. But if we got our hands on beer as 17-year-old kids, we treated it like weapons of mass destruction. We didn't want anybody to know. We didn't want anybody to know where it was. We kept it in our small group of people. We didn't tell anybody. We hid it. We buried it in the woods for like 3 days before we could go back and get. I mean, the lengths that we took to make sure it was secret, that was how we played it. The notion that it's so open, out in the open, having a house party, and essentially furnishing alcohol to pretty much 70 kids, that cavalier part is what doesn't sit well with me. Which is why, unless you punish these people, I don't think their attitude's going to change. Even if you punish them, I don't know if it's going to change. So I looked at this and I studied it and I went over it a bunch of times. Somebody texting, remember Zima? Yes. But anyhow, 866-391-1020. What should the punishment be? Man, you can't put people in jail, I don't think, for this. But then again, I don't think you can fine them and really get the point across. So what do? You make them go to classes? Do you community service? I mean, there are people who are my age. The dad's 50, the mom's 45. There's no way they can say they don't know better. And according to this report, it's the third time this has happened. So what should the punishment be? Jail's probably too harsh, but a fine isn't going to get the point across.
The preceding program was pre-recorded.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
There was this one time I went snorkeling in the Caribbean when I was a kid. It really just blew my mind. We saw the most beautiful corals. I remember thinking they were waving at us as they moved with the ocean. And then there were all these amazing fish. I'll never forget it. It completely changed the way I look at the ocean.
Most of us have a memory of being in nature we'll never forget. Let's protect the world's natural places so more memories can be made for generations to come. Visit worldwildlife.org.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
Peter King. 3 weeks into the war with Iran, officials have reported attacks in Bahrain and in the United Arab Emirates today. Saudi Arabia says it intercepted and destroyed 10 drones over its capital. Israel says Iran fired another wave of missiles there this morning. Iran's foreign minister claims thousands of Iranians have died. Abbas Araghchi appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
The Secretary of War has said that there is no mercy
and this is actually a war crime.
It's no secret that gas prices have risen dramatically since the first shots were fired. Flyers can also expect sticker shock as jet fuel prices rise. President Trump's top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, on CBS's Face the Nation.
We're thinking ahead about the jet fuel problem, which is really mostly a problem for jet fuel coming from Asia. And we've been in discussions to make it easier for foreign ships to go from the Gulf of America over to the West Coast to make sure that we don't have a disruption from jet fuel as well.
Now to Gaza, where the Israeli army says its troops have shot and killed 4 members of a Palestinian family in the West Bank. CBS's Linda Gradstein has more from Jerusalem.
The family was traveling in the Jordan Valley near Israel's border with Jordan when Israeli troops opened fire at the car, killing the parent and 2 of their children, ages 5 and 7. 2 older children who were also in the car were wounded but survived. The army said it was conducting an operation in the town at the time and that the car accelerated toward Israeli troops. The army said the soldiers felt endangered and opened fire on the car.
A long line of snow stretches from Minnesota into western New York, with blizzard warnings up for much of the upper Midwest. CBS Minnesota's Ashley Grams is in Minneapolis, where it's been snowing for much of the day.
Some Minnesotans grabbed last-minute items and are planning to stay in.
I just sit and watch it from my balcony and watch it come down.
Though some others don't want to give in to the late-season storm.
I'm just going to pretend it's spring. I declared it's spring. I'm not wearing a coat again.
Both Minneapolis and St. Paul have declared snow emergencies, which go into effect on Sunday night. City crews are asking residents to move their cars off the street beforehand, offering up free parking spots at some lots around the Twin Cities.
Dry weather has sparked brush fires in many parts of the country from Florida on west, and that includes a 250-acre fire in Osage Hills State Park in Oklahoma. Fire Chief Todd Lansdowne.
Nobody was hurt. Everybody was no panic. Everybody was calm and stayed to the emergency action plan, and it worked out great.
The area is supposed to get some rain this afternoon. This is CBS News.
It's one of the most successful law and justice programs in television history that continues to uncover the truth. 48 Hours, Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
The eventual spring thaw means prospective home buyers are on the move. One company says affordability is the biggest potential showstopper.
That affordability thing, if you want to look at the top cause, it's that. Everything else is a symptom related to it.
Mark Burridge is Senior Vice President at PenFed Home. He says their survey shows 38% of buyers say price is their biggest concern, 36% say working with a real estate agent is their top worry, and 26% say getting a mortgage is their biggest issue.
So if they're determining an affordability first, heading into the process, it can make it a whole lot smoother.
In considering price, location, or type of home, Burridge says research is essential.
Understanding what's going on in your specific market, what's going on with home prices.
Michael Toscano, CBS News.
It's Selection Sunday for NCAA Division I men's basketball, with the March Madness tournament teams to be announced early tonight. The final regular season conference tournament games are being played right now. Peter King, CBS News.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will be a windy and warmer one with clouds, a high near 70. Showers late tonight, low 55. Showers and storms tomorrow morning, giving way to snow showers in the afternoon, 60s to 40s. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Degger, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Something extraordinary happened Thursday in Pittsburgh. A news conference was called to announce the O'Connor administration is reopening the 2026 budget, and with the city council will make budget cuts to reduce red ink. Mayor Corey O'Connor told reporters the deficit could be as high as $30 to $40 million, and that's after a 20% property tax hike. What happened? The mayor said his predecessor's budget relied on inaccurate forecasts and false assumptions. City Controller Rachel Heisler previously warned of revenue shortfalls and predicted a deficit and was ignored. The mayor's bold budget decision is the latest of several that demonstrate he is engaged and proactive. His nominees to head up the police and public safety departments were made before O'Connor was sworn in. The mayor addressed criticism of the city's snow removal efforts, promised improvement, and later announced more than millions of dollars in donations to add new plow trucks to the city's fleet. A plan to streamline the permitting process was recently announced as well. Mayor O'Connor is addressing the most urgent issues the city is facing and has done it in just over 60 days. Getting back to reopening the budget to make needed cuts, when was the last time you heard a politician say, let's spend less?
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Chief, mate, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
The way we bring back America and bring people together is by making sure we hold everybody accountable in a 360 fashion.
Yes, there is a change that we can believe in, but it will never come from a politician or a government program.
Lenny McAllister. Well-spoken.
We got to move away from the American Idol soundbite nature of politics back to the American statesman of humble servant leadership that we used to see in politics.
If we get some common sense governance from both sides of the aisle, we can finally get Americans through the recession.
Not just Wall Street. Principles of politics. I'd rather have principles. I speak to the kids in the street. Well, I'm never going to lay down being conservative just as much as I'll never lay down being a proud African American.
I feel like a black Republican. Money I got coming in. Can't turn my back on the hood. I got love for them.
Happy Sunday to you, Lenny McAllister, here on News Radio KDKA. Still down at the Home and Garden Show. One more day. You all have opportunities to come down. And as I was telling you yesterday when I was filling in for Michael Bartley, you have an opportunity to come down here and spend time, spend a little money, interact with the small business owners that are down here, enjoy and appreciate the vendors that are down here, and, of course, see your lovely neighbors here in the Pittsburgh metropolitan area. Phone lines are going to be open today, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. There is a lot going on in the world, and it's kind of one of those things where I get it. In one regard, again, and here's the conundrum I'm in personally. I'm looking at all these wonderful people, all these different types of individuals coming in and out of the Home and Garden Show here at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. And it's been a busy weekend for me. I had a chance to do the daddy duty and go to basketball games. As you can hear, there are young people here. That's the other thing. So you hear young people playing in the band. That's the Kappa band that's been playing here the whole time they've been here. They're providing live entertainment. Any child under the age of 5 in a public environment is also live entertainment, so you hear that as well. And you see and hear people vibing and having a good time. At the same exact time, we're in a very interesting time. We are not just domestically, but internationally at a crossroads with everything that's going on, with the economy, with the war, domestically, how we interact, how we continue to have these back and forth sways in regards to, are we having a constitutional crisis? Are we not having a constitutional crisis? Are they trying to suspend the elections in the end of the year, conspiracy theory? Or, wait a minute, it seems as though they're kind of talking a talk that I don't necessarily like. There's a lot going on. So one of the things that it hits me with more often than not is, and I tell my kids this, and I had an opportunity, I didn't get a chance to talk about this, and you know I usually start the show thanking people. So let me do that, or remembering people that have passed on. In this instance, let me use this as an opportunity to thank people. Particularly, you all generally hear the Reverend Jerry Grimes come on my show. I tell you all he's my favorite pastor. And I'm Catholic. He's not Catholic. He's still my favorite pastor, so that says something. Wonderful dude, great intellectual mind. He is now a duly minted PhD. He defended his dissertation. I want to give him props publicly. Just recently, he defended his second dissertation, and he will earn a PhD, or he'll be bequeathed, not even bequeathed because nobody died. He'll be given what he earned, which is his second PhD in religious studies from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which is a big deal. Public Ivy. You know, we got the, real Ivy here in Philadelphia, but Public Ivy, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, big deal. So one, shout out to him, kudos to him, but on top of that, and I say this as I watch another 2 to 3-year-old half sleepily sprint past us here at the convention center. Again, like I told you, it's not only the young teenagers playing music that's the live entertainment, it's anybody under the age of 6 that's not being carried, because they're going to go to an escalator that they shouldn't go to. They're going to go to a vendor that they shouldn't go to. They're going to touch something they shouldn't touch, and they're going to ask for food that they've already eaten or already wasted. Does that sound like I'm a parent to you? I digress. That said, not only did I have an opportunity to see Dr. Grimes again, as he just successfully defended his dissertation, but as well I had an opportunity to do a guest lecture at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill on Tuesday in one of the classes that he teaches. And to have an opportunity to talk to the wonderful kids, and they ranged from, I believe the youngest was a sophomore, the oldest was a senior. I know there was at least one senior in the class. And have an opportunity to talk to them about life, politics, the role of faith in politics, and making the differentiation between what I call dogmatic dynamics, i.e. practicing a religion, versus living your faith, and how the two are different in public life. And to have them ask good questions and good follow-up questions. To have them read over some of the things I had written over the course of my career and question those things as well in a thoughtful way, in a tactful way, and in a very insightful way. I want to shout out those kids right now. Now, of course, they're on spring break. So, A, it's St. Patrick's Day weekend. They ain't listening. B, they went into spring break after Friday, and it was St. Patrick's Day weekend. You bet your bottom dollar they ain't even awake yet. And they're not in Pittsburgh. I assure you, if they're leaving Chapel Hill, North Carolina, they're going south or west for spring break. They're not going north, where we had windstorms that knocked out power for many of our neighbors, and it's going to snow tomorrow. They ain't here. So I know they're not listening. But that's okay. You throw the good vibes out into the universe. You let people know that they're appreciated. So I'm saying to them, thank you for having me in your class. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the insights, because that, young people make older people better. That's how it's supposed to work. It's too often we will cast aside what they think, how they feel, because we say they don't have life experience. And yeah, they don't have life experience. Doesn't mean they don't have wisdom. Doesn't mean they don't have insight. Doesn't mean they don't have perspective. You have to have that symbiotic relationship between middle-aged, older folks, younger folks, to make America better, to make the world better. And I saw Tuesday as an opportunity to do that once again. So I want to say thank you to them. I'm greatly, greatly appreciative of the double doctor, the Reverend Doctor, double doctor, the Reverend Dr. Jerry Grimes, for inviting me down to Chapel Hill to talk to his wonderful class once again. This is the second straight year I've done this. I've enjoyed both times. This one was more meaningful than the other one, I think, just because he successfully defended this year. This will probably be the last year he teaches at Chapel Hill. And with all the other things that are going on for me in 2026, it just meant more. So I just wanted to hang my hat on a thank you, thank him, thank them for having me there. In the meanwhile, 866-391-1020, I'm going to thank you for tuning in, but I'm going to task you to do more. I don't want you to just tune in. I want you to ask questions. I want you to call in to 866-391-1020. There's a lot going on, whether it's locally with the reopening of the budget. We're going to start debating the state budget. Again, and as we well know, it took us 6 months to get that signed after the negotiations started last year. Then, of course, we all know what's going on at the federal level. So I'm here for it until 6 p.m. 866-391-1020. Lenny McAllister broadcasting live from the Home and Garden Show at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Talk to you after the break on News Radio, KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Magical March specials at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Grovel's corned beef brisket points are $5.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries, 1 pound packages, 2 for $5. In our deli, available every Friday, Coons batter dipped fish sandwiches are $11.99 each. An additional savings this week, selected varieties of Mrs. Paul's or Van de Kamp's fish, 18 to 24 ounce boxes, $3.99 each.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
In the darkest moments, survivors search for even the smallest light. On Thursday, April 9th, Be part of something powerful. Join Center for Victims for an evening of hope, courage, and resilience, lighting candles in the darkness. Reserve your seat today. centerforvictims.org.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Like I said, I'm willing to go in any direction today. There's so many things going on internationally and domestically, locally, statewide, and federally that to try to act as if I did it yesterday. Had a fun time yesterday. I talked about pastries and donuts and marching bands and John and Rachel and Yinzer dogs and things I shouldn't eat, which are all down here and fried. There's no fried butter down here. This is not Iowa, everybody. So don't get excited. There are no fried Oreos. However, there are double-stuffed cookies that are stuffed with Oreos. So I guess that's kind of like our version of it without deep frying it. But I am going to try to avoid it. Now, if this show still went to 5 o'clock in the afternoon like it used to, before Mr. Moore retired, I probably would be able to cross the finish line. However, what did Dave Chappelle say on the Chappelle Show? It be calling me. So I think that the freedom of not doing the show on YouTube live stream, where I can literally make the weirdest faces and do the show, is liberating. Because the one thing I'm not going to have is to do those same exact faces and have you screenshot me? Wait, Gabe's sitting there saying you do realize that they do that all the time anyway. And it's like, oh, well. So much for that strategy. Anywho, 866-391-1020. I promise you, Gabe's just met me yesterday, and this dude is already writing a complaint to management about doing remotes with me moving forward. It's really, really bad, the influence I have on the younger generation. There's a reason why Casey's not on location right now. Casey can sit there and laugh in the studio and say, I did not draw the short straw. I told you so. That said, 866-391-1020. Let me go to Luciano. Luciano, you are on KDKA.
Thank you, Lenny, for taking my call. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Bien, ¿y tú?
Yes, yo estoy bien, gracias. I got two questions. I know I've heard you long enough out here in Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, Pennsylvania. You like separate individual questions. I got two for you, please. My first question is, most American citizens of all races, colors, creeds, and lifestyles agree with the Save America Act, with the exception of these radical Democrats and some Republicans. What is your opinion about that?
That's not a true statement. Well, first of all, that's not a true statement. Hold on, Luciano. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. They agree with voter validation. They agree that you need to make sure that people have appropriate identification to make sure that voters are voting. That's completely different than agreeing with the Save America Act, which is not only a piece of legislation that, from the surface, aims to do that, but it literally, in some instances, raises the standard of voting to having a passport, which 50% of Americans don't have a passport. It also puts other barriers into place that makes it harder for some individuals to vote, and obviously American citizens. So there's a distinct difference between saying the vast majority of Americans, including the vast majority of Democrats, agree with voter validation.
And Asians.
They agree on voter validation. They don't agree on the Save America Act. Two different things. I'm not going to confound them. You did. What's your second question?
You're very clever at distorting some words.
Who, you or me? You or me? Because I didn't distort the words. I was clarifying.
But Lenny, I got my second question. Forgive me. My second question to you is, Do you know what happened to Crockett this week? She lost, right? But more importantly, unfortunately, they found out that her bodyguard was being paid $350,000 for protection. He was just killed by Dallas police. He was involved in racketeering and criminal background. The Dallas, Texas police officers killed him in the parking lot this week. So Lenny, that Crockett lady, the congresswoman from Texas, she sure had a very good. How come she didn't examine that gentleman that was a secret police officer, that was a private security guard, and now they found out they shot him. 4 or 5 police officers from Dallas, Texas, shot him in a parking lot. He took out his gun, attempting to kill one of the police officers, and they found out he had 4 or 5 false, fake identities. So Crockett, I'm glad she lost, and I'm glad because the Latinos voted against her, Lenny. It was Mexican Americans
that is
voted
true.
against her. Pleased by that. Yeah.
That is Luciano. That's true.
Yeah.
That generally speaking, African American voters almost had her win by themselves, but she lost. From the data I saw, I appreciate your phone call as always, Luciano. The data that I saw, every other demographic in that statewide race leaned towards Tellerico. And that is problematic for her. Now, it kind of illustrates, among other things, that when you're running for the U.S. Senate, they don't want people being firebrands. She was known as a congressional firebrand. AOC, when she went on the international stage, did the same exact thing. She's known for being a firebrand. When they asked her about the Taiwanese, Japanese tensions and conflicts, she couldn't answer the question because there's a different level of energy that you need to have as a diplomat and as a statesperson than you do as a firebrand in Congress. And Jasmine Crockett learned the hard way with the U.S. Senate race. Now, that said, you could make this a character flaw of hers, not knowing the background on this individual. But if you did that, politicians at every level of politics would have an issue. City, county, state, federal. There's always something grimy going on. I mean, we just had the former Secretary of DHS get slammed for spending $200 million on ads that featured her when she said that the president approved it, and then the president ran her over with the bus, because that's kind of what the Trump train does. It's not really a train, it's a bus. And whenever you piss off the bus, as James Ferrier used to say, here comes the bus. And that's what happened to Kristi Noem. That said, all politicians have some of that in their background, unfortunately. 866-391-1020. More phone calls after the news. Lenny McAllister down here at the Home and Garden Show on the one and only News Radio KDKA.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Because shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Iran war reinforcements and orders to leave the Middle East. Here's correspondent Charlie D'Agata in Tel Aviv.
Thousands more U.S. sailors are heading to the region, equipped for close combat on sea or land. The increased firepower comes as an Iranian-backed militant group in Iraq struck the U.S. Embassy compound, prompting officials to urge U.S. citizens to leave the country as soon as possible.
3 weeks into the war, Senate Intelligence Committee Vice Chair Mark Warner tells Face the Nation the Trump administration's rationale for attacking is flawed.
There was no imminent threat to the United States, and I don't believe there was even an imminent threat to Israel from Iran.
Blizzard warnings are up through much of the upper Midwest, and these northern Wisconsin residents, they don't mind a bit.
I like to see the new white snow.
You get used to it.
This is what it's all about. It's beautiful.
CBS News Brief. I'm Peter King.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. Get your start started. It's my kind of party. We're sitting in a console. All right, now what y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready? You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sunday noon to 5 p.m. Or call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
Larry Richard for La China Drapery and Blind Factory. Refresh your home with beautiful custom window treatments made in La China's Pittsburgh factory. No middlemen, just unbeatable factory direct prices. Save on blinds, shades, shutters, and more. Professionally measured and installed by La China. Call 412-665-4900 or go to lachinadrapery.com to schedule a free shop at home appointment or visit one of La China's 2 showrooms. La China Drapery and Blind Factory. The quality you deserve, prices you'll appreciate.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, windy and warmer, a high near 70. Shower late tonight, low 55. Showers and storms to start tomorrow, giving way to afternoon snow showers as we fall from the 60s into the 40s. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Daker, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okay, here we go. Let's push through the weekend, and we'll be back Monday. Colin Dunlap, can't wait to talk to you on Monday, 2 to 6, right here, KDK.
All right, 866-391-1020. Lenny McAllister down here at the Home and Garden Show. Last day of it. If you're sitting there saying, man, I wish I had something to do enjoyable that isn't, too stressful, get to see people without being too whatever, come down here. It's before baseball season. It's before the NFL draft. There's good food, good people, good services to at least look through. Look, doesn't mean you're getting a roof this year. It doesn't mean you're getting, after the storm, she might be. But most of us are not getting a storm, a roof or some type of storm damage repair this year. But you know what? If you're a smart shopper, you shop around years in advance. This is a good opportunity in a low-stress environment to come down here, meet vendors, get some food, walk around, meet people, and then go from there. Something to consider. That said, if you come down, hope to see you down here. We will be down here for the rest of the day. Lenny McAllister here at the Home and Garden Show here at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center here in the strippish district, downtownish district of your city of Pittsburgh. 866-391-1020. Going back to the phone line, Sam in Burgettstown. You're on KDK.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm just calling here to defend our friend Luciano there. I feel like, you were a little bit disingenuous there in dealing with him. In regards to the passport, you say that the SAVE Act requires certain people to get a passport, but that's disingenuous.
No, I said a passport standard or passport level, i.e. you can't just walk in with your birth certificate, because if your birth certificate says Sandy Smith and you're now Sandy Jones, then you have to come in with more verifiable items.
And that's where
that takes more work.
I understand it differently.
Okay.
If your state has the means to verify citizenship via a driver's license plus, right, or other certain documentations, you don't need a passport. But if your state's procedures can't verify your citizenship, if you're able to exist there and get a driver's license and there's no other way to verify your citizenship, it falls on the federal government. And the way that you do that in the federal government is with a passport. So it's not the SAVE Act's fault. It's the policies of these states that don't verify citizenship,
Sam,
and they're giving out driver's licenses.
And I lived in North Carolina where motor voter laws allowed for the leeway for this to be possible. Yet at the same exact time, even the Heritage Foundation admits there have not been all these explosive cases of people.
Let's stay on topic here, because this is what the left does. They change topics. Let's stay on topic.
Well, first of all, I'm not the left, Sam. First of all, Sam, I'm not the left. Sam, first of all, Sam, I'm not the left. Second of all, I'm still on topic because we're still talking about people's fundamental rights constitutionally, which is to be able to engage their representative government. This is a right that is. Hold on, Sam. Hold on. No, because you threw. No, Sam. You don't know what you're talking about. You threw something out there.
No.
First and foremost.
We're talking about the SAVE Act.
No, we're talking about voting rights. That's what we're talking about. And we're talking about the possible disenfranchisement of people by way of the SAVE Act because it raises the standard of people being able to vote. And we're talking about American citizens who are already able to vote that are now being put through a more narrowized filter to be able to vote based on what is going to be beneficial from a partisan perspective, not from a civic perspective. That's what we're talking about. If you want to get all jiggy with it, that's what we're talking about.
Hold on a second. What I said, I'm calling to defend Luciano, and what he said was a lot of Americans support the SAVE Act. And you said, well, they support this proving that their citizenship.
No, that's not what Luciano said. See, Sam, let me clarify you. What Luciano said was the vast majority of Americans support the SAVE Act. The vast majority of Americans do not support the SAVE Act. They support voting validation. They support making sure that people are valid in voting, which is not the same as support. Hold on, Sam, because I'm clarifying you because you're not listening very well, apparently. What I said was that, and that is true. What Luciano said was the vast majority of Americans support the SAVE Act, which if you look at the polling, nonpartisan polling, the majority of Americans do not support the SAVE Act, which is why it's dead in the water in the Senate right now.
Okay. So what they support is proving that you're a citizen.
Okay, so wait a minute. This is what the MAGA right does. They change the topic as soon as you prove that they're wrong, because that's what I just did with you.
You didn't prove we're wrong. We're arguing the same point. We're arguing the exact same point.
Are we?
See, yes. What I'm trying to say is the only way that you can prove that you're valid and that you can prove that you're a citizen and that you prove that you have the right to vote, if you defer that to the federal government, is through a passport. Do you see what I'm saying? If you go to if your state can't verify
who control based on the Constitution, Sam? Who controls voting?
The federal government controls the elections in the federal.
No. Who controls voting, Sam, when it comes to the Constitution? Does it lay with the federal government exclusively, or does that go to the states?
There is one office that everybody in the whole land can vote for, and that is the President of the United States. And for those elections, it falls.
Sam, I appreciate your phone call. This is what the MAGA right does. Since you want to throw out the left inaccurately, I'm going to throw it out back at you. Just kind of don't want to play today. I'm tired of the sketchiness. The bottom line is this is under the purview of the states. It's under the purview of the states, and there's an argument to be made, even though I'm not making it. But there is an argument to be made that this is a power grab, again, by the unilateralism of this administration to now take the purview of something that's under the states and throw it under this administration. Now, I'm not making that argument. Others have. But the truth of the matter is, number one, it falls under the states. Number two, no, I would not validate or authorize anybody, one of my former classmates from Central Catholic High School, Rock Me Amadeus, there you go. There you go. He's still, one of my former receivers to this day is going to continuously look at me and tell me he's still open because I played quarterback and he was open and I didn't throw it to him, and that was my fault. This is my man. Good to see you, child of God. How are you? Be good. Gotta love live radio, right? So that said, here's the thing. Number one, elections are under state purview. Number two, states already have vetted most of this. There are very few instances where you can find that illegals are voting. And I think that's wrong. I've slammed cities such as San Francisco and Washington, D.C., and New York City that have said, you know what? Well, people live here. They should be able to vote in our elections. No, they should not. I lived in Canada for months at a time doing work. Does that mean I can vote in the Ontario provincial elections? No, nor should I. If you're not an American citizen, you should not vote. Citizenship has its privileges, one of which is voting. That said, there should not be movements that try to restrict people from being able to vote. It is a constitutional right to vote. It is not something you earn. It is something that you have. You lose the right to vote. You don't gain the right to vote once you hit a certain age. And when you start looking at the provisions and the tone of what they want to do with the SAVE Act, that's the direction it's sliding in. That's the problem with this. When I said to a passport standard of level, which is different, You're talking about a level of verification that most states have already vetted people past. And if you can't get that birth certificate, or you can't get it in a timely fashion, or you don't have the means or the money to get it because it's not sitting around in your lockbox. Not everybody is, living in a $300,000 house and with a nice 401k plan. We have different types of Americans, which is why some of these fundamental rights must be protected for all sorts of Americans. You can't live to just one standard of how you're going to have the laws. Not and be a strong, diverse, and empowered country. So, yeah, I'm not trying to split hairs, if you will, but there's a difference between supporting one piece of legislation and supporting an overall policy endeavor. And I'm not going to confound the two. It's like saying, do I want everybody to be able to have a safe home and a good income? Yes, I do. Therefore, I'm going to support raising taxes by 80%, and we're going to distribute the wealth. No, I don't. Wait, stop. That's not what I'm voting for. Policy goals and specific policies are two different things. And in this instance, you can bring about voter validation without necessarily this version of this bill, which again is why it's not going to pass in this version, let alone the souped-up version that some on the right are pushing for. 866-391-1020. Welcoming your phone calls. I'm down at the convention center, and I was trying to be all congenial and nice and smelling pastries and trying to get chicken fingers, but people start talking about the SAVE Act and, start calling me a lefty, and I just, like, come on. Now we got to battle a little bit. But I'm going to take a breath. I'm going to drink the rest of this stale coffee, and I'll come back after the news break here on News Radio, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Let's be honest. The hearing aid industry is broken. Overpriced clinics, pushy appointments, bills of $5,000 or more. That's the trap they hope you fall into. Don't let it happen. Audion Hearing is the escape. Their FDA-registered hearing aids cost just a fraction of the big brands, starting at only $98. Instead of paying as much as $5,000 plus all the doctor appointments and wasted time, you get what you need with no prescriptions, no office visits, no time wasted, and no crazy price tag. Call 800-700-HEAR. That's HEAR. Audion's cutting-edge devices are rechargeable, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. Try them risk-free for 45 days with lifetime support and real human help just a phone call away. Over 1 million people have already said yes to Audion Hearing. Join them. Don't let them take advantage of you. Break free from the trap. Call now 800-700-HEAR. That's HEAR for a very special offer. 800-700-HEAR or 800-700-4327.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, buy one, get one room of carpet clean for free. Unlimited rooms of carpet. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
One of the wonderful things about being on location is people walk up. Like I said, I had a former classmate that I played football with at Central Catholic come up, and, I'm watching him watch me, and I didn't catch his face until he was walking away. And so it's always good to do that. Had a gentleman here, served our country for 25 years. Ardent conservative, but saw the valid perspectives that I was bringing and why. But also understood what I was saying. Hey, look, you're here legally. You shouldn't be voting. If you're here legally and you're not a citizen, you should not be voting. If you're here on a green card but you're not an American citizen, but you've been here for 15 years and you're married to an American citizen, you still don't get the right to vote. You're not a citizen. I don't care if it's for school board, dog catcher, garbage man, or president of the United States. If you're not a citizen, you should not vote. Now, with that said, voting and elections are in the purview of the states. The states do need to bone up those validators, but it's not like they're super sloppy in the first place where like 50,000 illegals in a state are swinging elections. Even conservative think tanks have disproven that myth. There's a way to do this, but not a rush-to-judgment way of doing this. And by the way, every single piece of legislation that has been pushed over the last couple of years has been done to please a particular political personality. Oh, again, during the March of the Black Republican, there is a change that we can believe in, but it will never come from a politician or a government program. Again, when I said that in 2009, the Tea Party right lost their minds. You can hear the applause on the march. It applies now in 2026, and people get all pissed off. You're a lefty, Lenny. You're a liberal. Liberal Lenny. Liberal limousine Lenny. All those L's. You lean so far left, you fall over. You're so left-wing, you're not even right-handed anymore. Whatever they want to say. 866-391-1020. Back to the phones. Anthony in Oakland, you were on KDKA.
Lenny, I am so tired of the lunatic left. And they right now, they are putting our country in danger because they're holding up the funding of the government. It's being partially funded. And TSA airports are right now, the TSA workers aren't getting paid. They're staying home. The airports are crowded right at a time when they're in a war atmosphere because they're holding up because of immigration. They're concerned about people who are illegally and the mistreatment. You don't hold up the government for that purpose.
Are they the only people holding? Hold on, Anthony. To be fair, are they the only people that are not negotiating on Capitol Hill?
They don't I understand. The budget was already funded. They're holding up a portion because of immigration. That's what they're doing. They should have just left it alone. If you have concerns about immigration, when you grab the next Congress, then you push it through. I don't like their tactics, but that's the tactic they're taking.
What they should have done was they should have never allowed the big beautiful bill to get through. They should have stood up. They should have stood up in 2025. First and foremost, and I said that then. Right. Number two, when it comes to some of these issues that they're trying to push back on, at some point in time, they're going to have to convince some Republicans to acquiesce to the middle. And as long as the Republicans can be bullied from on high, to your point, it's going to be us versus them. And then the Democrats are going to look like the bad guys trying to stand up. But, standing up $1 late and a day short isn't exactly taking a stand the way they think it is.
And they've also infiltrated our courts with their nonsense. And I'm a lifelong Democrat, but I am, for the first time in over 52 years, I may just become an independent because I'm so sick of my name as a Democrat being tied to this lunatic fringe. If they're not concerned about men who want to go into women's locker rooms, They're concerned. Now they're new. The courts are infiltrated with these folks who don't want to hold anybody accountable. We've got juveniles running amok in city after city, including Pittsburgh and Allegheny County, because we have no juvenile facility for them anymore. They're shooting up our Port Authority buses. They don't want to charge them as adults when they're juveniles.
Let me ask you this question, Anthony.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you this question, because I got about a minute. I got to go to break. The question is, does the victory of James Tallarico in Texas, that's a moderate Democrat, give you hope that as a Democrat of over 50 years, as a self-ascribed Democrat, that maybe the far left's hold on the party is going to start loosening so that things can come back more to the center left?
I'll see if it happens here in Allegheny County against Summer Lee, because I know they're going to take Fetterman out in the primary. What he'll do is, like you said last week, he'll probably leave like Specter did and become a Republican. But I have no trust in the left, because they know how to get you in this primary. That's why I'm for open primaries. I want everybody to vote in primaries. You should be able to vote. Everyone should.
Anthony, I appreciate
eliminate their power.
I appreciate your phone call, and I agree with that. There's an argument to be made that this is our party. Why should somebody pick the nominee of our party if we're part of the party apparatus? The flip side is the only way you get away from the extremism is not allow the extremes to control everything. And right now, the extreme on the left and the extreme on the right controls most of what we're seeing, which is why we have gridlock and we have dysfunction and a system that is primed for us to compromise with each other. Hour number 2 coming up after the news on the one and only News Radio KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
All the music.
All the sports.
All the news.
And all the podcasts.
Odyssey.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Peter King. 3 weeks into the Iranian war, Energy Secretary Chris Wright tells ABC's This Week that the U.S. attacks were and are justified.
For 47 years, Iran has threatened the Straits of Hormuz, has attacked its neighbors, has killed U.S. soldiers. Just imagine in Iran that's nuclear armed with a massive weapons arsenal to surround those nuclear weapons. This is why President Trump needed to act now.
But the war comes at a price for Americans, with gas prices skyrocketing since the first shots were fired. AAA has the national average at about $3.70 a gallon, nearly 80 cents higher than a month ago. CBS's Cecilia Vega spoke with energy analyst Bob McNally for tonight's 60 Minutes broadcast.
We could be looking at the highest gas prices ever paid in this country.
If we don't open Hormuz to the free flow of traffic, yes.
Officials say today's attacks from Iran include drones and missiles fired into Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. This woman survived a strike northeast of Tel Aviv.
Something fell from the heaven, from the sky, and then the strike hit the ground. Every building and every home, even the safe room was shaking.
William Shakespeare was talking about March 15th when he wrote Beware the Ides of March, but that was for the betrayal of Julius Caesar. For people in the upper Midwest, the betrayal comes from Mother Nature today with a long stretch of blizzard warnings. National Weather Service meteorologist Mark Chenard.
Wide swath of like 1 to 2 feet looks likely, maybe from eastern South Dakota, mostly though Minnesota into Wisconsin and northern Michigan, generally in that 1 to 2 foot range. Some areas could get towards 3 feet. Most likely for that will be in the upper peninsula of Michigan.
This could be a big night for first-time Oscar winners. CBS's Deborah Rodriguez has our Academy Awards preview.
And it's only a matter of time before I'm staring at you from the cover of a Wheaties box.
This could finally be Timothée Chalamet's year to stare out at the audience and say thank you.
He's the youngest person to garner 3 Oscar noms since Marlon Brando.
But Variety's Clayton Davis points out he hasn't won one yet. Neither has this guy.
Michael B. Jordan!
The Sinners star is among the movie's record 16 nominations. So's Ryan Coogler.
He's the 7th black man to be nominated for Best Director. No one has ever won.
Neither has 14-time director nominee Paul Thomas Anderson. One battle after another's Leonardo DiCaprio or Hamnet shoe-in Jesse Buckley. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Also tonight, the announcement of the selections for this year's NCAA March Madness men's and women's Division I college hoops tournaments. This is CBS News.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Team USA takes on the Dominican Republic tonight in the first World Baseball Classic semifinal in Miami. Venezuela faces Italy in tomorrow night's game. The championship game is coming up Tuesday night. And by the way, Major League Baseball's regular season starts a week from Wednesday. Well, don't look now, but Alexa has a new attitude.
Amazon just introduced Sassy, a new Alexa Plus assistant for adults only.
Alexa, turn on Sassy Persona.
Okay, you are the reason the gene pool needs a lifeguard.
She's sarcastic, snarky, and even curses at you when answering your questions. The update is part of a broader push by Amazon to give Alexa more personality. The Sassy version joins a new growing roster of styles, including brief, chill, and sweet. Some customers are pushing back, saying the extra attitude is a bit rude and unnecessary. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
And I'm Peter King, CBS News.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Stephanie Johnson is a licensed clinical psychologist. I could see people being very cynical and skeptical on the last few elections, the state of the economy, and all these things.
And what I see a lot is this all or nothing thinking. And it's either all my belief or nothing. That's not true.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will be a windy and warmer one with clouds, a high near 70. Showers late tonight, low 55. Showers and storms tomorrow morning, giving way to snow showers in the afternoon, 60s to 40s. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Degger, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Hour number 2 here. Lenny McAllister down here enjoying chicken tenders at the Home and Garden Show, because if you're going to come to the Home and Garden Show, you got to get some pastries. Check that box. Did that yesterday. Got to make jokes with the people walking through. Check that box yesterday and today. And you also have to get chicken tenders. Ergo, I got chicken tenders. Now, because I'm a man of a certain age, I gave the fried potato chips to the youngin' because, you know, he got that accelerated metabolism and all. He can burn it off. Me, I gained 5 pounds if I ate that, like, immediately. As it stands, I'm going to eat 3 chicken tenders. I'm going to gain 3 pounds. But that's, again, being a man of a certain age. Digressing. Maybe. 866-391-10. It's called old age, not digressing, Gabe. Gabe's like, yeah, you're old digressing. You're getting gray. Like, hey, easy there, kid. I just gave you food. 866-391-1020. Going back to the phone lines. Joanne in Point Breeze, you're on KDK.
Hi, Lenny. I must have just missed you yesterday because I was down there. And then you said you were on that stage. Who was the big guy with all the hair? Was he a producer? He was sitting on the right. Was that you?
No. Joanne is saying who was the big guy on the stage. Was he African American?
Yeah, he was. I guess. Yeah, he was a guy of color. Yeah.
You want to know why I'm laughing?
Why?
Because that was my 16-year-old son.
Was it? Okay.
As soon as you said big guy with a bunch of hair, that's what I had to start laughing.
Yeah, nice guy. What was he doing? He just was in there with you, down there with you?
So he is part of the Seton LaSalle Marching Band. They were in the St. Patrick's Day Parade.
Yeah.
And I had people on from the parade all day, and so he was here with his friends, and so I had them on the air for a little while. So yes, that is one of my brood, if you will.
Okay, big guy. Wow. The other thing, I am so. A lot of times you just have to turn it off because people don't think you have a brain, a thought process, if you're not voting for the way they want you to. Now, they talk about this. What's her name? She sent me something in the mail. The black girl that they keep talking about all the time. What's her name?
The one that ran in Texas?
No, here.
Oh, you're
She's
talking about here, Summerlee.
Summerlee. Now, she sent something. Now, those are kind of the people, I don't agree with her, that's bringing stuff back to your neighborhood. You know, I can't look at Democrat, Republican, left, right. These are human beings. I mean, it's just unbelievable. The amount of hate that I hear coming across the station, people forgot their history, don't want to remember it. I mean, there's somebody that calls, the husband's been a policeman for 25 years. Well, you know and I know 25 years ago, we caught it as black people for policemen. I'm not saying they're all like that because I will never not defend police. We need law and order, which we're not getting. And as far as those
Can I complete your sentence because it burned.
Yes.
I told Mike Pence in 2020 over in Wilkinsburg, right across the street from the East Hill Shopping Center. Yes, we need law and order, but we need constitutional law and order.
Sure.
We need everybody following the law. We need everybody having a common set of rules. And yes, that includes the police. That includes people that engage the police. That includes people that employ the police. That includes people that write the laws under which the police have to operate.
Yeah, because we never heard no more about that Sewickley Heights, carrying a badge, carrying a gun. That captain. You know, they kind of tried to slide that under the rug like they do everything else. How dare he use those kind of words allegedly that he was saying? Because anybody that knows, and if you've been around a little bit, there's nicknames for every ethnic group.
Yeah,
but we were
anybody that's ever watched All in the Family has heard every single one of them, because that was the irony of the satire of Archie Bunker, was the fact that he made it a point to use every single slur for every single group to kind of show the absurdity of bigotry.
Exactly. And, you know, we've been too classy because you don't call them out of their name, but they're happy to call somebody the N-word. That could be anybody. That could be an ignorant person. That's just not they tried to label it to just black folks. I think Jewish people sometimes were called different. And not just Jewish people, a lot of people. It's ignorant. Ignorant could be anybody. So, I mean, and as far as Trump, people, what's coming out their mouth all the time, we don't have a thought process. We hate him. How dare you say I hate somebody? I don't like his politics. And I'm not just grabbing, I said that before, out of the blue moon. I looked at every one of these presidents on the documentaries that PBS had. Every one, I don't care which one, from the time they were babies till the time they got in politics, and that, every one of them, if you looked at it, you would see the things that were happening. It was just crazy. So I don't know, it's just crazy. And then when we talk about rich people, you got all that money, you need to put some of it back in our neighborhoods, at our homes, or whoever needs it. Because
let me clarify on that one then, Joanne, because we are a very giving people, generally speaking, as Americans. You know, just because it's not publicized does not mean that people with means are not doing that already. There are plenty of instances where they are giving money anonymously. They're giving to scholarships. They're giving to Habitat for Humanity. They're giving to clothing institutions. They're giving to Heritage Initiative here that is based out in the Mon Valley. There's so many things that people give back to people in the middle class, upper middle class, and the highest classes of economics. So that is not, there's a misnomer that if the tax rates are lower, that means that the rich are only hoarding their money and they're not giving back. And that is something we have to be mindful of, because that's not necessarily true either.
I agree with you 100%. But also know that poor people that don't have anything, they're more helping hand, and you can see that. They're more giving because you can actually see it. They don't have any money, but they will give somebody their last or share something with people on the lower level.
And we've seen that as too, and I appreciate your call as always, Joanne. I mean, I go back to if you look at the stories in the rural South, there's a reason why in very poor communities in the rural South, oftentimes you would see that poor whites and poor blacks were super tight because nobody had anything. They had to count on each other to survive. So they were sharing that cup of sugar. They were sharing that stick of butter. They were sharing the eggs from one chicken coop to another. And as a result, you found some commonalities, which is why when you started having integration, it wasn't necessarily the poor whites that were sitting there pushing back on segregation and trying to keep it solidified in Southern society. A lot of those individuals, like working class, middle class folks, the ruling class folks, people that were pouring in the holler, they may not go to the same school, but they had to share every other resource. They had no other choice. You found that in other poor communities throughout the United States as well, which is why when people started migrating to the West, you kind of saw things break down a little bit more organically. Now, it wasn't perfect, I'm not saying that, but it did break down. Joanne brings up some interesting points, particularly pushing back against the hate. We got to get to a point in time where we have political, civic discourse without hate. Without, that's what the left does. That really got anything. I don't like that. I don't like being accused of being super right or super left. I mean, literally somebody will call in here to 866-391-1020 and call me a slur from the right, which is, again, kind of ironic. If you look at my history, I'm, Michael Smirkanis likes to say, I'm stuck right in the middle with you. Jokers to the left of me. What is it? It's clowns on the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am stuck in the middle with you. Seems very appropriate for today's politics, by the way. 866-391-1020. Joanne, thank you for the phone call. I'll get back to phone calls after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Are you struggling with hearing loss? Do friends and family complain that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to repeat themselves? If you want to hear clearly again, but don't want a bulky hearing aid that makes you look old, you need to try Adam X by Audion Hearing. The Adam X is a life-changing breakthrough, precisely designed by top audio engineers, fits comfortably in your ear, is nearly invisible, and lets you adjust your sound so you can hear conversations clearly, at home, at dinner, or on the go. And right now, you can try the Adam X risk-free for 45 days. Call Audion Hearing now at 800-295-HEAR. That's HEAR for a 45-day risk-free home trial with free shipping and money-back guarantee. The Adam X is lightweight, rechargeable, practically invisible, and costs 90% less than prescription hearing aids. Don't miss out. Call 800-295-HEAR for complete details. That's 800-295-4327. Hearing for everyone. Audion Hearing.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Let me go back to the phone lines. 866-391-1020. Lenny McAllister down here at the Home and Garden Show until 6 p.m. Final day. Get yourself some chicken tenders. Get yourself some pastries. Get yourself some love from all these wonderful small business owners. And if you're feeling froggy enough, you can also get yourself on one of these phone lines at 866-391-1020. Now, Sue is feeling pretty froggy. She's from Robinson, and she is now on KDKA.
Hi, Lenny. How are you today?
I am doing well, child of God. How are you?
I'm peachy keen. I have to say that if it is anything like getting a real ID, it is going to be discriminatory for women. And I say that because I got my real ID. Now, when I got married back when dinosaurs roamed in the 70s, my name changed. Therefore, when I went to get my real ID, I had to have more identification, more paperwork than my husband.
Where did you get married? Where did you get married, Sue?
In Allegheny County, Pittsburgh.
Okay, so that's not as bad. Now, I'm going to take your example, and I'm going to put the twist on it that people don't get. My wife and I got married in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. So rather than having to just go down to Allegheny County and getting the marriage certificate to show that you all got married, so you can show your birth certificate and then your name change when you got married, add time and complexity to doing it in another county that's out of the state. Right?
Right. But also, it costs more for me. And because my husband and I are older, our birth certificates did not have what they have now, and that's a raised certificate.
Which is what it requires. It wants it.
Right.
Yes.
So we had to pay for a new birth certificate, and the county would not take the marriage license from the church. You had to get another one from the county. You had to get the birth certificate from the state and the marriage license from the county. Now, my husband did not have to get that because his name didn't change. I had to make 2 trips. So if the SAVE Act is anything like
which it is,
the real ID, it is going to be a discriminatory thing for women because they require more paperwork when you change your name. Doesn't seem fair to me.
And Sue, I appreciate your call to that point. This is what people miss. Again, this is the cultural elitism that comes out with some of these bills that are based on partisanship. And I will say this to be fair. There were instances where the left did this. They would say things like, I don't know, for example, Well, it's, I'm trying to think of a very specific example that they said during the Obama administration. But I remember the scenario around it, which was basically, what's the big deal with doing fill in the blank? There are, DMVs everywhere, let's say. Well, if it's, easy to get a new license living in Brooklyn because there's DMVs once every 5 blocks, that's one thing. Go live in a rural county in Georgia, in a red state, where there's one DMV in the whole county, it's 45 minutes away, and you're 65 years old, and you can't drive after dusk because your eyes are that bad. And it literally says on your license, I can't drive after dusk legally. If you're making $140,000 a year as a household, and you have 6 weeks of PTO, it's no big deal to take a day off to go get the extra paperwork and spend the extra money to get all the documentation in place. If you're living at the median income of American households and you have 5 to 7 vacation days a year and you're spending that on that hard-earned vacation to Ocean City, Maryland, you're not going to take one of those days to go get your documentation. Or if you do, you're going to have to sacrifice something else. Either way, there's an additional burden for something that is a constitutional right for you to enjoy. That is not what law is supposed to do. In fact, every law in America, based on the Constitution, is supposed to support your God-given rights. One of those God-given rights is self-determination, which in a Republican form of government, small r, not large r, ironically enough, small r Republican form of government, that self-determination is your ability to pick your representatives and have the ability to not only pick them, but also have redress with them via your First Amendment rights should they go askew with doing what you're asking for in government. That's not supposed to be infringed. There's not supposed to be a law to get in the way of that, which is why when they put poll tax and other types of grandfather laws to let some people vote but to keep most people from voting, how many bubbles are in a bar of soap, for example? Yes, the states were allowed to dictate and adjudicate over elections. They weren't allowed to infringe upon the God-given right that American citizens are supposed to enjoy, which is representative government by way of a Republican form of government, small r, where they can vote on their representatives and find redress with said government once they hit a certain voting age. Any law that infringes upon that from the left or from the right contravenes the spirit of what America is supposed to be. That's the issue. Sue, I appreciate your call. Dave, Brian, Mike the Millennial, the Bishop. I'll get to you all after the news on News Radio KDKA.
50 years of A-10 basketball, and now the championship returns to its roots. Pittsburgh, the Steel City, built on toughness, fueled by grit. The 11th of March through 15th at PPG Paints Arena. The energy is rising, the stakes are massive, and every moment is up for grabs. This is the A-10 Men's Basketball Championship. Pittsburgh, we're coming home.
Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
It's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank on KDKA Radio. On March 24th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you in part by Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, and by MediConnect, Medicare made simple. Details at kdkaradio.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Israeli military officials say there are still thousands of targets left to be hit in Iran.
Here on the streets of Israel, there's been a sharp increase in the amount of rocket and missile attacks from Iran and its proxy Hezbollah in the past 24 hours. They've already begun cleanup of a strike here in Tel Aviv just this morning.
CBS's Charlie Daggett. Iran's foreign minister disputes President Trump's claim that Tehran wants to make a deal to end the war. Abbas Araghchi tells CBS's Face the Nation the U.S. struck first, so there's no reason to talk.
This is a war of choice by President Trump and the United States, and we are going to continue our self-defense.
Blizzard warnings are up for much of the upper Midwest with sub-freezing temperatures and winds gusting as high as 50. These Wisconsinites don't mind.
The heaviest snow this morning is kind of a broad swath.
CBS News Brief, I'm Peter King.
Having trouble keeping up with your electric bill? Duquesne Light Company can help customers manage costs through their Customer Assistance Program. Flexible payment plans, budget billing, rebates, and more. Duquesne Light realizes these are difficult times, and they are all committed to supporting our communities. Discover how you can save money and stay comfortable in your home year-round by visiting DuquesneLight.com/assistance. That's DuquesneLight.com/assistance.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, windy and warmer, a high near 70. Shower late tonight, low 55. Showers and storms to start tomorrow, giving way to afternoon snow showers, so we fall from the 60s into the 40s. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Daker, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okay, here we go. Let's push through the weekend, and we'll be back Monday. Colin Dunlap, can't wait to talk to you on Monday, 2 to 6 right here, KDK.
Down here at the Convention Center, the Home and Garden Show, Lenny McAllister. Until 6 p.m., 866-391-1020. Going back to the phone lines. Dave in Wilkinsburg, you're on KDK.
Hi, Lenny. Hey, to Joanne and Susie. Who was that lady, the girl, the very cute black girl, I believe in the Biden administration? I can't think of her name. She was clean cut, cute, to the point. They didn't give her much airtime. She hasn't been on the TV news in some time. Are they grooming our girls for 2028 or 2032? Are they grooming that black individual that I want to get to other things, Lenny, but are they? I can't think of her name. It was so cute and everything. It matched her personality and everything, and she did have a lot of personality.
There's a lot of cute black women in the world. I'm just going to put it out there. So I don't know who you're referring to.
Pretty one. That was in the federal government in the Biden administration,
I know. That still was a lot of black women.
She was on TV a lot. She was in the national news. She may have helped create some of the 2028, 2032 campaign rhetoric for herself. And that's what she's doing now. I don't know. Anyway, I want to contact CMU Chemical Engineering Department tomorrow before the Energy Week conference, which starts on Tuesday at CMU in the Jared Cohen Hall on the second floor of that building. I have contacted CMU Chemical Engineering Department at least 20 times in various forms of USPS mail on the effects of what the fellow that retired, I can't think of his name right now, the old veteran announcer, he knew of neonicotinoids. They made him sick. They made him sick to talk about them. Neonicotinoids or neonics, as they're known. That's what I wrote to the Carnegie Mellon University Chemical Engineering Department, mainly individuals there that would spread the word on what CMU will do about neonics. This is going back 3 years with these over 20 USPS mailings.
Dave, I appreciate your phone call. Dave, I appreciate your phone call. I'm certain that the people at CMU at some point in time, as they continue to do their research, will look into some of the things that are harmful for people in our society. And I appreciate your interest as always when it comes to that. Let me get back to the phone lines. Brian in Munhall, you're on KDKA.
Good. Hi, Lenny.
Good
How are you
afternoon,
today?
sir. I'm doing well, kind sir. How are you?
Good, thank you. Hey, Lenny, look, it might sound like I'm trying to interrogate you, but I'm not. And I'd like to ask, and I'm pretty sure, 2 weeks ago you had on an imam from a mosque. Is that correct?
No, I can't remember having an imam on. I don't know where you're going with this. I don't know the
caliph.
No.
Are you still there, Lenny?
I'm still here. I'm still saying no.
No, here's what I was asking you. Look, I told you I'm not blaming you or anybody, but he was apparently a representative of Islam, or he was a Muslim.
Still no. And I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm not trying to be silly. I'm not trying to be whatever. I'm literally going through the people that I may have had on, and I'm sitting there going, I can't recall anybody that over the last couple of weeks that I would have had on that would do that.
Okay. Look,
even though ironically, in fact, here's the irony of it. The only person that I can think of that would be pro-Palestinian is a white dude from Texas that studied at Oxford. by the name of Dr. Luke Peterson. So if that's the imam, that is the funniest thing in the world that I could think of, because he is not a brown Muslim. He is a white dude with a goatee from Texas.
Oh,
but okay,
that's
go
who
ahead.
It was. That's what you're saying.
So I need you to understand, Brian. This is how things go sideways really, really, really fast. You accused me, or you said you don't want to interrogate me, but I had an imam on, and it ended up being a dude with a Ph.D. that has a Ph.D. in Middle Eastern studies that studied at Oxford, who's from Texas. That's not the same. But just because his politics... hold on, Brian. Let me finish, and I promise I give you the mic back. But because his politics are so different than what we may expect, what stuck in your mind was he was an imam.
You know what, Lenny? Look, forgive me for that. Okay, you're very
forgiven.
fast talker. You override people, but I'm not mad about that. That's your job. Can I ask you this, please? It's very important. Is Louis Farrakhan still living?
He is.
Malcolm X was assassinated. Didn't they both promote segregation? The Nation of Islam.
Their point of view was, if you're not going to get full equality, you might as well make the most of being separate so that you're going to be separate but have full equality and then chase prosperity, which is not the same as saying I get down with legalized segregation in America as American citizens.
Okay, can I bring this up? In Texas, now an Islamic Muslim group bought property but has not started to build it. It's called Epic City. It's like a modern, full-service suburban community. It's near East Plano, Texas. It's going to be, if you are not, I don't care what your skin color is, if you're not a devoted Islamic Muslim, you won't be allowed there. They will practice segregation. Have you heard of that, Epic City?
I would have to look it up. I do know that there were people that were trying to do something similar in Georgia about 20 years ago. Now, what's going to be interesting is, again, there are laws against stuff like that. You can have a community or a society that promotes a certain lifestyle. I mean, there are people that say, hey, we're all Jewish or we're all Mormon or things along those lines. But that's not the same as you're not allowed to buy this land. Because, I mean, that goes right back to the redlining and the covenant deals that we saw with African Americans being kept out of certain neighborhoods just 50 years ago. So in that regard, that's going to be interesting. And again, the bottom line is you can practice the religion that you want in America, but there's still a secular constitution that supersedes the ability to discriminate against anybody in America. So I'd have to look that up, and that's as far as I'm going to go to comment on that.
You're right. I think they bought the land, but they haven't started the building of it yet, as far as I know. Thank you, Lenny.
Appreciate you, Brian. Thank you very much for your phone call. And I'm not trying to overtalk people, but one, I'm on location. It's very hard to kind of make sure you're passing the baton back and forth because I'm not controlling anything right now. Usually I can control the phone lines, therefore I can kind of make sure that the pacing is done in a way where people can hear me, I can hear them, etc. So give me grace on that. Number two, and I do feel very strongly about this, if there's a falsehood that's going out there and somebody is determined to continue to propagate the falsehood, I am not inclined to let you to continue to allowing you propagating falsehoods. I'm not inclined to just let you go and say, hold on, let me complete my false point that is completely wrong, and I might even know that it's wrong. I may be intentionally putting stuff out there that is pure propaganda because I don't care, because I don't like the left or I don't like the right. I'm not inclined to do that. If somebody called on here and said, I have 10 reasons why all white people hate all black people, I'm not going to let you get to point 7. You're going to get to point 1, and I'm going to say, stop. That's not true, and then I'm going to destroy your next 9 points before you get a chance to list them down. I have an obligation as a radio show host, as a public figure, as a statesman, to not allow goobity-gook, for lack of, is that a technical term in radio, Gabe? Goobity-gook? I think it is. I will allow it. Yes, I will allow it. The judges are allowing me to use the term goobity-gook. I am not allowed, by my own personal ethics, much less the judges here at News Radio KDKA, to allow goobity-gook, quote-unquote, to continue on the airwaves. Once I identify goobity-gook, it has a certain smell to it. It smells an awful lot like BS. Very similar smell. That said, once that transpires, I'm going to step in. Not that I want to overtalk. I don't mind, robust debate with facts. I do have a problem, like, for example, when I hear the irony of somebody saying you had an imam on, and I'm like, who could possibly be mistaken for an imam? And by the way, Dr. Luke Peterson, he doesn't even talk from a religious standpoint. He's literally talking about geopolitical matters, listing facts based on his years of study and his published work. That doesn't sound like an imam to me. My mom, your mom, or an imam. Just saying. Anyhow, but I appreciate the call, Brian, as always. You know I love you. 866-391-1020. I'm going to break just because I'm just like, I got to go to break. It's just kind of what it is. It's like, I use goobity-gook like multiple times on the air. Once you use it so many times, they literally make you reset the goobity-gook count and go to break. So that's what I'm going to do right now on News Radio KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Kraus.
Army Sergeant Richard R. Waldron of Allegheny County was awarded the Silver Star Medal for Gallantry in Luxembourg on 24 January 1945. While advancing before his men, Sergeant Waldron observed a 10-man enemy combat patrol approaching. Realizing that the noise of his squad moving up behind him would alert the enemy, Sergeant Waldron courageously crawled forward until he was within hand grenade range of the hostile patrol. He then threw 2 grenades accurately into the midst of the enemy, eliminating the threat.
For the perfect wedding up to 300, the magnificent ballroom and balcony is a truly unique setting to begin your new life together. For information, visit soldiersandsailorshall.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Larry Older here. Let me share Brian's story from Alabama, my mom's home state. He tells us after taking Relief Factor for just 3 weeks, at least 90% of my pain is gone. My pain has started to limit me at work and at home, and now I'm amazed at how much relief I've gotten, end of quote. These are Brian's own words, and they speak volumes about what Relief Factor can do for you. I've told you about my buddy Tom, an avid golfer out on the green almost every single day. He says without Relief Factor, he wouldn't be able to swing freely because of shoulder pain or back pain. But since taking it, he said he stayed active, comfortable, and confident in his swing. He is a scratch golfer. That's why I encourage you to try Relief Factor yourself and see what it can do for you. Don't wait. If you're dealing with daily pain, launch your 3-week quick start and see what Relief Factor can do for you. 800-4-RELIEF, 800-4-RELIEF, or go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. How will it feel to be out of pain? 800-4-RELIEF, ReliefFactor.com.
On Thursday, April 9th, join Center for Victims for our 50-year gala, Lighting Candles in the Darkness. It's an evening honoring hope, healing, and resilience. Reserve your ticket today. Centerforvictims.org.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
866-391-1020. Lenny McAllister down here at the Home and Garden Show, where they are wrapping up another week plus of having an extravaganza of a time down here between the food, the music, the small business owners, and other vendors. And, of course, yours truly, the award-winning News Radio KDK on location here. Thank you to Gabe. Thank you to Casey. Thank you to all the people everywhere that make the magic that is talk radio. I practiced that line. Did it sound like it came across? It didn't. It was cheesy. Oh, well. Blame my speechwriters. It's their fault. Oh, wait. I don't get paid enough for speechwriters. Blame me. 866-391-1020. They're like, man, what do they feed you? You don't sound like this when you're in studio. Well, there's chicken tenders down here. There's fudge down here. There's pastries down here. And then there's Gabe down here. I don't get to work with Gabe very often. I have to work with Casey all the time, and it is a scourge of my existence. Gabe is friendly. Casey? He all right. Casey knows I love him. I'm just kidding. 866-391-1020. Mike the Millennial out in Colorado. You're on KDK.
Lenny, so great to be with you. How are you?
I am doing well, child of God. How are you?
Doing good. I turned 30 years old yesterday, March 14th. So
congratulations. You're still a youngin', so don't get overwhelmed by the 3-0. Trust me, you're still a youngin'.
I'll try not to. I feel like I'm getting older every day. It's just insane. But yeah.
Well, that is true. You are getting older every day, but that's the whole planet. So don't worry about that either.
Yep. Well, thank you for the kind words. And hey, are you watching any of the World Baseball Classics?
No. Primarily because
No?
because the only thing I think about the World Baseball Classic is please nobody get hurt for your major league teams. That's really what goes through my mind. Please don't blow out an arm. Please don't tear an ACL. Please don't, get hit by a pitch and be out for 8 weeks. I get it. I understand it. But, I mean, international baseball and that type of tournament is not Olympic hockey. It's not Olympic basketball. It's not Olympic track and field. It just that's a standard that I grew up with during the height of the Cold War, where it was the United States versus the Russians versus Lithuanians and then the teams behind the Iron Curtain. It just doesn't, or the Canadians now. It's just not that same type of rivalry in baseball. It just, to me, it's not. But
yeah, Well, it's so crazy that regular baseball starts next Wednesday, I think. The regular season. It's so crazy. It went so fast. But yeah, hey, Lenny, I had a comment today a little bit talking about Iran. Interesting article in the New York Times today about Marco Rubio and Trump. Trump and Rubio's vision of war, the art of destroy and deal. And it said, basically throughout his political career, Marco Rubio has long advocated for toppling governments hostile to the United States. He was once considered to be so out of step with Trump that many doubted he would last long in the administration. But today, Marco Rubio is at the helm of Trump's campaigns to reshape Iran, Venezuela, even Cuba. Trump, who's promised to end American wars, he's now embracing the policies backed by Marco Rubio. And, this has, been dismaying a lot of the supporters who thought Donald Trump had ushered in a new era of military restraint. To me, Lenny, it kind of seems like Marco Rubio is trying to almost convert Trump to this kind of George W. Bush era of neoconservative kind of thinking, an approach, which tried to reshape other nations' political systems with military force, as well as kind of pursuing an approach built on power. And so, it was just an interesting article to think that, Trump kind of did campaign on this non-interventionalist stance of we don't need to police the world, we don't need to get involved in all these wars, but now he's kind of shifting more towards Rubio's train of thought on that sort of issue, and I wanted to kind of raise that today. So.
I appreciate your call as always, Mike. I disagree with the premise of the article. Now, I haven't read it yet, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but I do disagree with the premise of the article. Number one, Donald Trump had shown an affinity for autocrats going all the way back to his first term. That's first and foremost. Second of all, Marco Rubio came from the Jeb Bush political lineage, going all the way back to his time as Speaker of the House when Jeb Bush was governor of Florida. Rubio was known as being more inclined to be more of a moderate versus more of a hard right MAGA type of person, which is why when they were all running against each other in 2016, you saw Rubio and Trump go after each other. In fact, even if you go into the Oppo files of the Democratic Party, the number one Republican they were nervous about in the 2016 election was not Donald Trump. It was not Bobby Jindal. It wasn't even Jeb Bush. It was Marco Rubio, 44 years old, articulate, good on his feet, swing state of Florida. That's who they thought was going to win the nomination, and that's who they thought was going to be a problem for Hillary Clinton. Everybody, including them, was surprised that it ended up being Donald Trump. So I say this. I think that if there was a tendency for anybody to move towards a unilateral, autocratic way of seeing the world, by way of going in and being aggressive, breaking, and then trying to fix afterwards, the destroy and deal aspect of diplomacy, I think it's Trump. I think that what we have seen throughout the Trump era is there's always a way to line up people that work for Donald Trump that once the time is right, the bus warms up and runs them over. We just talked about Kristi Noem. But there are people all throughout the first term, and now you're seeing people such as Kristi Noem and the former NSA head that when things go askew, they get run over. I guarantee you, if the Iran war goes sideways, Pete Hegseth's going to be next to go. So these are things, or maybe not next to go, but he will be on the hot seat. I think that if anybody is driving a policy, it's more of a tone from the president that now others are enacting. Because Marco Rubio doesn't sound like the same dude from 2016 at all. He doesn't even sound like the same dude from 2020. He understands the aggression, but there was always a little bit of gang of eight-ish type of willingness to be bipartisan that he just doesn't exhibit now. And that also applies to how they're doing things geopolitically when it comes to this war. That's just my take. I always appreciate your insights, your thoughts, and, of course, happy 30th birthday weekend. In the meanwhile, I will go back to the phones after the news at the top of the hour. We'll go into the 4 o'clock hour. Lenny McAllister, you and I together. I'm broadcasting from the Home and Garden Show. If you're here, you can rock it with me for the next couple hours here on the one and only News Radio, KDKA.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit allegiantfcu.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Stephanie Johnson is a licensed clinical psychologist. I could see people being very cynical and skeptical on the last few elections, the state of the economy, and all these things.
And what I see a lot is this all or nothing thinking. And it's either all my belief or nothing. That's not true.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
And Peter King, AAA says gas prices are nearly 80 cents a gallon more than before the first shots were fired in the Iran war. Iran has responded to the U.S. attack by choking off oil exports at the Strait of Hormuz.
As President Trump claimed to have totally decimated Iranian military targets on Karg Island, a crucial oil hub. Iran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz has crippled at least 16 oil tankers and other vessels, to the point where President Trump has even asked China to send warships.
Correspondent Charlie D'Agata in Tel Aviv. Iran is disputing the president's claim that it wants to make a deal to end the war. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi tells CBS's Face the Nation Iran is done talking.
We never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes.
Officials in Israel, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia say their countries have taken hits from Iran today. It feels like 13 degrees in Eagle River, Wisconsin, one of a lot of upper Midwest towns in the middle of a blizzard warning, with high winds expected and snow being measured in feet, not inches. Here's reporter Bruce Marcus.
This storm is expected to leave more than 2 feet of snow in some places. Strong winds are creating blizzard-like conditions, making many roads impassable. Deb Brown serves as mayor of Eagle River.
And hopefully the equipment all holds up if something breaks down.
Even some longtime Wisconsin residents are not happy.
I think everybody was just gearing up to see some real spring, and now here we are.
Governor Tony Evers has declared a state of emergency because of the storm. Bruce Marcus for CBS News, Eagle River, Wisconsin.
The Academy Awards are tonight, and for Hollywood's elite, it's not just about walking away with an Oscar, but with a swag bag that goes to the highest ranking nominees.
This year it's valued at just over $230,000 per bag.
That bag goes to the nominees in the Best Actor and Actress, Best Supporting Actor and Actress, and Best Director categories. Lash Ferry is the founder of Distinctive Assets, the company that has put together the bags for 24 years.
Only 25 people in the world will get this gift bag.
It's not affiliated with the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, but still gives nominees lots of swag.
The most expensive item this year is a $150,000 interior design package from C Bespoke.
Other items include trips worth 5 figures, handbags, and products. So even Oscar losers win. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
This is CBS News.
The stars shine brighter on CBS Morning.
This is a slam dunk.
So cute.
Gail came in singing for me today.
On CBS Mornings.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
College basketball's March Madness teams will be announced this evening. CBS's Scott McFarland has a look at a veteran radio play-by-play man whose resume includes a lot of those March Madness games.
Johnny Holiday's the radio voice of the University of Maryland men's basketball team.
Good matchup tonight in a man-to-man situation.
As the new generation turns to viewing on tiny screens, Holiday remains a throwback to a different era where everyone knew the local radio man's name.
You've been doing this like a half century. Is it still the thrill?
Oh, yeah. If it wasn't a thrill, I wouldn't be doing it. If I didn't think I could do the job, I certainly wouldn't be doing it. Both teams winning last year on their home floor.
Scott McFarland, CBS News, College Park, Maryland.
In Marion County, Florida, sheriff's deputies say they've arrested a man who tried and failed to steal a septic tank, then tried again the next day and took it away in a U-Haul. I'm Peter King, CBS News.
Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time-to-talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will be a windy and warmer one with clouds, a high near 70. Showers late tonight, low 55. Showers and storms tomorrow morning, giving way to snow showers in the afternoon, 60s to 40s. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Degger, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, Lenny McAllister down here at News Radio KDKA. And Rowdy was here, and he was saying hello to me, so I wanted to say hello to Rowdy, and he asked me what my name, so I was just saying my name. My name is Lenny McAllister. Thank you very much for coming up today. You have a wonderful day. God bless. Again, that's the wonderful thing about doing things on location here at the Home and Garden Show. Now, of course, as soon as I said Rowdy's name, Rowdy was like, do not put me on the air. I wasn't trying to put Rowdy on the air. I was just trying to, I literally just got asked, what's your name? Now, ironically, he asked me for my autograph before he was like, okay, hey, can I have your autograph? Who the heck are you, by the way? So I signed Gabe's name. He doesn't realize I did that. Gabe Casey is what I wrote down. Anyhow, that's it. The beautiful thing about being down here is you get to meet all different types of people. You get to see people that you hadn't seen in a while. You get to see people that you've known forever. Like I said yesterday, I took a picture with 2 girls that I coached years ago, including as recently as last school year, in basketball and in track. People that I had known since, they were in 1st and 2nd grade. One of them since kindergarten. So you get a chance to do that, but you also get a chance to just kind of see how people interact, how they laugh, how they respond to each other, how they respond to vendors, how they are, in their family units. You get to see different types of families, different type of family makeups. The grandma's traveling with the families, and the granddad's traveling with the families, and the Amish families that are here working the convention or just traveling in for the sights and sounds. People from West Virginia, people from Eastern Ohio, people from Western New York, coming in here and just kind of vibing and taking it all in. It's good to be able to do that. And then, of course, like I said, two things. Live entertainment. The Kappa band's playing again. You can hear them in the background. And then, of course, the other live entertainment is any kid under the age of 6. You get to see mom say, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. I said come here. And then, of course, they're trying to put their best face forward without realizing the rest of us parents are like, no. We understand. We'll trip your kid for you if they come past. We'll make sure they don't get to the steps. You have to worry about that. We are the anti-theft system on this end of the convention floor. So we get it. Because look, the kids are sugared up sometimes, overstimulated with all the people here, all types of things going on. Yeah, they're going to get a little rowdy sometimes. But again, we understand. You don't have to put on airs for us. There's been plenty of times where I've stuck out a leg, not tripped a kid, but kind of like, you block the way to the escalator. You got to put out a leg, they look, like, stranger danger, and they stop, which is just enough time for the mom to come over and say, thank you. Jimmy, didn't I tell you to stop running? And that's all they need. And again, we've all been there. 866-391-1020. Going back to the phone lines, Bishop in Denora, you're on KDKA.
Yeah, brother, man. Now, this is the first time that I have missed the Home and Garden Show for well over 10 or 12 years. I just didn't have, I was out of town anyway, and I came back, and I just didn't feel the energy to go, and I wanted to go. I started to come down there today, but I said, the economy is so fragile, and, a lot of people, including myself, is watching our finances as we dip in certain things here and to make sure things are straightened out, especially when you have a kid in college. And this is what I've been saying about what's going on in the economy. Now, I consider myself in the middle class, in the middle, or going up a little tiny bit. But, man, it's getting rough and tight out here. I don't know if you feel that way or see it, but it is. It's getting tough.
Anybody that's seen the gas prices, Brother Bishop, anybody that's seen the gas prices know that things are getting tight. And anybody that understands how the economy works, realizing that those groceries are on trucks that are fueled by gas or diesel, that the economy of getting people to and fro is fueled by fossil fuels that fly businessmen from one point of the country to another, or allow business people to get in cars and go from one business to another. No. It's evident from the job creation to the cost of living and the strain on the everyday American that the economy is not doing, quote unquote, as well as we were told. We were just told in the middle of February that we're living in the golden age of America based on the economy. And then we went to war in what was already a slowing down of the economy based on the GDP, which, by the way, the GDP didn't grow at a rate of 2+ as they thought for the last quarter. So even GDP growth has not been what they said it was going to be. Job creation has not been what they said it was going to be. And, of course, the gas prices are certainly not where they were bragging about just 3 to 4 weeks ago.
And you're absolutely right. Now, I can't believe that this guy is still asking some friends like China and others, to help him take care where the oil has to go through that passing lane.
Strait of Hormuz.
That part of it. Yeah. Now, you know good and well, Lenny, that China and them are not going to help him. What is wrong? This guy, what is it? Is it the 26 that they can act? They're not going to do it, obviously. This man is incompetent. Something is going on in his mind that is not right and leading this country that we live in down a hole financially, a war, that is not right. Something's not right here, Lenny, and Brother Lenny, and you know it. Now, I posted what the Simmons family had to say, and they're not happy about that their son and grandson, they call it, like the rest of us, a senseless war that you put us in, and you have no way of, or even considering, because it's not your kids. See, I like to know how many people call up to your show. Is it your kids that you're going to send over there in a senseless war, and perhaps, which we don't want, because I pray for the soldiers every day, to come back in a coffin? This is ridiculous, Brother Lenny. This is unforced. I'm just in shock that this country is in the way, and the way we believe, Republican or Democrat. You have some very good Republicans, and I voted for some, by the way. I told you I voted for me and Senator Brian Lauder supposed to meet in the next couple of weeks. I voted for Junior, and I voted for the Senior Bush. So I can cross the aisles if I feel that it's right. But Brother Lenny, then see these people that just stick up this man's nose and like he can't do no wrong? Something's wrong with the subject, Brother Lenny. I'm sorry. I'll talk to you. Look forward to talking to you in the next week or so.
Well, I appreciate it, Brother Bishop. Appreciate your call as always. We have had the cult of personality in American politics now for roughly 20 years. I would say even more than that. And when that drives who we elect, and that drives what policies we get behind, then the details of policy and the mantle and substance of leadership, they're out the door at that point in time. There are people that look, I've said this on more than one occasion. I'm not blaming Barack Obama for Donald Trump, but I don't think we get Donald Trump without Barack Obama. And both got elected on the strength of their personality. Now, I'm not discounting a Harvard Law degree. I'm not discounting the U.S. Senate win. I'm not discounting the state Senate service. I'm not discounting the business success. I mean, even though he failed in many instances of businesses, he is a billionaire. He does have a worldwide brand. He did build a media brand for himself over many years. But let's just be fair. One had never held elected office before. And the other one was only in the U.S. Senate for 2 years. Got inaugurated, if you will, sworn in. They don't get inaugurated. Sworn in to U.S. Senate in 2005. And by 2007 was saying, I'm running for the presidency of the United States. Those two models right there aren't exactly the models of people that have been, prepared for the presidency in the traditional sense. Serve in the Congress, maybe become a governor, then run for president. Or serve in the Congress, then become a senator, then run for the presidency. Last couple of presidencies, you hadn't seen that. In fact, you can go back to George W. Bush. George W. Bush was running a baseball team and overcoming substance abuse. Then ran for governor. Then ran for president. The last politician that had a lot of different type of back and forth experiences that prepared him or her for the presidency, as far as candidates, was probably Bill Clinton. AG of Arkansas, 2-term governor of Arkansas, granted 2-year terms, but 2-term governor, then ran for the presidency. So I say all that to say this. For a while, we have been leaning on the cult of personality in American politics and thinking that that's leadership just because they're popular. Leadership is not popularity. And sometimes being a true leader is going to make you unpopular. But because we're not focused on the results of what's coming out of our politics and policies, and we're only looking at poll numbers more often than not, that ends up putting us in the positions that we're in right now, which Locally, we have a screwed up budgets at the state, federal, local, and county levels. We have a deficit in the city. We have a deficit in the county. We had to raise taxes for one. We're going to raise taxes for the other probably again. The state's about to fight over their budget. They had a big impasse that just came out of 2025. Budget's supposed to be passed June 30th. Didn't get passed until November. And we know what's going on at the federal level. Popularity is not leadership. And true leadership is not always popular. But it is passionate, and it is considerate, and it is empathetic, and it is unifying. 866-391-1020. Going back to the phones when I come back after the break on News Radio KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
When it comes to surgery, trust matters. At Independence Health System, our award-winning surgeons use advanced techniques and technology to deliver safe, precise, and personalized care. We offer minimally invasive options for faster recovery, smaller incisions, and less risk. From hernia repair to bariatric surgery, our skilled team is here for you every step of the way. Learn more at independence.health. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Magical March savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, fresh boneless, skinless chicken breasts or breast tenders are $2.89 a pound. In the produce department, large heads of green cabbage are 39 cents a pound. In the deli, available every Friday, Coons batter dip fish sandwiches are $11.99 each. And additional savings this week, select a variety of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper 12-pack, 12-ounce cans are $6.99 each.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Are you struggling with hearing loss? Do friends and family complain that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to repeat themselves? If you want to hear clearly again, but don't want a bulky hearing aid that makes you look old, you need to try Atom X by Audion Hearing. The Atom X is a life-changing breakthrough, precisely designed by top audio engineers, fits comfortably in your ear, is nearly invisible, and lets you adjust your sound so you can hear conversations clearly, at home, at dinner, or on the go. And right now, you can try the Atom X risk-free for 45 days. Call Audion Hearing now at 800-295-HEAR. That's HEAR for a 45-day risk-free home trial with free shipping and money-back guarantee. The Atom X is lightweight, rechargeable, practically invisible, and costs 90% less than prescription hearing aids. Don't miss out. Call 800-295-HEAR for complete details. That's 800-295-4327. Hearing for everyone. Audion Hearing.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. The source you trust for news and information that matters. News Radio KDKA.
So I had a young fan. My fan base just kind of swarmed me during the commercial break and said, "May I please have a picture with you, kind sir?" I said, "Sure." And he said, and I quote, "I'm trying to take a bunch of pictures with very famous people." And I said, and I quote, "Well, sure, but if you're taking a picture with me, your standards of famous are not very high." And he said, and I quote, "Yeah, you're right." Which then made me feel really, really bad, and I elbowed the kid off the stage. "Get out of here, kid." It was a joke. No, that's not what I did. He did say that, and I did chuckle. And again, if you can't take yourself not seriously, if you can't be self-deprecating, if you can't be humble, especially with young people, then you really don't need to have a platform like this. Because people don't realize, and I will say this, and I'm going to go to Cynthia in Florida before I go to break. People don't realize that when you're in a position like this and you interact with somebody that's 12, 13, 14 years old, this is a moment that can open a door for them to imagine themselves being better, doing something that they never dreamed of before, and realizing, maybe I can be that. Maybe I can do that. And if you're in a position like this, and I'm not saying that I'm like, president of the world like Doctor Who, for all you Whovians out there. Even doing this provides a kid an opportunity to dream. And at a time where we have a lot of things that are going sideways, we need people with belief and hope and faith to still dream. So it's always good to see young people and help them do that. That's it. 866-391-1020. Lenny McAllister down here at the Home and Garden Show until 6. And I'm going to the phone lines. Even though I'm down at the Home and Garden Show, I'm still able to go to the phone lines. We do it like that. Thus, I got Cynthia on Florida on the line on KDKA.
Hey, Lynn.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
hey,
ma'am.
Thank you for saving the children from the escalators. I can't tell you how many times I have done that in the airports. In front of their parents. They're running their fingers along the rubber and touching the steps. Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway. Well, I called to talk about that city that one person mentioned, the Muslim city, but I'm going to talk about some white cities in the United States too. But you mentioned this war going sideways. It already is. There is a Kurdish group in Syria that have fought ISIS forever, and they do not like the new president, Gilani, who was a member of Al-Qaeda. And by the way, there was an Israeli general, his name is Herzi Halabi. He said he did not want the ISIS to lose in Syria, and that's why we have an Al-Qaeda president in Syria. Anyway, this group, and they're called the SDF, they are aligning themselves with Iran. So everything has gone sideways. This whole thing is, if I was in the military, I'd do a better job. And I'm not. I don't know who these people are clowns. But anyway, that guy called about
Hold on, Cynthia. Hold on. I'm gonna take you past the break because I'm running out of time.
Okay.
I know you're look. I know your cadence. I know you're starting to build up to something. I don't want to cut you off.
No.
So
I'm going to go to the city that guy
I know. I
mentioned.
understand. So I'm gonna put you on. I'm gonna put you on
Thank
hold.
you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's all good. So staying tight. I'm gonna go to the news. Then I'm gonna come back to Cynthia. Then Sam. Then David. Then others at 866-391-1020. We'll give you a chance to rock and roll. It's all good. I'm going to come back to Cynthia, though, then go from there. Going into the news, coming back, Lenny McAllister down here until 6 at the Home and Garden Show here at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center at the one and only News Radio, KDKA.
Hi, folks. I'm with our good friend John Diagardi from Rome Monument. John, you were telling me earlier that people really should not rush into choosing a memorial for their loved one. Now, why is that?
We found that families need to take ample time to grieve first. Grief is not something that we get over, but rather something that we learn to live with. So the length of time to grieve varies from person to person.
You mentioned that the monument can't be placed right away.
That's right. There are certain things that need to take place before a monument can be installed. So it's really worth taking time to think about how to plan and design a memorial that truly reflects a person's life. It's actually a healing activity that helps to alleviate grief.
John, this makes a lot of sense.
It does. And when the time is right to proceed, not only can Rome Monument help families choose and design their memorial, we can help them save as much as 50% by eliminating the middleman.
Thanks, John. Folks, you can learn more by simply visiting RomeMonuments.com.
Teen
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Whether it's audio that makes you move, think, or cheer.
It's all here.
Odyssey.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. The Iran war could be over in a few more weeks. That's what U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright told NBC's Meet the Press.
I think that's the likely time frame, yes. I think the president came out early on saying he expected the need for 4 to 6 weeks to completely defang Iran's military capabilities.
The war has driven oil prices above $100 a barrel, and prices are up at the pump. The cost of jet fuel and fertilizer are also affected, but President Trump's top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, tells CBS's Face the Nation.
We're increasing the amount of permits that we're giving to Venezuela. We're getting new sources of fertilizer from Morocco and from Venezuela and other places to make sure that our farmers have the fertilizer they need.
A late winter storm is pounding the plains, the upper Midwest, and Great Lakes. Reporter Adam Dexter is in Minneapolis.
We are just shy of a foot of snow on the ground here.
CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Burgh with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free.
that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for Earned Income Tax Credit, Child Tax Credit, Student Loan Interest, and Schedule 1A.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, windy and warmer, a high near 70. Shower late tonight, low 55. Showers and storms to start tomorrow, giving way to afternoon snow showers, so we fall from the 60s into the 40s. For AccuWeather, I'm Bill Daker, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, here we go. Let's push through the weekend, and we'll be back Monday. Colin Dunlap, can't wait to talk to you on Monday, 2 to 6, right here, KDK.
All right, going back to Cynthia in Florida because she was kind enough to have a little bit of patience past the news. Cynthia, continue, ma'am, please.
I appreciate the time. Yeah, your caller talked about this community in Texas. It is predominantly Muslims, but it's a diverse, inclusive community, and it's called it was called Epic, and they changed the name to Meadows. I looked it up after he called. And the problem is the governor doesn't want them to put a mosque there. But this is not just exclusively Muslim community. But there are exclusive communities in the United States. Because I read about this a long time ago. One was formed in Alabama near Talladega by a group of people. They call it Reclaim the Land or Return to the Land or something. And they want communities like that, exclusively white people, in Alabama, which there is one. They want to put one in Missouri and Arkansas. You know what? I don't care what they do. I don't want them as my neighbors.
No, and I get that. Well again, there's still a point of time, though, Cynthia, where you're going to run into constitutional issues as they should, and that's one of the things that I did bring up, because if you allow that to transpire, then it's the whole, well, I should be able to assemble and congregate with the people that I want to congregate with, which of course you can say that, but then when you're talking about buying property and somebody else's, self-determinative activities or lifestyles and things along those lines, when you start talking about buying land and having safe land and having prosperity, it's the same argument you had with land restrictions all the way back to literally the 1800s.
But the community he mentioned in Texas is not like that. That he portrayed it. I hate misinformation. That is not what they're doing. It's an inclusive, Muslim-centric, but inclusive community.
And like I said,
very quickly.
Go ahead.
Very quickly. I went to we go to a farmer's market craft thing every Sunday. And this guy from South Africa ran over to my husband. My husband had had a Soweto hat on, but the guy knew he's from South Africa. We had a really nice conversation. And this conversation with you now reminded me of Nelson Mandela visited a community in South Africa, and they wanted to be all white, all exclusive, called Ironica. He said, I don't care. You guys do what you want to do, but just don't harm us. But I was tempted to ask this guy if he planned to go back to South Africa, because when we were there early last year, I met a guy, and he said he wanted to come to America. I said, if you can't make it here, you're not going to make it in America. And I read a couple months ago, a lot of these people who came here, they're going back to South Africa because it's too expensive here. Anyway, divide yourselves all you want.
Cynthia, I appreciate your call as always. And, the sad thing is America's already resegregating itself. We're seeing that. I mean, first of all, it used to be the most segregated day in America, Sunday. That's still true. But go look at the public schools, go look at the neighborhoods, go look at the jobs. America's already resegregating itself. And that is not good for America. Yes, there is the I want to be around the people I want to be around. There's an argument for that. There's also the we are the United States of America, and that's where we get our collective power from, being united. Now, ironically enough, one of the big determinative factors regarding how we self-segregate now is political philosophy. There's a reason why, if you look at the political map, there are precincts, but not even so much precincts, there are counties that are either deep blue or deep red. There's very few purple areas in the world, our political world, I should say, anymore. And as a result of that, couple that with gerrymandering, couple that without any term limits by and large, guess what you end up getting? You end up getting people that can be entrenched in their silos, unwilling to work with the other side, and then demonize the other side and say, you hate America. You hate our communities. You hate our children. Whatever the case may be. Which is very, very unfortunate. 866-391-1020. Let me go to Sam in South Park. Sam, you're on KDKA.
Hey, how are you?
I am doing well. How are you?
Good. So 25 years ago, 9/11 happened. And shortly after that, there was a lot of similar talk about possibly going to war and sending troops to Iraq. And I was actually contemplating joining the Army. And my dad found out that I'd been talking to a recruiter, and he came to me one night and he told me that if I continued to pursue going to the Army, that he was going to take a bat and he was going to bust my knees. And I really, really, really hope that there are people out there who are going to do the similar thing to anybody who's contemplating joining the Marines, the Army, the military services, in response to this war, because you're just sending your kid to go die for Israel. And unfortunately, we've been told for decades now that we have no money for you to help you with your kids, for daycare, for student loans. We don't have money to help you with your bridges. We don't have money to help you with your tunnels and your roads and your garbage pickup and all this stuff. We don't have money for that because we have to give it all to Israel on a yearly basis.
But are we hold on, Sam? Are we giving it $3.5 billion? Hold on, Sam. Are we giving it to Israel? Number two, and I'm going to go back to another point that you made previous to this, which is can an individual still want to serve their country and not necessarily agree with what's transpiring in Iran? There are still other American interests all around the world. There are still other ways to keep America safe all around the world that have nothing to do with Iran. So somebody can still say that they want to enter one of our branches of the service without necessarily saying they're getting into it as a result of Iran. Now, the difference is I'd have to imagine there are not a lot of American children that are looking at this, or even, American middle-aged adults that are looking at this the same way we did 9/11. 9/11, we saw our nation under attack. People may still want to get into the military and say, I want to keep America safe, and there are different ways of doing that. So I don't think that somebody wanting to go into the military now, even right now, is necessarily, on the fringe or serving the fringe.
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty disappointing that for my entire adult life, right? I'm 42 years old. I've been told that our number one ally in the region, in the Middle East, is Israel. And in the 20 years that we were in Iraq and Afghanistan, and after we sent over there 3.5 million Americans to fight, Israel sent 0 in 20 years. So I'm tired of hearing about how Israel is our number one ally. When they attacked us when they attacked a ship in the 60s. I'm tired of hearing how they're our number one ally when they stole nuclear secrets from us and they welcomed a treasonous traitor with red carpet in Israel. I'm tired of hearing that. And I'm tired of hearing that we have to pay more money to fund this war for them where it's costing $2 billion a day. Imagine if we took $2 billion, bet $2 billion a day, and we said, okay, Pittsburgh, here's $2 billion. You work on whatever you need to work as a city or as a county, and you work on that. Here's $2 billion. And 2 weeks from now, $2 more billion go to another major city, and they work on those major things so that those people can have things for their community. But no, instead we're spending $2 billion to drop bombs on schools and churches and hospitals and universities and civilians.
Well, the American, I appreciate your call, Sam.
I'm just really tired of that, and I think Americans should be tired of that. And we need to stop playing with the, oh, he's on the Democrat, he's on the Republican side, and we really have to focus as a people, as a country, that we have to focus to not fund, to not vote for politicians that are not going to do anything for us. These people are going to Congress and they're voting left and right to give money left and right to other organizations, other companies, other countries.
Sam, I appreciate your call. I understand where you're going. You've made your point, and I appreciate it. At the same time, I'm going to say this. Number one, there are people that would say this. The Constitution, it is not obligated to take care of the domestic needs of individuals at the same height of obligation as it is to defend national sovereignty. Now, you take that and couple that with the fact that it gives a lot of leeway to what the commander-in-chief and people in Washington, D.C. define as national sovereignty, for good or for bad. And in many instances, it's not for good. And I'm not putting judgment on this action necessarily. But national sovereignty is an obligation that is specifically highlighted in the Constitution, not necessarily building roads and things along those lines, not in the federal Constitution. Now, there is a provision in the state Constitution in regards to public education. I will give you that. But that's state, not federal. Number one. Number two, I understand your point in regards to alliances, but it's much like the trade situation. Not every partner in an alliance is equal. We don't have the same military. We don't have the same capabilities. Now, has there been double crossing over the course of history? The Americans have done it. The British have done it. The French have done it. The Israelis have done it. The Russians have done it to their allies. So I can point to incidences in geopolitical history where people have backstabbed even their own allies to try to get an advantage on the geopolitical stage. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying it happens. But you do bring up, among other things you bring up a very valid point with this. There is such a short-sightedness with American voters to say, I want a certain type of policy if I vote for a certain type of candidate. And then that gets cast off immediately the moment that individual gets in office. Then it's a matter of, well, that's my person, so I'm going to support whatever they do regardless because that's my person. No, that person is your representative. And as a result, if they're not doing what you voted them in to do, there needs to be some type of redress that transpires, some type of interaction that transpires so that what the people want remains reflected in what the people's representatives do. That is where the disconnect is. Because a lot of these people voted for no more wars, voted for the very thing that you talked about, Sam, including the MAGA people. Make America great again. America first. America first meant America first with international trade, America first with how we spend our money, America first with how money gets circulated in the American economy, how we dealt with everything from geopolitical matters to geoeconomic matters. That's what that policy was supposed to stand for, not some of what we're seeing now. So you have a fair point there. But unfortunately, too many American voters have amnesia. The moment they hit the button in the ballot box or fill in a little check box and they see the results that night. 866-391-1020. Going back to the phone lines after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. And brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
With multiple locations throughout the region, relief from peripheral neuropathy has never been more accessible. Tri-State Neuropathy Center's team of chiropractic physicians have successfully helped over 15,000 patients regain their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State's effective treatment programs that utilize the most powerful technology available. No drugs, non-invasive, painless, and FDA approved. Dr. Sean Ritchie of Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is hosting free educational peripheral neuropathy seminars this month in Monroeville and Wexford.
Join us for a free peripheral neuropathy seminar and learn how our most advanced treatment program that has helped thousands can help you.
Reservations are required and seating is limited, so reserve your spot today. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000 or go to marydanston.com. Attend one of these free seminars and learn how neuropathy sufferers are getting relief. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
Come on. No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to not sell half. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce!
It's spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Lenny McAllister down here for another hour here at the Home and Garden Show here at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. It's so funny because I keep saying that, and I say it like a true Pittsburgher, which means that it's not like two names and an initial. It's like all blurred together. David L. Lawrence. Like it's like some long 18-letter word that you would only hear on Jeopardy and Final Jeopardy. Name the one-word name of the Pittsburgh Convention Center located close to the Strip District section of the city. Dale Lawrence. Yinzer, you are correct. How much did you wager? Sounds like a skit off of Dave Chappelle. Sorry. Did not sound like Ken Jennings. It sounded more like Dave Chappelle acting like he was Ken Jennings, which I guess my blackness forced me to do that. Anywho, 866-391-1020. I really don't usually sound like this. Again, it must be the headset. See, if I'm on YouTube live stream, I'm just not doing this. Here, a little bit of chicken tenders, a couple of pastries, goes to my head. Could you imagine if I actually drank? 866-391-1020. David in San Francisco, you're on KDKA.
Oh, thanks, Len. Yeah, I was interested in your garden show, but it's funny, Cynthia raised the issue.
My garden show? I'm at the home and garden show. I have no garden show. You do not want me planting anything. It is a very, very bad thing. If I had to plant my own food, I would starve.
Okay. Well, I have a question about that, but as they were talking about that town in Texas, that reminded me that Elon was trying to also make a town in Texas that was going to be his own company town.
Yep.
And if you know the history of company towns, those were like the evil kind of Mr. Burns owns a town, and that you complain about Mr. Burns, you're going to be on the outs. And there are many examples. Up in Colorado, there was a company town where they called in the National Guard when people started complaining about the rent, and they shot them to death. So
I got a good example, though, where it didn't quite go that crazy. Right here in Pennsylvania. Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, there were
Hershey.
Yeah, there were attempts to do those things, and that's kind of the reason why democracy got developed. And the idea that a slumlord like Trump doesn't like democracy.
David, that's not why democracy got developed. These things came about in the 1800s. The democracy came about in the 1700s.
Well, company towns came about centuries and centuries.
In America? In America? I mean, if you want to go back into the corporated aspect of America, then it's fine. But, I mean, we were charters at one point in time, if that's where you're going back to.
Well, I'm thinking I read a book about the Inquisition, and they were basically talking about the jealousy of the church, and they would come in there with snitches and try to break apart what were communal towns or were small villages that worked interactively with each other, and that the idea of a busybody kind of church that tries to rip it apart and control everything. The old Inquisition took centuries to develop, and
David, I appreciate your call. I got to go to break. I'm running up against the news breaks. I apologize for that, and we literally started in like the 1800s and ended with the Inquisition. These timelines are amazing, and I love the history lessons. I need a TARDIS to travel with them, but that's okay. It's all good. 866-391-1020. I am going to go to the news because I said I was going to do it, and I am a man of my word. But then when I come back, the phone lines will remain open for the last hour. 866-391-1020. Lenny McAllister for one more hour down at the Home and Garden Show on your News Radio KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Stephanie Johnson is a licensed clinical psychologist. I could see people being very cynical and skeptical in the last few elections, the state of the economy, and all these things.
And what I see a lot is this all or nothing thinking. And it's either all my belief or nothing. That's not true.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom. Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Serving Allegheny County for 50 years and supporting survivors of crime, Center for Victims invites you to its Lighting Candles in the Darkness Gala, Thursday, April 9th. It's an evening honoring hope, healing, and resilience. Visit centerforvictims.org.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
They're Bosch. Despite a relentless pounding by U.S. and Israeli forces, Iran is holding firm. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says his country does not want a ceasefire.
We never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes.
Araghchi on CBS's Face the Nation. CBS's Charlie D'Agata says there's no sign the U.S. plans to let up.
Thousands more U.S. sailors are heading to the region, equipped for close combat on sea or land. The increased firepower comes as an Iranian-backed militant group in Iraq struck the U.S. Embassy compound, prompting officials to urge U.S. citizens to leave the country as soon as possible.
Iran is stifling oil shipments in the Strait of Hormuz. CBS's Cecilia Vega asked Bob McNally of Rapidan Energy about the consequences of that.
We could be looking at the highest gas prices ever paid in this country.
If we don't open Hormuz to the free flow of traffic, yes.
McNally on 60 Minutes. Worry over domestic terrorism is growing after an attack on a Michigan synagogue and a shooting at Virginia's Old Dominion University. CBS's Samantha Vinograd says there's reason to be concerned.
The internet has been a force multiplier for terrorism. Individuals have such easy access to content online that can radicalize them, and importantly, such easy access to information on tactics, techniques, and targets, which means that they can plot more quickly and make their attacks more effective. What that really means is we need a whole new model for counterterrorism in this country.
A bomb threat kept passengers on a JetBlue flight stuck on the tarmac for hours after the plane from Boston landed at Vero Beach, Florida. CBS News Boston reporter Julie McDonald.
That bomb threat announcement came at the end of the investigation. At first, they were just informed that there was some sort of security issue, but then the bomb-sniffing dogs came on board and the investigation continued with police, fire trucks surrounding that plane. Over the course of 2 hours, everyone, though, did make it off safely and to their destinations in Florida.
Investigators determined the bomb threat was not credible. A late winter storm is pounding the plains, the upper Midwest, and Great Lakes. Reporter Adam Duxter is in Minneapolis, where he says snow shovelers have their work cut out.
This is the stuff that is wet. It is the stuff that is heavy. It's the stuff that maybe you need to do in sections or just give yourself a break because you will be winded and sore and tired if you're out shoveling.
Forecasters also tracking strong winds across the plains. This is CBS News.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You could see some first-timers grab their first Oscars tonight.
And it's only a matter of time before I'm staring at you from the cover of a Wheaties box.
This could finally be Timothée Chalamet's year to stare out at the audience and say thank you.
He's the youngest person to garner 3 Oscar noms since Marlon Brando.
But Variety's Clayton Davis points out he hasn't won one yet. Neither has this guy.
Michael B. Jordan!
The Sinners star is among the movie's record 16 nominations. So's Ryan Coogler.
He's the 7th black man to be nominated for Best Director. No one has ever won.
Neither has 14-time director nominee Paul Thomas Anderson. One battle after another's Leonardo DiCaprio, or Hamnet shoe-in Jessie Buckley. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
As for which film will win Best Picture, critics say it is a contest between Paul Thomas Anderson's political thriller, One Battle After Another, and Ryan Coogler's horror drama, Sinners. I'm Heather Bosch, CBS News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Windy tonight with a shower in spots late, low 55. Then windy with showers and thunderstorms around tomorrow, which may contain damaging winds, an early high of 62. Much colder tomorrow night with flurries, low 22. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Kai Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Something extraordinary happened Thursday in Pittsburgh. A news conference was called to announce the O'Connor administration is reopening the 2026 budget, and with the city council will make budget cuts to reduce red ink. Mayor Corey O'Connor told reporters the deficit could be as high as $30 to $40 million, and that's after a 20% property tax hike. What happened? The mayor said his predecessor's budget relied on inaccurate forecasts and false assumptions. City Controller Rachel Heisler previously warned of revenue shortfalls and predicted a deficit and was ignored. The mayor's bold budget decision is the latest of several that demonstrate he is engaged and proactive. His nominees to head up the police and public safety departments were made before O'Connor was sworn in. The mayor addressed criticism of the city's snow removal efforts, promised improvement, and later announced more than millions of dollars in donations to add new plow trucks to the city's fleet. A plan to streamline the permitting process was recently announced as well. Mayor O'Connor is addressing the most urgent issues the city is facing and has done it in just over 60 days. Getting back to reopening the budget to make needed cuts, when was the last time you heard a politician say, let's spend less?
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Final hour here at the Home and Garden Show. Lenny McAllister down here with the News Radio KDKA team. We've been down here since last weekend, engaging the wonderful people. It's starting to clear out now, unfortunately. This is kind of, I don't know. This is the sad part of doing on-location radio. It's one thing when you get to see the bustling of people coming in and out and all the laughter and the ha-ha-ha-ha of spending money and spending time and being a good cheer with good company down here. But everybody's starting to leave now. I'm seeing a couple of people coming up the escalators still to try to take in the sights and sounds at the very last minute, but I'm already starting to see some vendors leaving out of here. For it to be an annual event, you hear about it, you see the television ads, you hear the radio ads, and then if you get a chance to come down here, you see the crowds coming in and out. It's always a fun time. It's one of the things that is part of the fabric of the city, and quite honestly, it's part of the fabric of the good weather calendar aspects of the city, where, St. Patrick's Day Parade, Home and Garden Show, the AV Show, Pirates Baseball. This year we'll have the draft. Then, of course, you'll eventually get into ideally good Pirates Baseball, and then you'll get into football season. So that said, it's always kind of cool to be able to do this. 866-391-1020, watching people do their final couple of mill-arounds, poking in and out, checking out vendors down here at the Home and Garden Show. If you're here, make sure you get yourself a yardstick. It seems like everybody has these pink yardsticks this year. Kids, be careful. Someone's going to lose an eye. But it's been good to watch the people. It's been really, really good. Anywho, 866-391-1020. Going back to the phone lines. Dick in Dayton, you're on KDK.
Hey, Lenny, how are you?
I am doing well, child of God. How are you?
Lenny, I wanted to congratulate you because I went to those garden shows out here at, the Nutter Center. But one thing about it, though, Lenny, one of the best places I ever worked, I was there as a manager of the front end. And I want to salute either Lowe's or Home Depot and Office, at Menards for their contribution. And I wanted to say something, Lenny. Those people you had in music yesterday were really good. I enjoyed them.
I'm glad you did. One of them belongs to me. So he doesn't belong to me. He belongs to God. But,
really?
he has my last name. So there's that. Yes.
Yeah, huh?
Yes, I was saying yes.
Yep. I was going to say another thing. If you ever get a chance, they used to come in March. They played on the riverboat down there, and I knew a couple of them. The Pittsburgh Banjo Band was really good. You ever heard of them?
I have.
They're good, Lenny. You got to go see them. Tell them Lenny, you had a lot there. I love KDKA. You're a great American, Lenny.
Thank you, child of God. I appreciate your phone call. As always, Dick, you enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and you have a fantastic week coming up. I appreciate your phone call as always. We had a good time yesterday. We had a good time today. Like I said, it's clearing out now. I'm seeing tables be put away. I'm seeing people head out. I'm watching vendors come in and out and kind of break down things. I know that we'll be doing that within the next 45 minutes as well. So, I mean, it's kind of sad to see it shut down, but it's the humanity of it. It's kind of like what we were talking about with John and Rachel yesterday, where you see the parade, but unless if you're in the parade, you don't see the setup of the parade. You don't see the people getting there 2 to 3 hours before the parade. You don't see them lining up before the parade. You don't see the police coming and the streets that are blocked. That's one thing I should have talked to John and Rachel about, is the fact that when you have to find where to park when you're in a parade, because the first 4 places where you would go when you would go to an area, they're blocked off by the police or by some type of police barrier. So you have to find a secret cut through in order to park and to get to where you need to go. So, anywho, all that said, I'm starting to see a little bit of the humanity of the shutting down of the Home and Garden Show now. Now, that said, still the finest entertainment you'd ever want to see is a bunch of kids running around and and parents chasing said kids. And if you can hear the stomping right now, that is from a 7-year-old girl. That, again, all it takes is a 7-year-old full of joy, full of sugar, to want to sit there and stomp while they're running, and, their sights to behold. But you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's the beauty of doing these type of events, whether it's a live event on the radio or just being part of the atmosphere. You get a chance to see families. And it's very easy, folks, to get caught up in. It's very easy to get caught up in the anxiety of what's going on in our world. But this is how human nature is. This is how human history is. World history, American history, etc. It's this complex blend of good things, bad things, great things, horrible things, all at the same time. Because of free will, love and hatred all coexist. Always has. You can find the worst of the worst at the same exact time where you can find something that will absolutely inspire you, including now. Dick just brought up the kids from the Seton LaSalle marching band. We were laughing with John and Rachel. We were talking about Yinzer Dogs with Larry Richard just yesterday. We're talking about a war in Iran, and we're talking about a stalling economy now. All of those things are going on at the same exact time. All of those things are going on at the same exact time. There is a way to find inspiration in joy, in peace. There's a reason why you come to a place like this. Because if you just people watch, that's the other thing that's great about doing remotes. While you're doing the show, you still get an opportunity to people watch. And it all depends on what your perspective is. You can be very cynical and look at people and like, ugh, these people don't even get it. And you can be very negative. Or you can look and realize that each one of these individuals is a child of God, is an American, has a family that loves them, has value in their community, has value in their society collectively, their community a little bit more narrowed down, their family very individualized. And yet they're all interacting with each other. Some in great ways, some in small ways, some just walking past each other, some serving each other in line for food or for drink or for a service, or some that are friends, or some that just shared a laugh for 5 seconds. Any or all of those, when you get a chance to people watch and recognize that, it's a lot easier to move away from the excited toxicity that is in politics, that is in current events, that is in current affairs, that is in, the type of dialogue we share today. It's a lot easier to remember we're all in this together, whether we realize it or not, whether we want to be in it or not. We're all vulnerable to the same things. We found that out during COVID. We'll find that out with the bad economy. We'll find that out during war. So if we just understand each other's humanity, each other's Americanism, maybe we can get back to making what's been dysfunctional more functional and, dare I say, more perfect again. 866-391-1020. Going to break. Then coming back, phone lines are open until 6. I'm here until 6. You and I are together until 6 on the award-winning News Radio KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Yikes, it was scary cold. But just as scary is that you now know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer. Let PJ Fitzpatrick help reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for your new windows. That's trustpj.com.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid to now sell now. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So one of the groups of people I want to reach out to right now. Now I've been talking about all different types of people and how we all can come together as a community, all that type of jazz. But I'm going to get very specific right now. One of the groups of people I want to reach out to this weekend, sadly, is a group of individuals, or is a group of individuals, or is the group of individuals, depending on what article you want to use. Seth Meyers is over my shoulder. It's making me nervous. I'm going to now stutter on the air. There's a reason why we went to the bullpen from last weekend to this weekend. We literally went to the righty and got Gabe in here and just went. Seth's looking at me. It's like, dude, I was nice to you last weekend. What is wrong with you? Anywho, that said. Again, there's no YouTube feed, so A, I'm like off the chain, what. Number two, I get to just be a little sillier because there's no camera staring at me, which I'll go back to next week. So I can just be a little bit more, off the cuff, if you will. Plus, that's the John and Rachel effect. I had John and Rachel on here, and they're all wacky radio, and now I'm all wacky, maybe. Something serious. I don't know about you all, but there's still a group of people out there that don't have electricity. I raced down here because my kiddo was playing basketball today. And his game, the second game, got delayed by 90 minutes because the electricity went out all of a sudden in Monroeville, parts of Monroeville. Now, you got to understand, obviously the storm was Friday. But there are people that I have talked to that have not had electricity since the storm on Friday. We got another bad storm coming through tomorrow. where the temps now are like low 60s. They're going to drop down to the 40s. We are really starting to learn that when these temperature drops happen quickly, we're usually going to get 30, 40, 50, 60 mile an hour wind gust with it, which is going to be enough to pull down some power lines and, as a result, keep some of us without power. Now, I don't know about you all, and if this is not true, call me at 866-391-1020, clarify. But I'm a native Pittsburgher, and I use that facetiously because, after all, there's Pittsburghers, and they're like people that call themselves Pittsburghers. You go, where'd you grow up? And like, I grew up in Plum. You're not from Pittsburgh? Yes, I am. I'm like that from Penn Hills. I mean, literally, you sneeze in the city of Pittsburgh, you're in Penn Hills. It's the second largest municipality in Allegheny County. Pittsburghers that live in Penn Hills are Pittsburghers. That's it. I grew up in Penn Hills, and I do not remember all these threats to electricity happening. I don't remember these type of storms. I remember when we'd had bad thunderstorms, as kids you would say, oh, either God's bowling or the Angels are wrestling or the Thunderbolts going really fast at Kennywood. But it was little goofy little things, but it wasn't enough where we sat in the dark with candles for a day or two. You go to a hotel because you don't have electricity for 3 or 4 days. I don't remember any of that. Now, you're not going to tell me that the infrastructure was that much better and the technology was that much better in, 1981? No. So, I know Dave from San Francisco's already called. I know there's other people that have already called with the climate change thing. I'm not trying to go there. If you want to, 866-391-1020, you can. I'm not. But what I'm trying to say is this. It's very interesting. Number one, I'm putting my heart out there for those that are still without electricity. I know people that are dear to me that the last time I saw them yesterday, they were like, no, we still don't have electricity, and the temp on our house is down to 59 degrees. Again, it's one thing to go through that, and it's June, which is another thing. I mean, if it's June, you're sweltering in your house. You could sleep eventually at night if you don't have electricity, but during the day, you don't even want to be in there. Flip side is if you have a very bad storm now and you have no electricity, you have no heat. You have water. You don't have hot water. You're not opening your refrigerator, and when you do, you're just throwing stuff out. We went through that, my family did last year, with the big windstorm / tornado that came through last spring. 90-mile-an-hour winds. Trees down everywhere. We didn't have electricity for 3 days. I think the storm was on a Tuesday, and I think we got electricity back on Friday. Friday afternoon. I think it came back at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I was doing work meetings in my car using the internet from my car to be on Zoom meetings. I was going to Starbucks and doing that. That was, challenging. I know that we have neighbors of ours, people we care about right now, that are going right back through those challenging times. Now, so I throw out two things. Number one, if you're still struggling without having electricity, just know that my heart is extended to you. And if you want to call in 866-391-1020, tell us where you are. Maybe we can get some extra attention up there and get you an update from the electric company. That's number one. Number two, I would be curious to hear from people that are of a certain age, my age or older. And I would love to hear from you all, and correct me if I'm wrong, if it was just like this 40 years ago, 50 years ago, where you would have these power interruptions when you would have these storms, sure, let me know. But even with snowstorms, I remember, there's a bunch of hills in Pittsburgh. Yeah, the storm stunk because you had to go up and down the hills. But it wasn't because power lines came down because of heavy snow. Or it wasn't because we had an ice storm and the ice formed on the lines and then you didn't have electricity for 2 days. And it certainly, not from what I remember, it wasn't like, oh, and by the way, this 70-mile-an-hour gust came through because it's April and you didn't have electricity for 3 days. I just don't remember that. Maybe it did happen, but I don't recall it. And I'm married to a Southerner, so yeah, she went through this every spring. This isn't anything to her. To us, I like to think this is a new dynamic, but I'm not certain. So I'd love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. I will shut down the last half an hour of this show when I come back after the news on the News Radio, KDK.
Magical March specials at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Grovel's corned beef brisket points are $5.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries, 1 pound packages, 2 for $5. In our deli, available every Friday, Coons batter dipped fish sandwiches are $11.99 each. An additional savings this week, selected varieties of Mrs. Paul's or Van de Kamp's fish, 18 to 24 ounce boxes, $3.99 each.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and Broken Bow Records.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Iran's Gulf neighbors, including Qatar and the UAE, say Iran is targeting them as its war with the U.S. and Israel expands. But Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, denies that, telling CBS's Face the Nation.
We are only targeting American assets, American installations, American military bases. Everything belongs to Americans.
But Israel is also a target. More from CBS's Charlie Daggett.
Here on the streets of Israel, there's been a sharp increase in the amount of rocket and missile attacks from Iran and its proxy Hezbollah in the past 24 hours. They've already begun cleanup of a strike here in Tel Aviv just this morning.
A late winter storm is pounding the plains, the upper Midwest, and Great Lakes. Reporter Adam Dexter is checking out the snow in Minneapolis.
This is not the light, fluffy stuff. This is the heavy stuff.
He says snow shovelers have their work cut out for them. CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Burgh with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit allegiantfcu.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Details at KDKA-radio.com.
50 years of A-10 basketball, and now the championship returns to its roots. Pittsburgh, the Steel City, built on toughness, fueled by grit. The 11th of March through 15th at PPG Paints Arena. The energy is rising, the stakes are massive, and every moment is up for grabs. This is the A-10 Men's Basketball Championship. Pittsburgh, we're coming home.
Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A shower in spots late tonight, otherwise mostly cloudy and windy, low 55. Showers and heavy gusty thunderstorms around tomorrow, high 62. Much colder tomorrow night with snow flurries, low 22. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, here we go. Let's push through the weekend, and we'll be back Monday. Colin Dunlap, can't wait to talk to you on Monday, 2 to 6, right here, KDK.
As I mentioned, I'm down at a Home and Garden show, and the more I look around, the more things are broken down, including where I am right now. So I'm minus a speaker, minus a display. Seth and Gabe are breaking down our temporary home where we were broadcasting multiple times over the course of the length of time for the 2026 Home and Garden Show, which is wrapping up as we speak. A hat tip to all the individuals that promoted their business, provided a service, and made people feel comfortable and welcomed while they were here at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center over the course of the last 2 weekends and throughout the week this past week. So kudos to all of them. The 2026 David L. Lawrence Convention Center hosted, or not necessarily hosted, they're not hosting it, but it's where it is. Home and Garden Show is wrapping up for another year. So kudos to everybody that's come, everybody that's worked, everybody that's made this a success. Kudos to them. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Go into the phone lines. Dan in Mount Pleasant, you're on KDK.
Hey, Lenny, how you doing?
I am doing well, kind sir. How are you?
Good. Lenny, I just wanted to call and applaud you. I was so proud of you in that end of that last hour when you explained to that caller that the federal government's #1 job is to defend America and not to run that entire socialist utopia list that he ran down. He wanted the federal government to run the garbage programs in this country. Did I understand him correctly?
Where he was saying was, we're spending $2 billion a week, from what I understand, on the activities against Iran. He was saying, can you imagine if we took $2 billion and gave it to Pittsburgh to run their social activities? I said, listen, there's an argument to be made that that's not supported in the Constitution, because it's not. But national sovereignty and national sovereignty is. Now, and I also said this, the Constitution provides the commander-in-chief and those in Washington, D.C., a lot of latitude as to how they define that. Whether we agree with it or not is based on how we vote and how we hold them accountable. But they have the latitude to define national sovereignty as they see fit constitutionally. I mean, that's true.
And again, I'm calling to applaud you because if I called the radio station and pointed that out, people would respond.
Here's what they would do, Dan.
Because you're right. You're 100% right.
They would call here. They would call you a MAGA zealot that doesn't know what you're talking about, and they would be wrong. Because it's like
that's right.
It's constitutionally sound. Again, and it goes back to what you and I have talked about for a while, and this is why I tell people all the time, I do not sit there and say, this person's calling in, don't let them on the air. I am not one to do that. Unless if you call in and threaten people's lives or you start using slurs, which you have never done, why would I say that I don't want to have a conversation with you? Because there are certain things that are true, and we have to be able to have these conversations outside of the name calling and the label throwing. So, to that point.
Let's be honest, Lenny. Talk radio is a form of entertainment. People don't want to hear everybody call it and agree. They want to hear some back and forth. I mean, not that I'm calling for entertainment value. I call to voice my opinion. But moving on here, we're so concerned. Yes, you're right. That war, the military, you're right. That cost a lot of money. And even without the war, you have to pay those servicemen. You got to pay for all those ships, those planes.
Yep.
Those guys practice all day long.
Yes,
so
they do.
there is a set cost there. But if you really want to talk about what the debt of America is, then I would point everybody to that socialist utopia program called Social Security. That's about $150 trillion, T as in tango, $150 trillion unfunded liability because Congress, bipartisan, stole all the money out of it. And the ironic part is that guy sounded pretty young to me. Son, you're going to be the one footing the bill for it when I'm dead and gone. That's what's going to happen if you're worried about debt.
And that is people fail to realize, number one, when it comes to Social Security, they flipped the script a while ago in regards to how it was supposed to be funded, how it's supposed to be solvent for many years to come. And the truth of the matter is, it's not just at the federal government, Dan. You've seen this at the state level. You've seen it at the local levels. I mean, the big example at the local level, because people will say, that's only Republicans that have done that. It's only happened in the Republican administrations. Well, I will point people to states such as Connecticut and Illinois, and I would say even Pennsylvania, until they made a change not that long ago, with the pension program, where pensions literally were not funded because they were so overpromised and underfunded, and then they chased people out of their municipalities and out of their states because of tax policy that they just did not have the numbers to support it. And rather than making reforms, they continue to double and triple down on debt to a point in time where it got to the point of bankruptcy. So it's not necessarily it's Republican or it's Democrat. It's a governing philosophy that doesn't have enough of a long arc view of how to not only get through today, tomorrow, this month, next month, but also how do you make sure that your society, whether it's local, state, or federal, gets through 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. And that has been a problem with the type of governing officials we've had for a while now, not just a Trump thing, which, again, people love saying it's a Trump thing. And it's like, well, the pension problem's been around some of these states for 20 years. We knew it was coming. Nobody fixed it. And if you look at some of these areas, they've been run by one-party systems for quite some time.
Well, Lenny, I am just glad to hear you say what you told that guy, and I didn't have to call in and explain to him that, no, those aren't federal responsibilities. Those are state, and really, in my opinion, those are private industry issues, but we'll save that for another day.
Dan, I appreciate your phone call, and I would concur with you on this. There are certainly many things that it is better, and I actually brought this point up to Cynthia as well. I believe it was Cynthia. That there are things that the rich does. The first thing we like to say is the rich don't pay their fair share. The rich don't contribute to the success of America. That's not true. There are many philanthropic things that transpire because people with means donate. A lot of times they donate anonymously. They donate to everything from libraries to colleges. scholarships. They donate programs. You know, kids that may want to study a program out of state or overseas goes on a $5,000 scholarship that's based on somebody's bonus from their job, their corporate job. I've seen it happen all the time. Now, those people are not the uber rich, but they would be considered rich in American society today. If they're making $300,000 a year, they would be called rich. Definitely upper middle class, and they're contributing. We can go into people that are independently wealthy. They're giving money. And before somebody says, well, they're trying to do it because they're trying to avoid, loopholes. They're trying to find loopholes in a tax code. Well, maybe. But why can't we just look at what transpired and say some people are just trying to do the right thing because they're trying to do the right thing? And even if they're doing the wrong thing or they're doing the right thing for the wrong reasons, that money is still being spent on the right things. Can we at least give them credit for that? So to the point, Dan, and I appreciate your call, like I said, there is a complexity when it comes to how can you address things at the municipal level to allow people to have the services that they need to chase and sustain a certain lifestyle, have certain services provided for them without having to go to county government, town government, and say, I need. Generally speaking, not a way to have a society move forward. Not unless if you wanted to eventually go bankrupt, which the city of Pittsburgh is facing again. We heard from the editorial from SPAC where we're looking at the possibility of cuts. We talked about tax hikes at the county level, not necessarily cuts, but increases at the county level. And with the state budget just last year, after an impasse of months, we saw cuts. Particularly in education, we cut some funding for education, primarily school choice programs, and we gave that money to public schools, even though the public school enrollment is going down. The bottom line is, if you lean on government for these things all the time, you're going to be caught up in the muckety-muck, or dare I say goobity-gook. I said goobity-gook before. See, we reset the counter, Gabe. I'm allowed to say it again. You get caught up in the goobity-gook of partisanship. And as I said in my lecture, it's ironic. I said this in my lecture at Chapel Hill earlier this week. You can get caught up in partisanship or politics. Partisanship, the root word of partisanship is party, which means it's all about party loyalty. If you get caught up in politics, the root word of politics goes back to the Greek word that means people. Too many politicians are good at partisanship. They're not good at politics. If you're really good at politics, you can be a statesman, you could be a stateswoman, you could be good at politics, and you can serve the people. And ideally make sure that partisanship doesn't get in the way. Who do we got on the phone right now, Casey? Let's go to Ralph. And I'm still on location, so we're kind of doing it blind, if you will. But that said, we're blind, but we have ears, technically speaking. Ralph in Bloomfield, you're on KDK.
Hey there, Lenny. I hope your day is going good.
It is.
Yes, sir. Rich people provide jobs, and I think to some degree everybody thinks someone that has a lot of money is looked differently for folks that are, I don't know what middle means anymore. And that's the other thing. I was talking with this about with my mom. What is middle anymore, too? You know, there used to be the benchmark. What was it? If you made $100,000 a year, you were like doing well beyond, and that's not the case anymore. If that's what you're making, yearly, and maybe you could look at that as an individual or household. Things have become very difficult. But the fact is, men and women that make a lot of money provide jobs for other people. and that all contributes into your, our tax base and just your way of life. If it wasn't for rich people, nobody would have jobs. But my real crux of my question, that just goes up on what you were saying earlier. I'm curious, what do you do all week? And I don't mean that to say, like, what do you do? But what do you do all week? I hear you here, once or every once in a while you fill in, but I honestly don't know. And I enjoy, like, I'll see you with Larry in the morning, but I don't know what you do all week, if you don't mind me asking.
Ralph, I appreciate your call. I don't mind answering. So I'm here on Sunday. Sometimes I fill in throughout the week. Sometimes I fill in on the weekends. I am on with Larry Richard on the Big K Morning Show every morning at 8 a.m., and I'm on from 8 to 9. I am in education, so I am around the country sometimes doing education. I help open up schools, online schools around the country to make sure that kids from kindergarten through 12th grade, the 1% to 2% of the population that needs an online component to their basic and primary education, have access to that. Then on top of that, I also do public speaking. I also do lecturing. For example, I was down on the campus of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill just on Tuesday doing a guest lecture down there. I've been down at Davidson. I'll be up at Grove City in April. I'll be at the Union League of Philadelphia at the end of the month, a week from this upcoming Wednesday, for their annual Good Citizen Day, where we will be honoring 275 high school juniors for being good people in their communities, and we will take that day to teach them more about the American Constitution. So I'm pretty busy. As I tell people all the time, I don't have weekdays and weekends. I have 7 Mondays in a row, and I just work through them. I'm on Monday number 7 right now. That said, I'm going to break. I'm coming back. If there's anybody else that can squeeze in at 866-391-1020 before I get out of here, do so. 866-391-1020. Lenny McAllister wrapping up here at the Home and Garden Show on the one and only News Radio, KDKA.
We're only 39 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, I'm Sam.
And I'm Calvin.
When we started Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks, it wasn't a big crew or a fancy shop, just Calvin and me in our grandma's garage.
We'd load up our tools every morning, build decks all day, then unpack right there in her driveway.
That little garage laid the foundation for what Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks is all about. Working hard, staying honest, and treating people like family.
We've grown a lot since then, but those family values still guide every job we do. Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/appliance delivery for more details.
Hola, amigos. Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night, starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
Tune in this Sunday Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss recipe disasters and how you fix them. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Like I said, it's been a joy to be down here. It's been a joy to meet people and see people. It's so funny because I have to say this. Pittsburghers, we are very, very, parochial. Now, you got to understand, I spent time on the south side of Chicago. Those are some parochial people. They either love you or they don't, and they're not in between. But we are very much like that. So to have an opportunity to see people that are proud to be from Pittsburgh, as the old axiom used to say and be from 40 years ago. Someplace Special was the one for KDKA as well. To see that in action at the Home and Garden Show, which is something that's a big muckety-muck deal each year here at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center, that is pretty cool. So thank you to Gabe and to Seth and to Casey and to PJ Comanchik and to all the wonderful people that made the broadcast happen. Because, look, we had storms. We still have people that don't have electricity. The folks that work and do this stuff behind the scenes make it look easy. It's not easy. There are technical difficulties sometimes. And then you have these difficult hosts you have to work with on location that make it that much harder. But then he buys you food, and then all's forgiven. Anyhow, listen, I enjoy the team that I work with, and when you do remotes, it makes it that much easier to get an appreciation for what they do. So kudos to them. Kudos to all the people that have come up to us over the last couple of days, whether it's because of the parade from yesterday or just kind of taking in the last day of the Home and Garden Show here today. Now, as I mentioned, I will be back on the air tomorrow with Larry Richard of the Big K Morning Show. He will be on from 5:30 a.m. to 10. I will be on from 8 to 9. So make sure you tune in. Make sure you